Chapter 1 10,000 Years After Star Sea Survival. Some people died, they really died. Some people die, it may just be the beginning of another journey. Just a moment ago, Li Qing was holding a gray crystal full of cracks and covered with dry soil and gravel in a bordered jade wool market to bargain with the stall owner. The gray crystal full of cracks suddenly burst into light, and a powerful attraction came, sucking his soul into the crystal. The reason why we say soul is because we can clearly see the annihilation of our physical body before being swallowed into the crystal. Then, under the illumination of billions of stars, it continued to sleep for an unknown number of years until he woke up again. He was surprised to find that he appeared in the body of a young man also named Li Qing. At first, I thought it was a seizure, but after receiving all the memories without hindrance, I realized that it was not a seizure, but a reincarnation. This Li Qing is the other Li Qing, both of the same origin, but one is the main consciousness is sleeping, the subconscious is reincarnated, born as a human being. When the main consciousness wakes up, the subconscious will naturally return to the main consciousness. After receiving 18 years of subconscious memories, Li Qing was surprised to discover the magic of this new universe. Yes, new universe. 1 year into the new Milky Way calendar, the old universe is annihilated, a new universe is born, and Star Sea survival begins. It is similar to many survival novels that Li Qing read on Kidian Chinese website before. All human beings on Earth and many civilized races in the old universe were sent to the new universe, starting from a simple colonial ship to survive in the Star Sea. It was a magnificent and heroic era, and countless human ancestors on Earth worked hard for human civilization to gain a foothold in this new universe. Originally, Li Qing should also be a member of that struggle, but at the moment when the annihilation of the old universe was transmitted, the cracked crystal in his hand was suddenly stimulated and opened, sucking his soul into it. Then there will be tens of thousands of years of deep sleep. When he wakes up, the time is already 10,018 in the new galaxy calendar, and 10,000 years have passed since Star Sea survival. For 10,000 years, human beings have experienced countless wars, troughs, and brilliance. Countless pioneers went on, and finally not only survived the Star Sea, but also established the fourth star field of the Perseus spiral arm of the new Milky Way. They created an extremely brilliant civilization, the United Empire of Mankind, and joined the interstellar alliance of humanoid races in the new galaxy. After tens of thousands of years of development, today's United Empire of Mankind is powerful, and it is already one of the 4 permanent members of the Humanoid Star Alliance in this new galaxy with thousands of civilizations. The United Empire of Mankind is composed of 14 powerful Star Sea Lords as the chosen family, and the aristocratic Senate formed by 252 big and small Star Sea Lords jointly rule the huge United Empire. The so-called military master refers to a top family with a private colonial planet and a powerful private fleet, similar to the ancient Jiayushi or warlord. And Li Qing's luck in this life is quite good in general. He was born in the Li family of Qinghe, one of the military masters. This Qinghe refers to the Qinghe galaxy. It has 1 natural planet, 7 modified planets, more than a dozen large space habitation stations, a total population of more than 80 billion, and more than 30 active players. The ruling family of billions of prosperous galaxies. The Li family of Qinghe rose more than 300 years ago. Its ancestor, Li Gang, gained fame early with his innate talent at the purple epic level, and made a good career outside. After that, he returned home and defeated other brothers to inherit the family business. He married the Yin family of Shangqiu, and his strength grew rapidly. More than 200 years ago, Li Gang participated in the Empire Development War and destroyed the territory dispute between the 5th Faust star field and the United Empire of Mankind. An alien civilization has conquered a second-class continental planet. After 80 years of hard work, he finally obtained the recognition of the Empire, formally joined the Imperial Aristocratic Senate, and was promoted to a member of the military master, named Qinghe Li. Li Qing was born in such an aristocratic family, and it was a good birth. But it is a pity that he is not a direct descendant, but a side branch of the family, and he is a concubine. He doesn't even know who his mother is. His childhood memory is being carried back by his father, and he has never seen or heard his father say who his mother is. At the beginning, he still had some expectations, but as he grew up in his father's indifference over the years, he gradually understood that his mother probably had a bad background, and he might not only be a bastard, but more likely an illegitimate child. Fortunately, although my father and siblings didn't like it, they were brought to the Li family of Qinghe after all. No longer counting on his father, Li Qing's biggest wish in the past 10 years is to wait for the age of 18, and then follow the regulations of the entire United Human Empire, all the descendants of players who came to the new universe from the Earth, as long as they successfully awaken their innate talents to obtain player status, we all have to go out and develop. From the descendants of the 14-star Sea Lords to the descendants of ordinary civilians, as long as they can successfully awaken their innate talent and obtain the status of a player, they must go out to develop. Although the Star Sea survival stage has passed, now is the Star Sea development and expansion stage, and the United Empire of Mankind has now established a brilliant civilization, but be prepared for danger in times of peace. The universe is not safe, and human civilization is now only active on one spiral arm of the new galaxy. There are an extremely large number of alien civilizations in the other 3 spiral arms of the new Milky Way and the huge galactic center. Those civilizations, like human beings, were also members of the Star Sea survival. They also survived, and their strength is not inferior to human beings, and some of them are even stronger than human beings. The Empire stipulates that latecomers cannot rest on the merits of their ancestors. Any descendant of a nobleman must go out to open up, and the future status and inheritance rights in the family will be determined by the achievements of the development. 3 years in a phase, a total of 10 years. Of course, there must be second generations who don't want to go. This kind of aristocratic children who don't want to open up will give up all inheritance rights by default. Of course, Li Qing doesn't count on this inheritance right. What he values is the resources provided by his family when he went out to open up. As the main family of the army, all descendants will provide a frigate and an initial capital of 100 million star yuan when they go out to develop, and this is what he fancies. Anyway, the family will definitely not be able to do anything. It is better to leave the family early with the development funds and hang out outside. There is a battleship and 100 million starting funds. It is better than staying in the family. For Pioneer, 100 million capital is just a drop in the bucket, and even a destroyer can't afford it. But if you don't expect anything extravagantly and live outside with the development money, 100 million star dollars is definitely a lot of money. You can buy a large piece of land by finding a colonial star that is a bit evasive, buy some robots, or the clones can live comfortably if they open a farm or a ranch or something and marry a wife. That's what Li Qing originally thought, but at this moment Li Qing's main consciousness is clear, and he holds the golden finger in his hand, so this idea must be thrown aside. Sitting in a room with simple decoration but full of sense of technology, Li Qing lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and a light curtain popped up, showing his bank account number, which was only 2.24 million, which was the pocket money he had saved over the years. This is the difference between a wealthy family and ordinary people. Even if he is just a who is never seen, without any industry, the basic monthly salary alone exceeds most of the migrant workers. But it's still a little bit less. This amount of money can't do much. We still have to wait for development funds. Close the bank interface. Li Qing rubbed his chin, and with a thought, the person had disappeared. The surrounding space changed, and Li Qing instantly appeared in the cold starry sky from his room. It was pitch black in all directions, and there was nothing but a light source blooming below. He lowered his head. Even though he had been sleeping here for tens of thousands of years, every time he saw him, he felt the shock of the soul. In the center of the galaxy below him, there are not stars in normal galaxies, but a gigantic miracle of the universe that is beyond the limit of his imagination, so that he doesn't know how to describe it. A pure white sphere whose size needs to be described in astronomical units, surrounded by extinguished stars. Literally extinguished. Without the information transmitted to him from the universe in the palm of his golden finger, he wouldn't even know what to call this super high-dimensional fortress called the Witness of the Stars. Yes, the official name of this thing is the Witness of the Stars, and it is the only thing that can be seen in the handheld universe. It is the wreckage of a super high-dimensional fortress that came from an ancient super god-level civilization and compressed an entire huge river system into power. Well, to be precise, it is damaged, and it is too much to say that it is a wreck. After all, the central system of this thing is still there, and a very small part of its functions can still be used. With a thought, Li Qinghua turned into a streamer and flew down to the wreckage of the super high-dimensional fortress of the Star Witness, that replaced the star's blooming light to illuminate the galaxy, whose size can only be measured in astronomical units. To be honest, as the master of the universe in the palm of his hand, he knows how terrifying the power of this thing is when it is in good condition. There is no need to use his poor imagination and vocabulary to describe it, as long as you know that the energy core of this thing is a compressed galaxy larger than the Milky Way. During its heyday, it was surrounded by millions of compressed stars and black holes to attack and defense. The terrifying gravitational force under full force can forcibly pull a galaxy out of its original orbit. You know how outrageous it is. It's a pity that all this is past glory, even if this thing can be repaired, but the repair conditions. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. As the master of the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing ignored the gravity of the remnants of extinguished stars floating around the high-dimensional fortress and directly threw himself into the fortress, appearing in a space surrounded by streamers of light inside the fortress. The space is empty, and surrounded by streamers, there are countless irregularly moving streamers outside. He doesn't know what they are, because he has no authority to enter and can't know. He can only move within this small space of less than 1,000 square meters, and enter an undamaged area inside the pile of wreckage that still remains intact. That is part of the shipyard where this super high-dimensional fortress used to be. I don't know how big it was. I only know that the remaining part has a shipbuilding capacity of up to 2,300. It can almost start building 2 Titan super flagships at the same time, or at the same time. Build 110 battleships and 2,300 frigates. Moreover, this super dock comes from a super god-level civilization, and it comes with a super complete production line of weapons and accessories. In addition to ships, it can also manufacture accessories that come with blueprints, such as missiles and shells. But, although this handheld universe looks shocking, it can only be used as a logistics base. With materials, drawings, and professional shipbuilding skills, you can use the shipyard inside to build warships. In addition, this thing can only be used as a super warehouse before it is repaired. It can open a passage gap and put things with a diameter of no more than 10 kilometers into the palm of the universe. Only dead objects, such as wrecked meteorites, cannot take the initiative to take in the enemy warships. Of course, if a gap is opened and the enemy actively drills in, that's another matter. But under normal circumstances, no one will take the initiative to drill into unknown places. The Palm universe comes from an unknown super god-level civilization in an unknown era. Normally speaking, the universe will come to an end every unknown number of billions of years, the old universe will be destroyed, and a new universe will be born in the singularity. But sometimes, there will be some super civilizations in the universe who are not reconciled to the end of their own civilization, and will try to build some ultimate technological creations, super civilization artifacts that can cross the end of the universe. Almost all super civilizations fail, but some succeed. And the crystal ball he obtained, this Palm universe, is a super civilization artifact that has successfully crossed the era, but is about to be destroyed. He doesn't know what the civilization is called, because although this super civilization artifact has successfully escaped the end of the era, it has been severely damaged. When he first entered it, there was only one inside that was wrapped in an infinite terrifying storm, and there were countless extinguished stars floating inside. The star system of the star core, and a dilapidated super high-dimensional fortress in the center that is about to collapse at any time. After 10,000 years of deep sleep, the universe in that palm has stabilized and will not continue to collapse. Strictly speaking, the end of the era has been avoided, but it is still unknown whether the super god-level civilization still exists. But regardless of whether the super god-level civilization still exists, the universe in the palm now belongs to Li Qing, and he is now the master of the universe in the palm. Having this universe in his palm, he certainly won't be as content with being ordinary as his subconscious mind. Although it is no longer the Star Sea survival stage, powerful enemies in the universe still exist, and with the end of the Star Sea survival stage, the new universe rules are gradually perfected, which is a good opportunity for him to flex his muscles. Chapter 2 and Noble Children. Time passed in his expectation. A week later, there was a knock on the door of the room. When he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a neat tuxedo standing outside the door. Straight and meticulous. Master Qing, please go to the conference room. Li Qing nodded. I see. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing, who had changed his clothes, came to one of the main buildings on the other side of the manor. The attendant gently opened the door, and there was a loud noise. Pushing the door and entering, a dozen or so eyes suddenly turned around, and when they saw it was him, they quickly retracted. Li Qing entered with a smile on his face. This kind of situation has been seen many times, and now he has no disturbance in his heart. In a very ordinary conference room, there were a dozen or so young men and women who looked somewhat similar sitting on the left and right, and they were many of his brothers and sisters. On the top sits a middle-aged man with a serious face, black hair, looks very young, Golden glasses framed on the bridge of the nose, and two well-groomed mustaches hang on his lips, looking extremely energetic. This is exactly he is Li Qing's cheap father in this life. Seeing him coming, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed a trace of complexity. He knocked on the table expressionlessly, and said in a deep voice, "According to the regulations of the Empire, you need to develop human civilization for 10 years to decide whether you will get a part of the family shares or inherit your father's industry in the family after 10 years. Speaking of this, he glanced at the most outstanding children sitting in the front, and said in a deep voice, "Or have a better performance, get your great-grandfather's approval, and have the opportunity to compete for the position of family patriarch." Hearing this, you can clearly see the gleam in the eyes of the teenagers sitting in the first few rows. This gleam has a name called ambition. Although he didn't think his sons had that possibility, at least among the group of children who have grown up in recent years, none of them were particularly outstanding, but Li Xingchun still encouraged him. The development area determined by the family this time is located in the Ginman province of the second Tianjin star region. The starting ships you need will be sent to the Ginman galaxy in the Ginman province in advance, and the starting funds will be allocated later according to your account. You need to go to Ginman province's office in Ginman galaxy to report before the 15th of next month. You all prepare well and set off as soon as possible." After saying this, Li Xingchun stood up and said in a deep voice, "To open up at this time is to contribute to the family, but also to your own future and future. I hope you will go all out and leave no regrets." After speaking, he turned and left. The meeting room suddenly heard small voices, and all the brothers and sisters gathered together in twos and threes, communicating in low voices. Li Qing stood alone at the edge of the meeting room, watching the brothers and sisters divide into three groups, with the three most outstanding brothers as the head. After several advanced gene adjustments, Li Xingchun's lifespan is as high as 400 to 500 years, and now he is only in his early 100 years old, which is when he is young and strong. In addition to a regular wife and two ordinary wives who gave birth to a total of 11 children, Li Xingchun has also married many people. The concubine gave birth to 70 or 80 concubine children. With so many children, it is natural to hope that talented offspring will be born among them, which will make the family stronger. This is the unified behavior of all nobles and wealthy families. Li Qing, as an illegitimate child, was able to take him back and raise him for this reason. Don't be afraid to support them. The Qinghe Li clan ruled over 80 billion people. In addition to the Qinghe galaxy, there are also a large number of mining bases in the surrounding galaxies. The huge trading fleet and chamber of commerce belong to the family, and they make hundreds of millions of gold every day. Raising such offspring is not a problem at all. Not to worry about having too many offspring, which will divide the family property. According to the regulations, among all descendants, as long as they have not awakened their innate talents and have player status, they will all be given a sum of money to leave the family on the day they reach adulthood. Even if the children who have awakened the innate talent and have the identity of a player, if the talent is not strong enough, their own ability is not enough, and they have made no achievements in 10 years of development, they will still be forcibly separated. In this way, the only ones who can stay are the elites, and the benefits they bring will definitely exceed the thinned-out family property. It is through this method that these wealthy families will become stronger and stronger. Under the accumulation of generations, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, and then an expedition will be launched to seize a living planet and expand the territory for the united empire of mankind. Ordinary wealthy families were transformed and promoted to military lords, promoted to the aristocratic senate, and became a member of the imperial ruling class. Although Li Qing awakened his innate talent, it turned out that the talent was not strong. It was just the most common talent, commonly known as a whiteboard. If the performance is not good, you may face the same result of being forced to separate, but it is much better than those with unawakened talents. Not only will you have more money for the separation, but you can also accumulate a fortune in the past 10 years. As long as you save some money, will be very comfortable. It's really a real society. From entering here to leaving, no one spoke to him. Li Qing was speechless about the 18 years of his subconscious life. Without a single friend, he naturally had nothing to miss, so he packed up his things the next day and applied to the family for permission to use the family Stargate to teleport. A 5-meter micro-aircraft mixed with a huge fleet and drilled into the vast Stargate with a height of hundreds of kilometers, it is as inconspicuous as a teacup cat mixed with a group of tigers. Stargates can only be established in star cities, but they can span tens of thousands of light years from the 4th Imperial Constellation star field at the core of the Empire to the 2nd Tianjin star field. Only the door can do it. With a burst of space distortion, Everything outside the aircraft is rapidly elongated to form lines of light that slowly rotate, forming a huge kaleidoscope. I don't know how long it took, but the kaleidoscope slowly turned into light again and gradually became shorter. He knew that the Ginman galaxy had arrived. New Milky Way, Perseus Arm, Second Tianjin Starfield, the capital of Ginman Province, Ginman Galaxy. More than 600 years ago, Yu Yichen, the patriarch of the Yu family at that time, led the Imperial Expeditionary Force to defeat an alien civilization that was entrenched here and seized a large area of territory. The overseas province of the United Empire, Ginman Province, the core galaxy Ginman. Ginman Province is a single star system. The main sequence star Tianyi is a B-type blue main sequence star, with a total of 17 large planets. Ginman number 1 colonial planet, a second-class continental planet, with a standard size of 24 squares and a population of more than 18 billion. It is an urban planet integrating economy and administration. Ginman number 2 colony planet, a second-class ocean planet, with a standard size of 17 grids and a population of 5.8 billion. It is a tourist planet integrating tourism and culture. Reformed star number 3, with a standard size of 24 grids, has a population of 9.5 billion, and is the financial center of the galaxy. Reformation star number 4, with a standard size of 15 grids, a population of 2.2 billion, an agricultural and animal husbandry planet. The number 5 modified star has a standard size of 12 grids and a population of 1.7 billion. It is a planet of science and technology and colleges. All the science and technology research institutes and colleges in the galaxy are here. Reformed star number 6, with a standard size of 29 grids, a population of 14.6 billion, an industrial planet. In addition, there are 8 large space habitation stations in the Ginman galaxy. The large one has a population of 2.1 billion, and the small one has a population of 500 million, with a total population of 11 billion. The entire Ginman has a total population of 62.8 billion and as many as 1.8 billion active players. Ginman has a 5th-level star city, 4 second and 3rd-level star castles for assistance, and a division-level fleet belonging to the Yu family stationed in the star city all year round. The central super Stargate has 11 ultra-long-distance channels connecting the hinterland of the United Human Empire, and 112 regular channels connecting the Legion Stargates near Ginman Province, overseas colonies, and home planets of friendly alien civilizations. It is the trade of the entire Ginman Province. The center is also the trade center for humans in the second Tianjin Starfield. Li Qing read through many materials of Ginman Province slowly, and has a little understanding of Ginman Province and the Yu family. The Yu family is a military lord who rose more than 600 years ago. It rose 300 years earlier than the Qinghe Li family, but its overall strength is comparable to that of the Qinghe Li family. The main reason is nothing more than being alone overseas. Not only is it inconvenient to trade with the United Empire, but it also has to face many hostile alien races in the Tianjin star field at all times, making it difficult for the economy to develop. Although the Yu family established an overseas province in the Tianjin starfield and established a bridgehead for the human empire in other starfields, the Tianjin starfield where the Ginman province is located at the junction of the Perseus spiral arm and the Yingxin area. The second star field divided by the Perseus spiral arm from the heart to the north, and the headquarters of the United Human Empire is located in the fourth star field, separated by a star field that does not belong to humans. It is difficult for ordinary civilian players to travel tens of thousands of light years from the headquarters of the empire to the overseas provinces. This has led to a small number of players in the overseas provinces, and naturally the economy cannot improve. It is worth mentioning that the shape of the new Milky Way just happens to be the same as that of the Milky Way in the old universe, with a galactic center and 4 spiral arms. It is not a copy of the old Milky Way. It's different, and it doesn't meet the Andromeda galaxy. It's a new galaxy, just to commemorate the old Milky Way. So if you try to go to the end of Orion to find some galaxy with 9 planets, you will not find anything. Entering the Ginman galaxy, Li Qing immediately went to the family's office in Ginman, ready to take the boat prepared by the family. What he reported earlier was a frigate. That's right, he is going to take the war route, and whether he wants to expand the territory depends on whether the development goes smoothly. Actually, pioneering doesn't necessarily mean expanding territory, or taking the war route. It doesn't matter whether you are doing business, trading, building a team, building a fleet, or even becoming a pirate, as long as you can make outstanding achievements. The reason why Li Qing took the war route was naturally for the sake of the Palm universe. Although the thing was seriously damaged, it would be too wasteful to do anything else even if you don't look at it, just look at the huge dock array inside and the huge space in your palm. And, his innate talent is also suitable for this line. It's not the original innate talent. The original whiteboard innate talent belongs to that silly subconscious. When his main consciousness wakes up, the real innate talent covers the original whiteboard talent. Properties panel. Li Qing let out a soft cry, and the light curtain in front of him popped open. Name: Li Qing. Race: human. Lifespan: 18/108, not genetically adjusted. Innate talent: son of the star. Secret: acquired talent: none. Innate attributes: perception 39, memory 30, mind 34, spirit 31, charm 28. Life skills: none. Combat skills: none. Brain plugs: 20 PCs. Son of the stars. Secret: this existence is the spokesperson of the past. The power of a universe's stars is accommodated in the body of the son of the stars, endowing it with immortal life and great will. Effect: gain experience plus 1000%, all skill level caps plus 20. Effect: the general brain slots are adjusted to 20 slots. Effect: all attributes plus 20. Normal players' innate attributes are between 5 and 20 points, and every 10 points is a threshold. That is to say, the 10-point attribute is stronger than the 9-point attribute. It may not be 10%, it may be 100%. Son of the Stars has a natural talent of plus 20 to all attributes, which instantly increases his inherent attributes by 2 orders of magnitude. Perception, including 6 senses, enhances personal response. Memory, no need to explain, understand everything. Mind refers to a series of mental states related to mentality, perseverance, and willpower. Some people are afraid in the face of threats, while others face difficulties. This is the mental gap. Spirit can also be called intelligence, but it is not limited to intelligence. It refers to creative logical thinking ability and analytical ability. It is easier to learn various skills when the spirit is high. Charm is hard to explain in words. It is mainly related to social interaction and management. It does not mean that a person with high charm must be handsome and beautiful, but a handsome and beautiful person must have high charm. Incomparably powerful talent endows super high innate attributes, 10 times the experience bonus, plus a universe in the palm of your hand, and a dog on a leash looks like a human being. Li Qing doesn't think he's too bad. With such an advantage in his hand, as long as he doesn't mess around, he will definitely be able to stand out. Although it is no longer the era of star sea survival, it is now also the era of great interstellar development and expansion. The alien civilizations that can survive are all equally powerful. Born in such an era, there are so many powerful opponents. Li Qing feels that life is bound to be exciting in the future. The frigate is a standard Heian-class frigate, brand new. Less than a year after leaving the factory, he checked the frigate's attributes for the first time. Frigate, Heian-class patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, security, minilaying, support landing, and support for the Marine Corps to land on the planet. Attributes: basic hull, 1000. Basic armor, 1000. Basic shield, 1000. Base speed, 130,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic: Sentinel tactic. Fleet slot size, 1. Guard core default. Components: energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computers. Weapon slot: S5, P1. General slot: S5, A1. The basic bare boat price of this thing is 20 million. It only has a simple chemical thruster, and does not have any weapons and general slot equipment. I want to spend my own money to buy it better. This one is family support, so it comes with all 3-level weapons plus general slots, and 3-level accessories. Chapter 3: Preparations before development. 2 of the 5S small arms slots are equipped with the 3rd generation fire and rain cannon. 3rd generation Huiyu machine cannon. Large caliber ballistic weapon that can fire shells at super high speed. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 25 to 30. Fire rate: 2 seconds. Shot. Hit: 50%. Range: 60 kilometers. Fix: plus 25% shield damage. Fix: minus 50% armor damage. The 3 slots are equipped with the 3rd generation small electromagnetic gun. 3rd generation electromagnetic gun, small, long-range electromagnetic gun, which can fire powerful shells at extremely long distances. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 80 to 120. Fire rate: 25 seconds. Shot. Hit: 75%. Range: 400 kilometers. Fix. Plus 25% shield damage. Fix. Minus 50% armor damage. Slot P is equipped with a Defender I rapid-fire gun. Defender Level 1 Close-in rapid-fire gun. The last line of defense of the battleship, dedicated to defending against missiles and space fighters. Type. Instant, kinetic. Damage. 2-2. Fire rate. 12,000 rounds per second. Hit. 30%. Range. 14 kilometers. Fix. Minus 75% armor damage. Fix. Minus 50% hull damage. 2 of the 5 small general-purpose S slots are equipped with 3rd-generation steel armor. Resistant steel armor, small, and alloy with high impact resistance. Armor strength. 800 points. 3 are equipped with 3rd-generation energy shields. 3rd-generation energy shield, small, activate a shield to defend against enemy fire after use. Shield energy. 1000 points. A type of functional slot is equipped with a normal afterburner. Afterburner, regular, improve the speed and flexibility of the ship. Attributes. Start speed plus 20%, turn speed plus 20%, normal flight speed plus 10%. Equipment. A slot. Applies to any ship. The energy core is the 3rd-generation nuclear fusion reactor. The hyperdrive element is the frigate version of the 3rd-generation warp engine. 3rd-generation jump engine, frigate. The jump engine can be charged to tear a temporary wormhole in space and jump to other galaxies. Attributes. Charging time 50 minutes, transition range 30 light years, cooling time 3 hours. Equipment. C slot, jump engine. Applicable. Frigates. Thrusters or plasma thrusters. Plasma thruster, frigate. The thruster powered by plasma is faster and more flexible than electric ion propulsion. Attributes. Speed plus 35%, start speed plus 15%, turn speed plus 15%. Equipment. C slot, thruster. Applicable. Frigates. Detector warp sensors. Subspace sensor, frigate. By analyzing the subspace fluctuations left by ships passing by, it is more sensitive than gravitational wave sensors. Properties. Detection range. 2,000 kilometers. Equipment. C slot, sensor. Applicable. Frigate. The combat computer is the advanced combat system of the frigate version. Advanced Combat System, frigate. Combat optical brain with powerful computing capabilities can detect and simulate complex battlefields through sensors, feed back complex battlefield trends in real time, and select the best one to transmit to the battleship command center. Attributes. Hit plus 10, rate of fire plus 10%. Equipment. C slot, combat computer. Applicable. Frigates. After a complete set of 3-level configuration, the total price is close to the price of the frigate, which is not enough compared to the above, but more than enough to deal with the bottom. Although there are still 100 million star dollars on hand, Li Qing has no idea of refitting and strengthening them. There are too many places to spend money in the early stage. Anyway, he didn't think about running too far in the early stage. Like most pioneers, the first step is to find a suitable galaxy near the colony for mining. Make some money first. Wait until you have enough money, then slowly start adding new warships, and build a fleet according to your own earning speed. This is estimated to be a long time. Even if Li Wei intends to use the bug method to make money, it will take a year or 2 to earn a starting capital. He plans to use the ability of the universe in his palm to store things with a diameter of no more than 10 kilometers. When mining, he will directly open the space channel and go to some asteroid belts to collect some floating meteorites containing minerals. Collecting a large amount of ores in this way is definitely more efficient than normal mining, much higher. Entering the frigate, Li Qing entered the bridge command room first. It was a very empty platform, as smooth as a mirror. There was only one main command seat, 2 deputy command chairs, and a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of it. Li Qing sat on the command seat, pressed his palm on the armrest, and the entire bridge command room suddenly lit up, and at the same time a mechanical voice sounded. Reserved commander information has been detected. Dear Commander Li Qing, do you want to accept the battleship? Li Qing replied in a deep voice. Yes, I'm receiving the battleship now. As soon as the voice fell, a beam of light fell and enveloped him. You can see that there are many data emerging in the beam of light. This is the central control computer of the battleship is collecting his information and comparing it with the reserved information of the battleship to determine whether it is correct. Soon the information collection was completed, and the beam of light sent a message. A battleship control center light curtain popped up in front of him, a log appeared on it, and an electronic sound that was slightly crisper than before. Dear Commander, Hello, welcome to frigate JMD 541475. Li Qing stretched out his hand and saluted. The log disappeared, and the specific parameters of the battleship appeared on the light curtain. He took a look. The standard length of the Heian-class frigate is 120 meters, 45 meters wide, and 30 meters high. The overall shape is shuttle-shaped. At this time, the frigate is in the state of leaving the factory and has not yet fought. All indicators are in the initial state, and it can take off to fight at any time. The premise is that there is enough crew. Yes, he is the only one on this ship now, so it is no problem to take off alone, but if it is a battle, it will not work. Later, he has to go to the crew union to hire a few senior crew members and a group of ordinary crew members, and then buy a batch of weapons, ammunition and living supplies taste. Raising a battleship is not so easy. Although the technology is advanced now, full automation has been realized long ago. In theory, it can be fully automated in combat. But in fact, if a battleship relies entirely on computers and has no combat crew, it will be a pile of floating in space, living coffin. The reason is simple. Fully automated combat relies on sophisticated electronic equipment. If the enemy randomly launches pulse bombs or electronic concussion weapons, no matter how sophisticated the electronic equipment is, it will be affected, and even the most advanced combat computers and electronic equipment will fail on the spot. So a frigate must have 50 clone crew members, 3 natural person senior crew members, and 1 captain. Of course, when there is only one ship in the early stage, the player can also serve as the captain, which can be temporarily saved. Sitting on the command seat of the frigate, Li Qing opened the regional channel. A virtual frame pops up in front of you, and the target falls on it. It shows, Ginman Local Channel 6. Before you decide which channel to enter, you will automatically enter each branch channel when you open the conference video channel for the first time. If you want to enter the designated channel, you need to restart manual selection. As soon as I opened the channel, I saw all kinds of complicated recruitment information. Hengguang Trading Group temporarily recruits a team to clear a new refresh anomaly located in the TYD-358 Galaxy disk. Basic naval command skills are required to be above LV5. The remuneration is 20% higher than the international standard, and the international standard battle damage compensation is required. Noah Heavy Industries is recruiting in fleet to Tianjuyi, the capital of Tianju Province. It requires a large and medium-sized team with a credit rating of 75 or above. The remuneration is negotiable. The Skywatcher Legion recruits a group of newcomers. Both old and pure newcomers are welcome. The old require past records, and pure newcomers need to check their innate attributes. If the innate talent is blue or above, priority will be given. Livong Studio accepts a group of regular miners. It requires mining skills of LV3 or above, mineral analysis of LV2 or above, astrogeology of LV3 or above, and more than one mining ship. The specific treatment is negotiable. Dayan Media Group recruits a group of paparazzi, who require a keen sense of smell LV2 or above, including training, a monthly salary of 5,000 plus, bonus commissions will be calculated separately. Dajiao Financial recruits a group of traders, who need stock market analysis skills of LV4 or above, financial relations of LV3 or above, actuarial science of LV2 or above, or some financial related skills, and the salary is negotiable. Shishuan Science and Technology Laboratory recruits researchers, physics LV3 or above, and at least one physics-related sub-skill LV5 or above, salary negotiable. Dehong Entertainment Company recruits a group of interns, who are required to have a good image, be honest and obedient, have relevant vocal music, performance and other talents and skills are preferred. The biggest feature of the regional channel is that it is messy and has everything, just like when it was in the Qinghe Galaxy. From the tip of the iceberg, it can be seen that no matter where they are, the vast majority of players are civilians, and combat players are only a minority in the entire huge player system. Of course, this number is only compared with the entire player system. In fact, the number is not a lot. There are 1.8 billion players in Ginman. Even if there are only 1/10 of the combat players, there are nearly 200 million players. Li Qing casually flipped through the regional channels, and quickly switched to another trading channel, through which he entered the trading platform of Ginman Province. Go straight to the target product without stopping. First, I shopped around, and ordered a small mining ship from one of the firms, equipped with 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones, 8 unmanned mining machines, 2 mining laser guns, 200 cargo compartments, and a total price of 25 million, compared to a frigate even more expensive. At the same time, I also ordered a small industrial supply ship in this store. This is a type of logistics support ship with a huge cargo capacity and towing capacity. It can automatically gather and salvage loot, and at the same time repair and replenish ammunition for injured ships. Small industrial ships have a total of 300 cargo compartments, and each cargo compartment can hold 1,000 square meters of cargo. The total capacity is as high as 300,000 square meters, and the price is 30 million ships. These two ships alone cost more than half of the 100 million yuan, but they had to spend it. Then, I ordered a set of small ore crushing, screening and refining equipment, which can directly refine the finished refined ore. Among them, the crushing equipment cost 12 million, the screening equipment cost 12 million, and the refining equipment cost 15 million, a total of 39 million. Up. Adding the previous 55 million, he now only has 8.24 million left. Then, Li Qing tapped his head, deleted some items that he planned to buy before, and finally planned to buy some ammunition. I wanted to buy a set of standard base modules, a set of small water extraction and purification equipment, a cold storage, etc., but now I don't have enough money, so I'll just live on the frigate for a while. These can make do, but weapons and ammunition are not enough, they must be bought. Wait, there's not enough money. He suddenly remembered that it seemed that he had to hire a group of warship crews, not only needed to settle down, but also to be paid every month. He rubbed his head again, staring at the order list for a while. After a while, he opened a communication silently, and the light curtain popped open to reveal a middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit. He seemed to be talking to someone at this moment. Seeing Li Qing, he was slightly taken aback, and asked. It's Li Qing's nephew, what's the matter? He was not polite, and said straight to the point. Second uncle, I want to borrow money from you. The reason why I borrowed from the second uncle and not from the family is because the development stipulates that the family shall not have any additional borrowings except for the initial capital of 100 million. Li Lun looked at Li Qing Xiaoshu carefully, and said, how much do you want to borrow? Then he said, you know, based on your situation, it is impossible for second uncle to borrow much now, at most 100 million. Li Qing nodded and said, just 100 million. Okay, I'll send it to you later. By the way, you can prepare it by the way. Tonight, the Yu family is hosting a banquet for many young elites who have recently come to Ginman. I, Li family, are also invited. It will be good for you to participate. Thank you, second uncle. Try harder. The light curtain disappeared, and Li Lun shook his head. At this moment, a handsome young man standing beside him asked. Father, why would someone with no future like him borrow it? Li Lun replied, the pioneering experience has just begun, who knows if he can succeed. As far as his innate talent and usual performance are concerned, I don't believe what he can do. Li Lun smiled and said, so what, if he doesn't get ahead, he can still afford the money, and it will be directly deducted from the separation fee. Father is brilliant. Gao Ming, don't flatter me here, and prepare well later. I heard that the Pearl of the Yu family will also attend the banquet this time. I guess there is an idea of finding outstanding talents to marry among this group of children from various families. You should show it well. The boy couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Father, you think too highly of me. Although your son is a bit capable, he is still far away from that first-level arrogance, and women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Wait until I have a good performance in pioneering. The strength has become stronger. Are you afraid that there will be no suitable marriage partner by then? Li Lun was quite surprised when he heard that. Boy, who did you learn this idea from? It's my son. On the other side, Li Qing received a call from his second uncle for 100 million dollars less than 10 minutes after disconnecting. When I have money, I bought a set of standard base modules that I didn't have money to buy before. It includes a small main core command cabin with a size of 100,100,100 meters, 4 small auxiliary cabins with a size of 303,030 meters, plus a set of small electromagnetic radar, and 16 fully automatic sentry cannons. The total price is 25 million. A set of small water purification equipment is 1.5 million yuan, a medium-sized cold storage is 1.5 million yuan, and another batch of fresh water and food is ordered for 300,000 yuan. A small planetary interior vehicle, 25 meters long, can carry 150 people and carry 150 tons of cargo, costing 3.5 million. Then, 50 first-level clone workers were purchased. The whiteboard has no attributes, only 3 general-purpose brain plugs, and the lifespan is 20 years. One buyout is 100,000, and the total cost is 5 million. Comprehensively, it cost a total of 25 million plus 1.5 million plus 1.5 million plus 300,000 plus 3.5 million plus 5 million, a total of 36.8 million, and the remaining 71.44 million. Chapter 4 Effects of Innate Attributes. Then as to buy ammunition. There are 3 types of weapons on the frigate, namely AP slot point defense weapon, 2 machine guns, and 3 electromagnetic guns, so 3 kinds of weapons and ammunition are needed. Among them, the unit price of the shelling bullets for P slot point defense is 10 stars, and 100,000 bullets are a base number. According to the speed at which the bullets are fired, no matter what, you have to prepare 5 base number shelling bullets, which will cost you 5 million. Then the metal shells of S small electromagnetic guns cost 1,500 star yuan each. All electromagnetic guns, regardless of the size, have 100 shells as a base, and the total is 150,000 bases. He bought 50 bases in one go, a total of 5,000 pieces. Small metal cannonballs cost a total of 7.5 million stars. As for the shelling shells of the machine guns, it costs 150 yuan a piece, and 5,000 machine shells are used as a base, which adds up to a base of 750,000. Considering the firing frequency of the machine guns, a total of 10 bases were purchased for a total of 50,000 machine gun shells. The shells cost a total of 7.5 million. 5 million plus 7.5 million plus 7.5 million spent a total of 20 million. Then, a frigate needs 50 clone crew members, specially used to manually control various weapons and key equipment on the battleship. No salary is required, and the buyout price is 200,000. 3 senior crew members are used to assist the captain in commanding the crew on board, with a monthly salary of 100,000 plus. 1 frigate captain with a monthly salary of 500,000 plus, which can be temporarily saved, but the captain of the mining ship and the captain of the industrial ship cannot save it. For the recruitment of senior crew members, 1 month's salary is required in advance, so at the beginning, you have to spend 300,000 senior crew salary plus 500,002 equals 1 million captain's salary, a total of 1.3 million stars. Clones or buyouts, 50,200 for a total of 10 million stars. After finishing these, the money that should be spent is basically spent, and there is still 40.64 million temporarily reserved, which is mainly used for monthly wages and death benefits. The bought-out clones die as soon as they die, and the senior crew members are natural persons, who not only need wages, but also pay high pensions when they die in battle. The next step is to wait for the merchants to slowly deliver the ordered goods. The Ginman Galaxy is the capital of Ginman Province and also a trade center. Almost all the headquarters of large chambers of commerce are here, and the delivery speed is very fast, less than an hour. Communications came in one after another, and all the ordered goods were delivered one by one, and all were loaded into the industrial ship. As the planets slowly and automatically move to another angle, the light of the stars is no longer directly shining, and the night is gradually falling. The huge planets are lit up with neon lights one by one, and the huge starport is also shining brightly. The Yu family, the owner of Ginman Province, lives on colonial planet number 2. On this ocean planet, 92% of which is covered by seawater, the Yu family is located on a huge island of more than 100,000 square kilometers. In the evening, a small aircraft personally took Li Qing to the number 2 colony planet, and after entering the atmosphere, it flew directly to the island called the Magnificent Orb. Although the entire planet is open to outsiders, this planet is known for its culture and tourism, but without the permission of the Yu family, outsiders cannot enter the magnificent island. A group of buildings stretching for dozens of kilometers. There are no high-rise buildings, only exquisite small buildings and small courtyards dotted among the natural mountains and rivers, full of ancient Chinese style. Ordinary people like high-rise buildings. Rich people like to be close to nature like this. The aircraft stopped between a group of buildings. At this time, many aircrafts had already stopped here, and out of them came young girls with extraordinary appearances. The boys and girls looked at each other, and Li Qing nodded to them with a smile. The servant led him to a 3-story building that was supposed to be used by the Yu family to entertain guests. From the outside, it looked like it occupied a huge area, but the interior on the first floor seemed even wider. At this time, there were already many young people chatting in 2s and 3s. Most of them didn't recognize him, and they nodded their heads when they saw him. The Yu family invited not only the Li family, but also many children from big families from within the United Empire. They didn't know each other, so naturally they wouldn't look down on him like the Li family did. Speaking of which, Li Qing was quite puzzled. It seemed that there were more children from big families in Ginman province this year than he had imagined. This made him wonder whether the empire was going to make a big move. Although Li's family doesn't pay much attention to it, there is no shortage of noble elite education. His subconscious incarnation was very mediocre before, but now Li Qing's main consciousness dominates, and his powerful innate attributes are immediately revealed. Super high memory can clearly recall the content of many noble elite courses that have been attended, coupled with the same strong perception, keenly aware of a trace of abnormality. I remember that in the past, most of the young children of the Empire's major families went to the Faust star field farther north of the Empire's main star field, and were entangled with a powerful alien civilization called Bruin Union that occupied it for thousands of years. In the past, the main direction of attack has always been that side, and most of the young juniors who pioneered the main lords of the major armies went to that side to make contributions every year. But this time, it seems that the main force has come to Ginman province, which is a bit unusual. Of course, Li Qing is not too sure now, maybe there are just a little more people this year. The banquet was held on the second floor, but it was still early. Some young people from the Yu family had come, and none of the elders had arrived, so many young people gathered in small circles to chat. I didn't go in, so I ate alone on the edge with a plate of dim sum food. It would be a bit impolite if it was at a high-end reception, but it is normal for young people to have a reception like this. A lot of young people who are not good at socializing or eating like him. For him, this is actually just a formality, to give face to the local landlord Yu family. After all, he has to hang around on other people's land. For a long time, some people will continue to play here for 10 years. Maybe it will be possible in the future if you ask them for help or something. If you are familiar with them now, you won't be embarrassed in the future. Not long after, I had only eaten 3 pieces of snacks. Suddenly there was a loud noise at the door. Looking up at the door, a group of young handsome men and beautiful women walked in, surrounded by 2 middle-aged men and a mature lady. Li Qing and those who ate around hurriedly put down their food, wiped their hands and stood up. The food can be eaten later, but it is impolite for the owner to still eat when he comes over. You can lie flat and rotten, but you can't lose face of your family. Unless you behave badly and leave the family 10 years later, what you want to do at that time has nothing to do with the family. The crowd flocked to the center, and one of the handsome middle-aged men stretched out his hand and pressed it. The hall suddenly fell silent, and said in a deep voice, "I am Yu Lizzie. On behalf of the Yu clan, I welcome the elites from the Empire to this banquet. The main purpose of this banquet is for everyone to get to know and communicate with each other. The other purpose is that the Patriarch spent 10 civilization points a while ago to create a special. It is a channel belonging to pioneering elites, and we invite you to join this channel." As soon as the voice fell, it could be seen that everyone was a little surprised, and Li Qing also showed surprise. At the same time, his perception far beyond ordinary people made him keenly aware that this year's development is indeed different from previous years. Civilization points can only be obtained when there is a war between different player civilizations, either by causing a huge blow to the hostile civilization, or by doing things that are beneficial to the entire civilization. As for the so-called channel, this needs no explanation, and everyone knows it. At the beginning, each region has only one regional channel. If you want to add a new regional channel, you need to use civilization points to communicate with the hidden system to increase it. The system is just a synonym. It is only because the rules of the new universe are digitized, and everything in the entire universe is digitized like a game, so it is called a system. If you change to the world of Shenxia, it can be called the Tao of Heaven, and if you change to the world of fantasy, it can be called Gaia Consciousness, etc. The names are different, but the meanings are the same. Just like Ginman province, there was only one regional channel at the beginning, and 2 to a dozen regional channels were added later, all of which were increased by the Yu family, the ruler of Ginman province, by consuming civilization points. Of course, individual players can also add channels. For example, all legions must have a legion internal channel. Here comes the important point. The more civilization points consumed to establish a channel, the more people the channel can accommodate, the wider the coverage area, and the higher the encryption degree of the channel. Ordinary private channels such as legions can be established with a few civilization points, but this new channel consumes 10 civilization points, which is an exaggeration. Civilization points are very useful for big forces, and they are extremely difficult to obtain. Normally, it is enough to spend 1 point to create a channel, but now it costs 10 points to create one, and personally pulls them into the channel. There must be something inside this. Li Qing turned his mind quickly, searched his memory, combined with the information he saw in his memory to deduce it, and quickly came to a conclusion. Either the Yu family will make a big move, or the Empire will make a big move against Tianjin Starfield. Wait, is there any big action on the third Zutar star field between the Emperor's seat star field of the Fourth Empire headquarters and the second Tianjin star field? He pinched his chin and thought for a while, feeling that his guess was very close to the truth. Located between the headquarters of the Empire and the overseas province of Ginman, the Zutar star field has a width of about 12,000 light-years, a length of about 7,000 light-years, and a thickness of 3,600 light-years. Most of the area is covered by a huge nebula, rich in the nebula containing microelectronics, and strange radiation dust has a great impact on the electronic equipment of the battleship. The deeper it goes, the greater the impact, and it can even affect the navigation of the battleship. It is precisely because of the influence of this radiation nebula covering more than 80% of the Zutar star field, it is obviously close to the mainland of the United Empire, but it has not been conquered. For thousands of years, no one has been able to do anything to anyone. Li Qing speculates that the Imperial Senate may feel that it has been unable to do anything about the Bruin United Civilization, so it is better to change the general direction and go south, opening a passage between the Zutar star field. Once a stable channel can be penetrated between the dust nebula, Ginman province, which is lonely overseas, will no longer be an overseas province, and the army can directly enter Ginman province through the Zutar star field, and travel in Ginman. The province serves as a springboard to conquer the second Tianjin star field and bring this huge star field under the rule of the empire. With such a huge star field, more military lords will definitely be born, and maybe even a new Star Sea Lord may be born. The United Empire of Mankind is even stronger, and it may be able to overwhelm the Bruin United Civilization. This road must be difficult to get through, otherwise I would have tried it a long time ago, but going north to the Bruin United Civilization is even more difficult to fight. It has been fighting for thousands of years, consuming countless resources and losing an unknown number of warships, forcing the lords of the Senate had to change strategy and retry the original abandoned plan. The more Li Qing thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were very close to the truth. With the awakening of the innate talent of the Son of the Stars, all innate attributes plus 20 points. Known knowledge infers changes in the situation. The more information there is, the closer the inference is to the truth. Maybe not as good as those legendary staff and famous ministers who are so wise and close to monsters. He is a real talent. He is deduced by combining powerful innate attributes with various information. It is equivalent to a humanoid computer, with strong reasoning and logic. But without the frequent flashes of inspiration from those legendary ministers, that's not what innate attributes can do. But even so, it is still very strong. After all, the number of such legendary officials is too small. To establish a territory in the future, talents from various fields are needed. I hope to have the opportunity to find a real strong advisor. Guesses are guesses. No matter what the truth is, this actually has little to do with Li Qing, at least not in the early stage. He doesn't have the resources of those direct descendants, so what he has to do in the early stage is to bury his head in making money. Yu Lizzie didn't stay for long. After announcing the news, he stayed for a while, introduced them to a few members of the Yu clan, and then left. TCH, my father lied to me that the pearl of the Yu family was here, but not only did he not come, but also those arrogances who were said to have the innate talent of the purple epic class did not come. Li Qing heard someone complaining, turned around and saw a white-haired boy looking over, and said hello to himself. Li Qing's cousin. Li Qingqi said, "Is that so?" Li Lai. The white-haired boy added another sentence. "My father is Li Lun. So it's my second uncle's, let's go together." "Let's go. The big beauty from the Yu family hasn't come, so there's nothing to see." Li Qing casually asked, "What beauty from the Yu family?" Li Lai showed surprise. "Haven't you heard of the pearl of the Yu family? I heard that it is not only beautiful, but also awakened the innate talent of the purple epic level. It was born with a relic to accompany it. It was named by the head of the Yu family as a child of the family when it was born. The heir of the patriarch of a generation is a true-born noble daughter." "Ah, I haven't heard of it." The subconscious mind was reincarnated into the Li family for 18 years, and Li Qing was quite surprised that he had never heard of it. "You can try it," Li Lai said with a smile. "This noble daughter of the Yu family is the next heir to the patriarch of the Yu family. It is impossible to marry outside. There is a high probability of recruiting a husband, and the husband she recruits should not be too strong. You don't have much chance in the family anyway, why don't you try to get in touch? Chapter 6 Injustice and Departure. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Then why don't you go? You have a better chance than me. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. It's also possible to increase your speed of drawing your sword. You are better than me regardless of your family status or your own innate talent. Maybe you can do it if you work hard. Becoming the daughter-in-law of the Yu family can also get a lot of resources. This can't improve your sword drawing speed. Li Lai glanced at him with strange eyes, then waved his hand. Add a friend, and I will find you for a drink when I come back next time. Li Qing agreed to the friend's invitation, and waved his hand, and the two left by aircraft. Li Lai tilted his head and watched him leave the figure, and said to himself. It's not as is rumored, is it? Is it pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Shaking his head, the aircraft soared into the sky and flew towards the starport where the battleship was parked. After returning to Xingang, Li Qing went to the insurance company first, and bought a copy of insurance for the frigate, mining ship, and industrial ship he purchased. The insurance value is 1% of the total appraised value of the ship. If an accident sinks, you can get a certain percentage of the total appraisal value of the ship as compensation depending on the circumstances of the accident. For a newcomer like him, the maximum compensation percentage at the beginning is 25%. Then I went to the crew hall again, and brought out the previously recruited 50 clone crew members, 50 clone workers, 3 senior crew members and 2 captains. The starport is fixed on the orbit of the planet. It is a building like a snowflake. It is divided into hundreds of layers. There are many small spaceships and warships moored on each layer. Medium and large ships or warships are not allowed to park here. Can only stop in Star City. His frigates, mining ships, and industrial ships are all parked on the 77th floor. Like him, there are many players with a bunch of crew or clone cannon fodder. Most of them have more people than him, and they are inconspicuous among them. 50 ordinary crew members enter the frigate, and the 50 clones are divided into 2, respectively entering the mining ship and the industrial ship, and the 2 captains are also in place. Li Qing entered the frigate and stepped onto the bridge, the interior lights automatically turned on, and a crisp electronic voice sounded. Welcome back, Commander. Sit down on the command seat. 2 of the 3 senior crew members sit on the left and right deputy command seats, and the other stands behind Li Qing. The 3 senior crew members are respectively a deputy captain. Their main responsibilities are to control the internal facilities of the battleship according to the battleship and combat situation, command ordinary crew members to fight and maintain, and so on. The other is the battleship operator, who assists the captain to control the battleship. He usually has no tasks. When the captain is resting, or when the battleship enters a combat state, or when the captain is away, the battleship operator has the right to temporarily take over the control of the battleship, but only control the navigation and combat of warships. The 3rd senior crew member is the staff officer, whose main duty is to receive orders from the fleet commander and pass them on to the captain, or pass on the orders of the captain to various positions on the ship, and provide references for the captain or commander. In fact, in addition to these 3, there are many subdivisions of senior crew members. For example, some larger warships will also be subdivided into professional pilots, signal supervisors, tactical guides, maintenance supervisors, logistics supervisors, naval gun supervisors, and hangar supervisors, multiple staff officers and so on. The bigger the battleship, the more it will be. The frigate is small in size, with only 3 senior crew members. Of course, if you want money, you can insist on recruiting a bunch of senior crew members. After all, the crew members were familiar with the position on the ship and some things that they had ordered before were in place. Li Qing gave an order, and the frigate slowly started, and the screen outside the transparent bridge slowly moved from facing the starport to space, with ships of different sizes. The battleship glides through the starry sky, and his frigate is inconspicuous among them. Ding dong. There is new information. He opened it, and the light curtain bounced off Li Lai's projection to appear on the bridge. He has changed into a dark green military uniform at this time, with a command knife on his waist, and said in a pause high spirits. Look how handsome I am. Li Qing immediately noticed that his bridge seemed to be different from his own, so he didn't answer at all but asked rhetorically. Aren't you a frigate? No fun. But you have vision. This is a Hurricane-class destroyer. My mother bought it for me with her own money. Isn't it handsome? Handsome. The Hurricane class is the elite template of destroyers. Its attributes are stronger than the normal Tornado class. The bare ship is as high as 200 million, and it can be more than 300 million in a minute with a full set of weapons. If it is equipped with all level 4 or 5 weapons and accessories, the total price is 5 or 6 billion is normal. Li Lai's mother's support for her son's first development is definitely not bad. It must be the best 5-level configuration. It is estimated that it has been modified, so the price will be higher, and it may exceed 600 million. The pioneering family will not have any additional resources other than the basic 100 million, but the rules are dead, and people are alive. Is it a problem for the mother to give her son some private money? No problem. Because this is the default unspoken rule. People are selfish, and every parent wants to make their children live better, so that they can surpass others at the starting line. The rules limit the extra support from the paternal side, but do not limit the support from the mother and matriarchal family. If the matrilineal side has money, it will be arranged early on. It is the simplest and most rude to directly prepare a boat or prepare hundreds of millions or even billions of funds. If you want to save face, you will wait a while, or arrange a designated task, and reward you directly. Battleships or tens of billions of initial funds, as well as a steady stream of follow-up resource supplies, are all within the rules. Rules are dead, but people are alive. There has never been such a thing as absolute fairness in the world. Li Qing has no complaints about this. After all, he can have his mother's support, and he has a golden finger, a universe in his palm, which is his biggest hole card, and the biggest unfairness to others. Of course he will not complain. If the initial capital is not as good as it is not as good as it is. He neither needs inheritance rights, nor does he need anyone's approval, and he doesn't need to compete with others at all. Make money step by step, grow slowly, and one day will surpass those so-called arrogant. The 3 ships left the starport according to the scheduled route, and the spacecraft began to accelerate and began to enter the sub-light speed state. The so-called sub-light speed refers to curvature navigation. The speed of the spacecraft is infinitely accelerated to close to the speed of light by the jump engine. In this state, the speed can reach hundreds of millions of kilometers or even hundreds of millions of kilometers per hour, and the highest is infinitely close to the speed of light. The substances in the universe belong to different levels and cannot interact with each other. The universe is extremely far away. Even in this solar system, the distance between planets is measured in hundreds of millions of kilometers, not to mention that the distance between galaxies is measured in light years. In the Ginman galaxy, due to the influence of the main star city's transition interception force field covering the entire galaxy, the enemy fleet cannot directly jump to the Ginman galaxy, and the warships in the galaxy cannot directly jump out of the hyperspace, and can only leave the Ginman galaxy at sub-light speed to neighboring galaxies and then jump to other galaxies through the hyperspace engine. Around the Ginman galaxy, on the edge of the gravitational well, there are 10 fixed wormholes, through which you can travel in all directions plus 10 directions. The direction Li Qing walked was south. According to the position of the Ginman galaxy in the new Milky Way, a huge galactic disk has 4 spiral arms, and the Perseus spiral arms are located in the north of the new Milky Way. Starting from the edge of the silver disk is the first star field of the Perseus spiral arm, Timor star field, where an alien civilization named Kelzaka Star Sea Empire spans the first star field and a part of the silver disk area. Extreme militarism and xenophobic thoughts, firmly guarding the passage of the Perseus spiral arm to the Yinpan area. If the United Empire of Mankind can't go north to the depths of the Perselian arm, and go south to enter the huge silver plate star field, it must defeat this powerful alien civilization. But if you think about it from another angle, this powerful alien civilization is also the gatekeeper of human civilization. If the player civilization located in the Yinpan area wants to attack human civilization, it must first defeat this alien civilization. But then again, judging from the strength of the Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire than the Brewer United Civilization, if there is a player civilization that can defeat this alien civilization and go north to enter the Perseus spiral arm, it will be a great deal for the United Empire of Mankind. Definitely bad news. That is to say, the south of the second Tianjin starfield is the Timor starfield, the north is the third Zutar starfield, and further north is the Emperor Seat starfield, the headquarters of the United Human Empire. Li Qing guessed that this time, many descendants of military lord families from the headquarters of the empire will mostly develop in the north, and the competition will definitely be great at that time. Instead of getting in and competing with them, it is better to go south and develop silently. Anyway, Ginman province only occupies a very small part of the Tianjin star field, less than 1%, and there is still a huge star field under exploration. The 10 closest galaxies outside the capital of Ginman are JINMEN1 galaxies, but the numbers on the star map are JMD-1 galaxies, where JM stands for Ginman, D stands for the east of Ginman, and 1 stands for the first galaxy east of Ginman. Among them, the middle D changes with the direction, the south is N, and the west is replaced by the letter X. If it is southeast, it is naturally DN, if it is above, it is replaced by S+, and below is S, not X. Leaving the Ginman galaxy, the nearest few galaxies have a lot of people. The U family has fixed bases in the nearby galaxies, and many trading companies put their warehouses here instead of the Ginman galaxy, which is very expensive. It wasn't until about 5 hops away from the Ginman galaxy that the spaceship slowly shunted and decreased. The fleet came to the JMN6 galaxy. Li Qing did not accelerate as before, but deviated from the normal channel and entered an uninhabited area, and some wild monsters gradually appeared in the void. The so-called wild monsters are some weak warships that spawn monsters in the wild. The most common ones are pirate gunboats. Occasionally, there will be some warships of criminal groups with slightly stronger combat effectiveness, or rebel warships with extremely strong combat effectiveness. There is a very small probability that some abnormalities will be refreshed. Most of them are a fleet led by high-level warships, or a wild monster base. The combat power is very strong. Players jokingly call it boss. After destroying it, some blueprints and high-level accessories will be released, which are very valuable. The spawn frequency of wild monsters near the Ginman galaxy is not high, and the danger is not high, and there are patrol fleets patrolling back and forth every day to ensure the safety of the main commercial shipping lanes, so it is called a high-security area. The general range of the high-security area is between 15 hops and 20 hops, that is, starting from the Ginman galaxy, passing through at most 15 galaxies in 10 directions, and each time you pass through a galaxy is called a hop. More than 20 jumps is no longer a high-security area, but a low-security area. Because in the past, the pioneers were all centered on Ginman to develop outwards. The closer to the Ginman galaxy, the more active players, whether it is a large or small team or a player's personal base, is everywhere. The refreshed wild monsters will be cleared after a short time. But correspondingly, both the high security and low security areas have been occupied by former pioneers. Li Qing has traveled all the way, and every galaxy is full of players' personal bases. Sometimes there are several players on a barren planet. The player's base. All resources have been divided and occupied by previous pioneers. If newcomers want to develop and make money, they must go farther away from the Ginman galaxy, or even go to the edge of the province. The 3 ships left the channel, avoiding the pirate gunboats wandering aimlessly, and came behind a meteorite with a diameter of 70 to 80 kilometers. Li Qing had a thought, and a circle of ripples appeared in the void behind the frigate, and a black hole opened, rapidly expanding to a diameter of about 1 kilometer, and then he ordered mining ships and industrial ships to enter the black hole. The 2 captains were a little apprehensive, so they sent a communication to inquire. Li Qing told them that this was the effect of a relic, and let them enter it temporarily. Relics are treasures with magical abilities, and any ability may appear. Although relics with independent space are not common, they are not uncommon. These captains have heard of them, so they have no doubts, and they successively send mining ships to sailing into the black hole with the industrial ship. As the owner of the universe in the palm, Li Qing immediately noticed 2 spaceships appearing on the edge of the universe in the palm, and they parked in the void according to his order without moving. In fact, it doesn't matter if you move or move in the palm universe. There is nothing in the entire palm universe, which is comparable to a galaxy. No one except him can enter the high-dimensional fortress, the only witness of the stars. Without the 2 oil bottles of the mining ship and the industrial ship, a frigate can go on the road lightly, and its speed and flexibility are many times stronger than before. Return to the waterway and continue on the road. Generally, the diameter of the gravitational well of galaxies is about 50 or more astronomical units, and the larger ones are hundreds of astronomical units, that is, the diameter of 7 billion to 15 billion kilometers. For example, the gravitational well of the solar system, that is, the diameter of Neptune's orbit around the Sun is 60 astronomical units, which is 9 billion kilometers. In the interior of the galaxy, it can only sail at sublight speed at most, that is, the maximum speed cannot exceed 1.08 billion kilometers per hour. It cannot exceed this speed. Even if you have been sailing at this super high speed, it will take several hours to emerge from the wormhole at the edge of the galaxy and traverse the entire galaxy to the wormhole on the other side. In fact, after coming out of the wormhole, it is impossible to enter the sublight speed state for a long distance, and it can only sail at a normal speed, and it is the same when it is about to approach the wormhole. If there is a military base in the area passing at sublight speed, there are various interference force fields or interception force fields, it may be forcibly intercepted. There are many player bases in high security and low security areas, and there will inevitably be various interference force fields and interception force fields. Therefore, in high security and low security areas, they often enter the sublight speed state in segments, which will greatly reduce the speed of travel. Theoretically, it only takes about 10 hours to pass 60 astronomical units, but in fact it takes 50% or more time. So it will take more than 10 days to cross the high security area. The low security area may be faster, but not much faster. Chapter 7: Building a Base. Li Qing's destination is to pass through the entire low security area, pass through the entire low risk and medium risk areas, enter the high risk area, and find a galaxy that is not occupied by other teams and does not belong to other spheres of influence to establish a personal base. Although it is dangerous, there is no need to be taxed. Some large legions will occupy a large number of galaxies. Set up outposts in these galaxies, patrol fleets to clear wild monsters, and establish low security areas one by one. Non-legion casual players can mine in the low-security galaxies occupied by these large legions, but each mine can only be sold to the legion, and the price must be lowered, that is, taxation. Although it is safe, the profit is lower than wild mining. A lot of. If you have no ambitions, this is not a way to pay off. You can even directly join the legion as an industrial player. Any legion welcomes this kind of industrial player, even more than combat players. Any legion is composed of a small number of combat players and a large number of mining and industrial players. For example, an official legion has a total of 10,000 official members, almost all of whom have part-time jobs, have their own mining fleet, establish personal bases in the galaxies controlled by the legion, and establish industrial factories to produce various commodities for sale. Besides, in any official legion, there are at least 10 times or even dozens of times the peripheral affiliated members of the official members, all of whom are miners or industrial players, who specialize in making money to supply the legion. Here, raising a warship is very, very costly. Take a frigate as an example. In addition to the 10 million buyout clone crew, the senior crew needs to pay 300,000 plus the captain's salary of 500,000 every month, and a basic maintenance fee of 200,000 is required. Moonlight alone needs 1 million to maintain this frigate. In addition, if there is a battle, ammunition consumption is required, and energy shield replenishment needs to consume energy blocks. The death of the crew requires compensation. If the battleship is damaged in a fierce battle, repairs are a lot of money. This does not include the cost of configuring better weapons and equipment for the battleship, and the cost of modifying and strengthening the battleship, which is the big one. It can be said that simply buying a ship is not expensive, but maintaining a ship is the big deal. A naked frigate costs 20 million, and it costs 30 to 40 million when it is fully equipped with 5-level weapons and accessories, and it costs tens of millions to refit and strengthen it. The consumption of a top-equipped frigate is estimated to reach 100 million. Then the salary plus maintenance fee for 1 year is already 12 million, and 120 million for 10 years of service. If it is not destroyed halfway. If a frigate is not destroyed, it can serve for up to 50 or 60 years, and the salary alone is 700 to 800 million. Add 10 years of various maintenance costs, ammunition costs for battle losses, etc. And this is just a frigate. So, in the Star Sea, the strength of a team is not judged by how many combat players and warships you have, but by your economy and industry. When the cannon is fired, gold is worth 10,000 gold, and what is fought in war is money. This has been the case since ancient times. Li Qing's plan is to first establish a personal base in a suitable distant galaxy, and concentrate on mining to make money first. He is going to use the way he used to store mining ships and industrial ships to open a channel connecting the universe in his palm, store meteorites in it, and then take them out and use the set of small crushing extraction and refining equipment to refine all the raw ore into refined ore. This saves space and can be sold at a higher price. After a year and a half, I will go back to the Ginman galaxy, or sell it to a nearby team or legion, save more money for a few more waves, and then I will consider increasing the number of warships. So in the early stage, I just ignored everything and focused on development. As time passed, the frigate passed through galaxies and entered the depths of the starry sky. Having nothing to do for a long time, he tried to enter the channel newly opened by the Yu family, and found that although he could enter, but because it was just established, the settings in it were not perfect, and it was impossible to separate the small branch channels and small rooms. In the channel, there are not many people communicating. Li Qing watched for a while, then closed the channel without saying a word. Those who can enter this channel are either the children of military masters and powerful families, or the descendants of big families from all over the world. After crossing the 226th galaxy to the south, he ran for about 3 months. After crossing the southernmost boundary of the Skywatcher Legion, he no longer crossed slowly, but turned on the hyperspace engine and began to leap forward. The maximum jump range of the 3-stage jump engine is 30 light years. According to the star system distance of Tianjin star field, it can jump about 5 or 6 galaxies in one go, which saves a lot of time. Running and jumping all the way to more than 100 galaxies, the frigate no longer jumps, and no longer travels at sub-light speed. Every time I enter a galaxy, I will drill in and turn around, looking for a suitable place to build a personal base. A frigate is very flexible. There are all kinds of wild monster warships here. I found it early and avoided it in advance. If I couldn't avoid it, I turned around and went back to another road. Anyway, I didn't specify a destination, so the journey was safe and sound. There are 350 or 60 hops away from the Ginman galaxy, thousands of light years away, and they have left the Ginman province and entered an unknown area. However, there are still players here, but there are only a small number of players on the road. I only occasionally saw some player battleships guarding a few armed transport ships, probably transporting ore or industrial products produced by themselves to sell. Every time he saw one, he greeted him from a distance, and took over the communication to ask about the nearby situation. Quickly obtained a few coordinates that they thought met his requirements, and the frigate turned to one of the galaxies and flew. JMN 348 Galaxy. A main sequence star is a K-type star, which is theoretically the most suitable main sequence star for the birth of life-bearing planets, but it is a pity that this star system did not give birth to life-like planets, and on the contrary, there is no imagination in its theoretical optimal habitable zone planet, but a huge belt of broken asteroids. In addition, there is a larger asteroid belt at the edge of the star system close to the gravitational well, which means that this star system has 2 asteroid belts. As we all know, the asteroid belt is composed of countless meteorites and broken asteroid remains. Generally speaking, it is rich in various ores, and occasionally there are some rare ores of high value. The coordinates of this galaxy come from a player named Yang Yunbo, that is, a transport fleet player I met before, and his personal base is in this galaxy. According to Yang Yunbo, because there are 2 asteroid belts in this galaxy, it is rich in mineral resources. There are a total of 6 players who settled here and established personal bases. They are all individual players, and like him, they are the ones who are dedicated to making money. The galaxy is so big, and the asteroid belt surrounds the stars. 100 players can't finish it all together. There is no competition at all. On the contrary, there are many people and a companion. After all, this place is far away from Ginman province, and there are very few players coming here. If you come a few more, you can chat together and have dinner occasionally. Li Qing drove the frigate to the asteroid belt in the inner circle first, and spent 2 days going around it. Through space geology and mineral analysis and other skills, he roughly determined that the ore classification of the asteroid belt is mainly metal ore, and a small amount spar mine, a large number of rock mines. Minmetals refers to the common gold, silver, copper, iron and tin. The price varies. However, under normal circumstances, various types of iron ore or copper-like ore are common. The price of raw ore is 15 stars for iron ore, and 31 stars for copper-like ore. Yuan sighed. Of course, this refers to the current price, which may not be the same price after a while. Although everything in the new universe is digitized and the rules of the world are like games, it is not a real game after all, but a real universe. Prices are determined according to output and demand, and change at any time. There is no fixed price. Even if it is the same original iron ore, the prices in different places are different. The price of iron ore in Ginman province is definitely different from that in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind. And iron-like ore is a general term, and it is subdivided into different types of iron, such as magnet, hematite, siderite, iron sulfide, etc. There is a slight difference in price, but not much. In the end, Li Qing did not choose the location of the base in the asteroid belt, but on a satellite of a large planet more than 70 million kilometers away from the asteroid belt. The reason why it is not placed in the asteroid belt is mainly to consider that some collection devices can be placed on this large planet in the future to collect some planetary materials, and by the way, to see if there are large mineral veins on this planet. There are many mines in the asteroid belt, and there are mines on the planets, but there is no asteroid belt full of meteorites that are easy to collect, and a mining base needs to be established on the planet to dig mines, which is too laborious. But if some high-value planetary material can be found on the planet, that investment is nothing. The so-called planetary material refers to all the minerals that can only be produced on the planet. The value is not too high, but the advantage is that as long as the collection mine is established, it can be collected automatically. It only needs to be harvested at a fixed point, without too much effort. This planet, which is not marked on the star map, has a diameter of 11,545 kilometers. According to the Star C standard, it is a barren planet with a size of 23 grids. It is worth mentioning that the diameter of the Earth in the old universe was 12,756 kilometers. According to the current Star C standard, it is a second-class continental planet with a size of 25 squares. Every 500 kilometers of the equatorial diameter is calculated as 1 square. The frigate circled the planet and found that this barren planet, which is slightly smaller than the Earth, has a thin atmosphere, but there is no trace of water vapor or life on the planet. It is the most common barren planet in the starry sky. This planet has 3 satellites. The largest diameter is 2,100 kilometers, not as big as the Moon, the smallest is only 530 kilometers, and there is no atmosphere. After a preliminary observation, he placed the base on the satellite in the middle. The frigate stopped in the orbit of the number 2 satellite, reopened the Palm Space Channel, and the mining ship and the industrial ship drove out and parked around the frigate. Fortunately, there are no wild monsters near this planet, and no abnormal points have been spawned. It seems safe now. The diameter of the number 2 satellite is only about 1,400 kilometers, and its gravitational force is smaller than that of the Moon. Small warships such as frigates can directly land on the surface of the satellite. Levi contacted the mining ship and the industrial ship through the network system of the warship radar, and remotely commanded the industrial ship to stop slowly at the bottom of a huge annular crater on the number 2 satellite. As we all know, a satellite without an atmosphere cannot withstand meteorites in space at all. Meteorites collide almost every day, forming shock waves. Bases built on the surface are prone to damage from various shock waves. Hiding in craters can avoid this problem. At the same time, hiding in the crater can also avoid the radar scanning of warships in space. Unless you happen to see it, the normal radar scan will not scan the base in the crater. The industrial ship stopped in this crater with a diameter of 4 to 5 kilometers and a depth of more than 200 meters. The hatch door was opened wide, and packed containers were put down one by one. Li Qing was sitting in the command room, rubbing his chin with his hands, looking at the huge light curtain in front of him, giving orders from time to time. Wait until all the boxes are put down, and then the 10-meter-high mining robots fall down one by one, open these containers, take out the base modules inside, and assemble them according to the assembly plan preset earlier. With the development of science and technology, module assembly has entered all aspects. Not only these buildings, but even the construction of warships have achieved module assembly. Divide the battleship into different blocks according to standard modules, and different factories produce different modules, and finally transport them to one piece and assemble them into shapes. However, this kind of warship has a flaw. Because it is assembled in modules rather than formed in one piece, it is destined not to enter the interior of a planet with strong gravity. Once it enters, it is easy for the modules to break apart and fall due to the strong gravity. So in the Star Sea, only small ships such as frigates can enter the interior of the planet. Destroyers and above are generally unable to enter, and can only be parked above the orbit of the planet to carry out orbital bombing. It took half a month to put together the core module of the base. The interior space of the core module with a diameter of 100 meters 100 meters 100 meters is extremely large and can be subdivided into multiple layers. Li Qing divided it into 10 layers according to 10 meters. The main control room is placed on the 5th floor. This thing is made of composite metal and contains various compartments, which can greatly buffer the impact of small meteorites in space, and isolate most of the harsh environment from the extreme environment in space. The surface is also equipped with a layer of energy-absorbing layer, which can absorb the light energy of stars and various radiation rays in the starry sky as energy, and can provide energy for the base even in extreme environments, maintaining the minimum energy demand. Then move all the 16 fully automatic sentry guns to the top of the main core cabin, and put them in groups of 4 at the 4 corners. Then, the 4 30 meters 30 meters 30 meters auxiliary cabins are all placed in the east of the core cabin, side by side. At the same time, the height of 30 meters is divided into 3 layers, and each layer is also 10 meters. Then, put the small ore crushing, screening and refining equipment outside the base. The main reason is that it cannot fit inside. Although it is only a small set, crushing, refining and refining are actually 3 sets of machines. The size is quite large. Any one of the auxiliary cabins is not enough to put other things in it. When the time comes, guide the raw ore in and refine it. There is no place to pile them up, so it is better to just put them outside. When the time comes, the raw ore collected will be thrown directly into the crater around the base. After refining, it will be stored in the attached warehouse. After a certain amount is accumulated, it will be stored in the Palm universe. Chapter 8 Pirate Gunship. As for the small electromagnetic radar, it is placed at the highest point on the edge of the circular crater. The radar is not big, so just move some stones and pile it there to cover it up. Finally, small water purification equipment and medium-sized cold storage are placed at the bottom of the main core cabin, and all food and water are stored in the cold storage. Then put 50 first-level clones into the base to assign different tasks, and a small base was formed, which took him more than half a month in total. As soon as the base was built, he couldn't wait to take the 2 boats to the asteroid belt tens of millions of kilometers away to prepare for mining. The 3 ships departed from the sub-light speed an hour later. When the spaceship entered the ordinary matter level, Li Qing stood up from the command chair and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling glass of the bridge. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I can't see the dense meteorite belt at the edge, but there seems to be a huge artificial creation deep in a pile of gray meteorites not far away. Let the mining ship and the industrial ship stop in place, and the frigate slowly approached. As soon as it slid into the meteorite belt, a strangely shaped spaceship flew out from behind the huge artificial creation. The frigate shuttled around among the meteorites, observed from the angles of different meteorite gaps, and found several strange-looking and old-looking spaceships in a row, until one of the spaceships happened to be spraying with 2 welding torches. Blinding mining lasers were cutting through a meteorite before he realized it was a wild-armed mining ship. This is also a kind of wild monster. It usually appears in the asteroid belt and also mines, but it has a small amount of force. If it is destroyed, there will be a chance to get some collected raw ore. Correspondingly, when there are generally wild-armed mining ships, there must be a mining base and a fleet to defend the base. The specific size of the fleet depends on the size of the mining base. It is worth mentioning that if this kind of mining base is not cleared for a long time, the scale will gradually expand. When the ore collected gradually increases, the mining base will expand, and then more armed mining ships and escorts will be produced, and more ore will be mined to expand again. This kind of expansion is very slow. If you ignore it for a year, you may only add a few mining ships. But in theory, there is no limit to this kind of expansion. If you leave it there for hundreds of years and ignore it, you can also raise a huge base. There may even be cases where there are cruisers or even battleships in the escort. In high security and low security areas, it is absolutely impossible to have large mining bases, even in low risk areas. Only when they are far away from player activity areas and no players come over for a long time, these refreshed wild monsters will grow slowly. After observing for a period of time, Li Qing confirmed that they had nearly 20 frigates and 1 destroyer, and then gave up the plan to do it. He returned, took the mining ship and the industrial ship, turned around and went 10,000 kilometers away to the other side and entered the meteorite belt. The frigate was guarding it, and the captain of the mining ship controlled the mining ship to enter the meteorite belt and start mining. The captain of the mining ship is a very ordinary whiteboard captain. Like ordinary players, he also has 5 brain slots, that is, 5 skill slots, and now 4 slots are full. Our mining ship operation LV3, mining robot operation skill LV4, space geology LV2, mineral analysis LV2, and mining technology LV3. This so-called brain insertion is actually a skill slot. All players have 5 general-purpose brain slots. Afterwards, each advanced basic modulation or deep prosthesis implantation will add a brain slot, regardless of advanced genetic adjustments. Or prosthetic implants, the upper limit is 5 times, that is, only 5 brain slots can be added. In addition, if the player has the opportunity to succeed in genetic ascension, or psionic ascension, or mechanical ascension, the performance will increase by 5 general-purpose brain slots at a time. If there is a chance to achieve the second advanced ascension based on the original ascension, another 10 general-purpose brain slots will be added. This is the so-called one-stage ascension and two-stage ascension. Of course, the benefits of ascension are not limited to this point, this is just brain plugging. Each one brain slot is added, how many skills can be learned at the same time, but this does not mean that everyone can only learn so many skills. It is important to know that most of the skills exist in the form of skill chips. You can get the current skills by inserting the skill chip into the brain plug. The skill chip taken out can be saved, and it needs to be reinserted in the future, and the skill level is still the original level. So in theory, everyone can be an all-rounder, able to master all skills in the world. The premise is that you have so much energy to improve so many skills. It is worth mentioning that most of the skill chips other than basic skills can be traded, such as mining ship operation, mining robot operation, space geology and other skills can be traded. If you don't want to spend time and effort learning, directly buy these skill chips to use. However, skill chips purchased directly cannot continue to be upgraded, and the number of levels purchased will always be as many as possible. Li Qing himself has only 5 brain implants, but after awakening the talent of the Son of the Stars, the number of brain implants is directly adjusted to 20, which is 4 times that of ordinary people. Before leaving the Ginman galaxy a few months ago, I spent several million to buy a large number of zero-level skill chips that can be improved, and I plan to use my 10 times experience bonus to refresh my skills. Now he has 6 skill chips loaded, one of which is the basic naval command skill LV3, which is a basic skill and cannot be traded. The other 5 are frigate operation LV4, space geography LV3, space perception LV3, signal analysis LV3, and evasive maneuver theory LV3. These skill chips have been equipped long ago, and they have been accumulating experience for several months. Now they have been upgraded to LV3. And because he has been on the frigate, the skill of frigate operation has been upgraded to LV4. Basic naval command skills. The basic skills of naval commanders. Attributes. Command fleet speed plus 5% per level, weapon fire rate plus 3%, weapon damage 2%, basic command ship capacity 200, each level plus 50 ship capacity. Frigate operation LV4. The speed of the frigate operated by each level is plus 5%, the starting speed is plus 3%, and the turning speed is plus 3%. Compared to basic command skills, which apply to the entire fleet under the command of the commander, frigate operation is a captain skill, which only takes effect on the single ship commanded by the captain. However, at this time Li Qing is also serving as the captain of this frigate. The effects of the 2 skills are superimposed, with a speed bonus of up to 35%, plus a 35% speed bonus of the 3rd level plasma thruster, and a 10% bonus of the afterburner. As a result, a total of 80% speed bonus, making the frigate's speed as high as 216,000 km per hour, faster than ordinary destroyers. The frigate patrolled silently for about an hour, and watched the mining ship find a piece of ore-bearing meteorite and release the unmanned robot to cut the meteorite. Li Qing then looked back and found a few skill chip equipment that could be used in mining from the many skill chips he had bought before. Go to the brain slot, and then drive the frigate to check the floating meteorites one by one. Space geology allows players to analyze the situation of meteorites by observing the surface conditions of meteorites. The higher the level, the more beneficial information they can obtain. At the same time, innate attribute perception can greatly increase the experience and effect of this skill. Mineral analysis is to analyze and speculate whether there are minerals in the meteorite, what minerals are there, how much content, etc. through the clues on the surface of the meteorite. The higher the level, the more accurate the analysis, and the innate attribute perception also has a bonus to this skill. Even if you are just learning, but with the super high innate attribute bonus, you can quickly get started. 10 times the experience will increase quickly, and you will reach LV1 in one day. The effect is not inferior to the LV2 LV3 level of ordinary whiteboard captains, and you can already pass the surface of the meteorite the remaining traces of minerals deduce whether the meteorite has minerals or not. As long as there is ore, regardless of whether the content is high or not, the universe in the palm will be opened, and then a shell will be blasted out, using the impact of the explosion to push it into the universe in the palm. Space is a vacuum environment. As long as a meteorite of several hundred meters can be pushed, it will move forward slowly. He was not in a hurry. He practiced his skills while collecting 2 things. All the meteorites collected in the universe in the palm were thrown into a pile. Although he could use the power in the universe in the palm to crush them all, he didn't deal with them for the time being. He planned to crush them all at once when he collected enough. The days of mining are very boring, and the staff on board can also play games. He has to stay on the bridge all the time and there is no time to spare. But if you want to make money and become a strong person, you have to endure loneliness. Fortunately, 10 times the experience and super high innate attributes allowed him to improve his skills very quickly. Watching each skill level up at an extremely fast speed, this sense of satisfaction filled some emptiness. Boom! The sudden ear-piercing siren brought Li Qing back to his senses, and he quickly checked on the Mixed Fleet Command interface that the industrial ship parked behind was under attack. View the prompt panel. Reminder: when attacked by the second-generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, of the pirate gunship, it will cause 244 points of kinetic energy impact damage to the energy shield of the industrial ship. Reminder: when attacked by the second-generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, of the pirate gunship, it will cause 248 points of kinetic energy impact damage to the energy shield of the industrial ship. The frigate immediately stopped and gliding, slowly turned around and drove out, and at the same time ordered the industrial ship to approach itself. 5 minutes later, the industrial ship and the frigate passed by, and the two pirate gunboats flying in front of the meteorites could already be seen on the huge floor-to-ceiling glass of the bridge. Why are there wild monsters here? Although it was strange, he did not move slowly, and immediately ordered. The naval gun is ready. The staff officer sitting behind him immediately gave the order to the artillery positions on the frigate, and Li Qing heard the sound of the gunners on the positions of the artillery positions one after another. The distance between the two sides quickly approached and soon entered the range of his own side. Li Qing ordered the battleship to strike horizontally without hesitation, and the muzzles of 3 electromagnetic guns on one side were aimed at the direction of the enemy ship. This frigate has 5 slots for small arms, and is equipped with 3 electromagnetic guns and 2 machine guns. The range of the third-generation machine guns is only 60 kilometers, and the range of the third-generation electromagnetic guns is as high as 400 kilometers. Bang bang bang. 3 obvious air-piercing trajectories pierced the void, and hit the pirate gunboat on the right fiercely. A layer of transparent light film appeared out of thin air at a distance from the hull to stop the shells, blasting 3 of flames and 3 circles of ripples. Reminder: your third-generation electromagnetic gun hits the pirate gunship, causing 120 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 150 points of kinetic energy impact damage to the target's energy shield. Reminder: your third-generation electromagnetic gun hits the pirate gunship, causing 110 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 138 points of kinetic energy impact damage to the target's energy shield. Reminder: Ni's third-generation electromagnetic gun hits the pirate gunship, causing 114 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 143 points of kinetic energy impact damage to the target's energy shield. 3 reminders in a row. It is obvious that the shield of the pirate gunship on the opposite side is slightly distorted, and at the same time, after causing damage to the target, the attributes of the pirate gunship also surfaced in front of him. Pirate gunboat artillery corps, modified common frigate for pirates. Attributes: basic hull, 1000. Basic armor, 500 plus porcelain gold armor, small 4003 equals 1200 points of armor. Basic shield, 500 plus first generation energy shield, small 5002 equals 1000 shield value. Basic speed, 120,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, swarm tactic. Fleet slot size, 1. Artillery core default. Components: energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computers. Weapon slots: M1, S4. General slot: S5, A1. The weapons are all second-generation electromagnetic guns, but there is a slot for second-generation electromagnetic guns medium. The moment he opened fire, the 2 medium-sized electromagnetic guns of the 2 pirate gunboats were ready, and saw 2 air-piercing trajectories passing by. Li Qing obviously felt that the battleship shook twice in a row, and the energy shield dropped by nearly 500 points in an instant. Shield value. However, the 5 general-purpose slots of his frigate are equipped with 3 third-generation energy shields, each of which can increase an additional 1,000 points of shield energy, and 3 of which can increase by 3,000. In addition to the basic 1,000 points of the battleship, there are a total of 4,000 points of shield energy, which can carry 8 or 9 waves. But he is not a fool, and it is impossible to face it head-on. After a wave of attempts, Li Qing immediately ordered. Tactical roundabout, approaching the number 1 target. The opponent is fully equipped with long-range electromagnetic guns, and there are only 3 electromagnetic guns for long-range bombardment. You must suffer a disadvantage. You can only rush into the combat range of the machine gun and use the ultra-fast firing rate of the machine gun to quickly defeat the opponent. If Li Qing's tactic is difficult to implement in the open space, wild monsters also have simple AI, and they will know how to use their own advantages. But in the asteroid belt full of meteorites, if the battleship drills into the meteorite group, it will be difficult for the enemy's long-range electromagnetic gun to aim, so they can only chase him to find him to fight. Li Qing was sitting upright, staring fixedly at the radar scanning screen. There were too many meteorites obstructing the enemy ships scanned on the radar screen appearing and disappearing, but he was able to determine the general orientation of the 2 pirate gunboats, and even had super high perception and mental skills. The spirit allows him to think calmly, simulate the terrain of the nearby battlefield in his mind, directly simulate the situation that he may encounter next, and then combine different situations to simulate the battle. This is a very miraculous state. Normally, only combat computers can achieve it after collecting enough information, but he can do it with the human brain alone. Of course, this is also because the scope of the battle is small. If it is a large-scale battle, there are too many warships, or the opponent has too many variables, he cannot simulate it. But it is already very strong, and it is completely overkill to deal with wild monsters. Chapter 9: Victory and Learning Skills. Under his precise control, using the powerful memory to simulate the battlefield, the frigate used different meteorites to cover up its figure, and quietly touched a meteorite more than 400 meters away, and then the warship turned sideways. About a minute later, a pirate gunboat flew out from behind the meteorite, and the frigate hidden behind the meteorite was not found at all. Fire. With an order, the 3 electromagnetic guns and the 2 machine guns that were ready to fire sprayed shells at the same time. The electromagnetic gun fires for a round, and the automatic loader on the gun position is ejecting the stored metal electromagnetic shells rhythmically. Electronic scanning confirms that the shells are okay, and they are sent to the gun position with a conveyor belt, and then loaded into the gun case after scanning again. Then fill the muzzle, and then fire again after aiming at the target, with an interval of 25 seconds. But this is only the theoretical maximum speed. In actual combat, regardless of whether your own warship will move, the enemy warship will also move. Coupled with various disturbances in the ever-changing battlefield, it is actually difficult to achieve the theoretical maximum launch speed. But the machine gun does not have this problem. The shells of this weapon are like bullets. A whole base of 5,000 shells are connected to the machine gun as an ammunition box. It can be fired continuously like a machine, but the speed is not as fast as a machine gun, about 2 seconds to launch one. After capturing this pirate gunboat under Li Qing's order, the frigate clung to it and kept the distance between the 2 sides at about 20 to 30 kilometers. Hits. The damage of the 3rd-generation Huiyu machine gun is 25 to 30, and the range is 60 kilometers. The correction is the same as the electromagnetic gun, plus 25% shield damage, minus 50% armor damage. 2 focused fires broke through the weak energy shield of the pirate gunboat in just a dozen seconds. Countless bullets hit the thick armor of the pirate gunboat, sparks scattered everywhere. Although kinetic energy bullets have a 50% damage reduction modifier for armor, they can't stand up to the rapid rate of fire of machine guns, chasing and pouring out firepower, and at the same time, he still has free time to control the battleship and use enemy battleships and surrounding meteorites to avoid another pirate gunboat attack. Although the commander of the pirate gunboat felt that something was wrong and wanted to get rid of this situation, this kind of ordinary monster battleship was no match for him in terms of configuration and commander skills. Broke into 2 pieces of burning wreckage and hit a meteorite, causing a second martyrdom explosion. War is the best catalyst. In this kind of actual battle, the experience of both naval command skills and frigate operation skills increases very quickly, much faster than usual. Killed a pirate gunboat. The energy shield of the frigate still had more than 1,000 shield values, and almost without a pause, turned around and killed another pirate gunboat that had been chasing for so long. Under the bombardment of a pirate gunboat, 1 large, 4 small, a total of 5 electromagnetic guns, 3 third-generation electromagnetic guns and 2 machine guns concentrated fire crazily, until the energy shield of the battleship was broken, and the thick alloy armor was blown to pieces, sinking the last pirate gunboat in a near-losing fashion. After carefully counting the damage of the battleship, Li Qing couldn't help but swear. Why bah, hundreds of thousands are gone. The energy shield can be restarted if it is lost, but a standard energy block is required to reactivate the charge, which is 100,000 star yuan. This is the minimum standard. Even if the shield of a battleship is gone, at least one energy block needs to be reactivated. If there is enough time, it can be allowed to slowly recharge automatically. Consumes a lot of energy blocks to replenish directly. It is worth mentioning that if the energy shield is not completely broken, even if there is only a few energy shield values left, it can be slowly recovered after the battle by relying on the reactor of the battleship, without additional energy blocks. Only when the shield is completely broken, the energy block needs to be reactivated to recharge. In addition, the damaged armor needs to be repaired. The potholes blown up by the electromagnetic shells are repaired one by one with alloy materials. In addition, this battle consumed a total of 33 electromagnetic artillery shells, each costing 1,500 star yuan, a total of 49,500 yuan. A total of 320 machine guns were fired, and a shell cost 150 star yuan, a total of 48,000 star yuan. Ammunition consumption is normal. After all, not every shot can hit the target. Putting it all together, the ammunition consumption alone for this battle cost 97,500 star yuan, plus the maintenance cost of at least 150,000 yuan for an energy block. The total loss was about 250,000 plus. The results of the battle were astonishing. After cleaning the battlefield, there were no blueprints for accessories, only 7 pieces of wreckage. The price of each piece of wreckage sold to the recycler was 110 star yuan, a total of 770 star yuan, and a blood loss of 250,000 yuan. Yes, this is the harvest of normal wars. If there are no ship accessories or blueprints, there will only be blood losses. Although the fight was intense, these 2 pirate gunships were indeed the simplest wild monsters, just like seeing 2 slimes in Novice Village in the game. It is unrealistic to expect such wild monsters to explode. And this is the norm. It is impossible to explode at any time. Feeling a little emotional, consume a standard energy block to reactivate the shield, and then continue mining. After half a day, the battleship's shield slowly and automatically recovered, and he also collected an unknown number of tons of ore-bearing meteorites into the Palm universe during this half day. The mining ship under him spent most of the day slowly cutting meteorites, smashing them into small pieces, and then putting the ore-bearing meteorites into the mining ship, which was only enough to fill half of the cabin. I don't know how bad the efficiency is. Li Qingmo estimated that he used the universe in his palm to collect meteorites one by one. Not counting the large number of useless rocks in the meteorites, the capacity of the simple collection is thousands of times that of a mining ship. If a large number of useless rocks in the meteorites were removed, the efficiency is estimated to be a small mining ship. Hundreds of times that, it is equivalent to having hundreds of small mining ships mining. And this is not his limit. Because of his lack of strength, he was afraid of attracting wild monsters wandering in the asteroid belt, so he didn't dare to make too much noise at all. According to the best plan he envisioned, if there is a cruiser, or a powerful concussion bomb is prepared, one can be placed in the center of the meteorite group to explode, causing a large number of meteorites to collide and move, and then open the universe channel in the palm of the hand. Swallow the moving meteorite, so the efficiency is the highest. It's a pity that the universe channel in the palm can only be opened, but cannot generate attraction, otherwise it would be more efficient to devour it directly in place. Li Qing didn't wait half a day for the mining ship to be full before going back. Instead, he left the mining ship to mine in situ, and drove the frigate back to the base first. Going back to the sky above the base, a black hole opened directly above the base. A large number of ore-bearing meteorites were smashed into standard washbasin-sized meteorites by the power of the universe in the palm of the hand. The bottom edge of the pit piled up into mountains, and a large amount of accumulated dust rose up to cover the entire base. Is really piled up into a mountain, which soon exceeds the depth of the crater and spreads outside the crater. About half of it was released, and there was no place to pile it up. Then the ore crushing, screening and refining equipment was turned on, and 2 10-meter high handling robots modified from mining robots moved the basin-sized meteorites to the entrance of the ore crusher. It was smashed to pieces, then shunted and sieved. The rocks are returned to one side, and the screened ore is sorted to the conveyor belt on the other side, and sent directly to the refining furnace not far away. The so-called refining furnace does not directly refine the raw ore into high-purity ore, but just purifies the raw ore. For example, the original iron ore is crushed, the iron ore is extracted and smelted, impurities are removed, and pieces of pig iron ingots containing a large amount of impurities are directly smelted. The next step is to smelt it into steel, or to add other ingredients to smelt it into various alloys. That is the job of the alloy foundry, and the equipment here is not yet able to do it. But in the future, when there is capital, the interior of the high-dimensional fortress of the star witnesses in the palm of the universe can be repaired a little bit. He will also build a base in it, and build a set of industrial production lines, specializing in the production of various industrial products. That is more profitable than selling raw materials. Much. The normal standard iron ore price is 15 star yuan a side, but if it can be sold for 150 star yuan a side after refining, the actual iron ore refining degree is definitely not 10 times worse. One more process will not only take up much less space for the original iron ore, earn more. The only problem is that the output is not high. A whole set of equipment is working at full capacity 24 hours a day, and the total output is less than 10,000 square meters. Also deduct machine breaks and routine maintenance time. Even if the output per day is 8,000 cubic meters, it will be 240,000 cubic meters per month, and 150 stars per side, which is 36 million. Of course, this is the case where the calculation is all iron ore and no other high-value ore, but there is not much difference. The meteorite belt is indeed iron ore, and the other ore types combined are not more than half of iron ore. So, the problem now is that there are many mines, but the output cannot keep up. I remember that there seems to be a few players in this galaxy who have established bases. I will visit them in a few days and see if I can buy 1 or 2 sets of equipment. Now, of course, repair frigates. Li Qing selected a few configurations from the many skill chips he bought before, which are engineering, mechanics, industrial theory, maintenance system theory, hull reinforcement theory, armor reinforcement theory, energy shield reinforcement theory. There are 14 skills in frigate construction research, frigate long-distance maintenance theory, frigate modification theory, mining ship construction research, industrial ship construction research, transport ship construction research, and outpost construction theory. Includes warship construction from theory to practice, as well as related disciplines such as repair and maintenance. Anyway, there are enough brain slots, there are a full 20. If you want to learn other warship construction skills in the future and there are not enough brain slots, you can take out the unused skill chips first, and replace them when not in use. A total of 14 skills are only part of the battleship construction and maintenance system. Normal players don't have so many brains to learn so many skills. Most of them can only choose to specialize in one aspect. Waiting for the real maintenance, Li Qing learned another skill of manipulating the maintenance robot, otherwise he would not be able to control the 10-meter high maintenance robot. The maintenance of this frigate is relatively simple, except that the armor has been blown out with some potholes. It is enough to melt the armor material to repair the potholes. It includes welding technology, but there is no special welding skill, but a series of other small maintenance skills. All are included in the airframe maintenance system theory skills. 10 times the experience bonus, coupled with super high innate attributes, let him get started quickly. One repair is equivalent to dozens of repairs, and several skills change from 0 to 1 on the spot. It's a pity that many theoretical skills require professional knowledge. It doesn't mean that you can improve it by just getting started. You can only download more professional knowledge next time you go back to Ginman and take a look at it. Based on his current memory attributes, he can basically see 10 lines at a glance, never forget in his photographic memory, and he can quickly digest knowledge. After repairing the frigate, he tossed around in the base for a few more days, repainting the exposed outer walls of the base, regrinding the wear and tear caused by the maintenance robots, and repainting the exterior of the ore crushing, screening and refining equipment placed outside. Little experience. Too little. The base has just been completed, it is still very new, and it is impossible to repair it if you want to. Standing in the base and looking at the frigate moored above for a long time, he finally sighed and gave up the idea of using the sentry guns of the base guards to attack the battleship to gain experience. Take it easy. In the future, there will be a lot of opportunities to earn experience. For example, a mining ship and a mining robot can be maintained once. After earning money, you can buy more mining ships or warships. At that time, you can farm frequently, even until you vomit. On the second day after the maintenance, Li Qing drove the frigate to leave the base and flew to another asteroid belt outside the stars of the galaxy, planning to find the individual bases of the players in this galaxy. Before the inner asteroid belt turned around, no player bases were found, and it is estimated that they are all in the outer ring. There is no need to manage the mining ship, just mine in a safe area. If you find the enemy, run away and transport it back when it is full of mines, or let the industrial ship transport it back. An industrial ship is actually a comprehensive ship that integrates transportation, maintenance, haulage, salvage, engineering, etc. Its transportation capacity is not as good as that of a professional transport ship, but it is stronger than a mining ship, and this kind of ship can also it is very easy to use for long-distance transportation by towing large containers. The frigate ran directly to the asteroid belt in the outer circle of the galaxy at sublight speed, and then contacted the player named Young Yunbo that he had met before. Not long after the communication was connected, a young man with a loyal face appeared on the light curtain. He saw Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to remember it in the next second, showing a dazed expression, and beckoned. Brother, has your base been built yet? Li Qing nodded. It was built less than a week ago. Where is it built? Inner ring or outer ring? Inner ring. It's okay there. There are a lot of iron ore over there, and it's stable. By the way, where are you now? I want to visit you. Yang Yunbo was overjoyed and said, Welcome, come here, let me prepare. Li Qing immediately received a coordinate, checked the star map, and found that he was not too far away, asked the deputy captain to check the coordinates, and the hyperspace engine of the frigate began to charge, ready to enter the sub-light speed state. Chapter 10 Burning Operation. 2 hours later, the spacecraft appeared in front of an asteroid with a diameter of only a little over 1,000 kilometers. This asteroid is located on the edge of the asteroid belt, and its surface is covered with potholes of different sizes. Its gravity is smaller than that of a normal asteroid of such a large size, and it is not enough to pull the surrounding meteorites. This place is far away from the main sequence stars of the galaxy, and the temperature is very low, but there is no water vapor on the planet, so naturally there will be no freezing, only a thick layer of dust has accumulated for an unknown period of time. On this asteroid, there are actually 3 personal bases not far apart. When Li Qing came to the sky above Yang Yunbo's base, he received a public communication channel from Yang Yunbo, opened it and entered. A light curtain popped up, divided into 6 interfaces. Each interface has a player, 5 men and 1 woman, all at the same time. Wave. Welcome brother Li Qing to settle down in this galaxy. He waved in surprise. Are you together? Yang Yunbo shook his head and said. Not together, but here is too far away from the Ginman galaxy, there are too few people, and it's boring, so we communicate more and play together. The frigate stopped in midair and entered the base in a small aircraft that was only 5 meters long. Yang Yunbo's base is also a small base. The main core cabin is the same as his, but there are probably 20 or 30 auxiliary cabins piled up here. The outside is full of raw ore, and the waste piled farther away is like a mountain, which has expanded to a certain scale. The bases of the 2 nearby players are about the same size. The aircraft enters the door of the main core cabin, undergoes a routine disinfection inspection, the door opens, and a gust of cold air blows out. Yang Yunbo and 3 other players, 2 men and 1 woman, were waiting for him on the steps. He hurriedly greeted each other and introduced themselves to each other. The other 3 players are named Sha Qi, Ning Shi, and Lu Yanqi. Among them, Lu Yanqi is Sha Qi's girlfriend, and she is quite pretty. As the host, Yang Yunbo had already prepared food and drinks. A stone was chiseled into a tripod shape and stood on the ground. There was a tray-like groove on the surface, and many wire grooves were drawn on it. It becomes extremely high, and the thin slices of meat are spread out, and there is a sizzling sound, and it can be turned over in 2 seconds. The 5 of them chatted while eating barbecue and drinking drinks. Most of the time, Li Qing asked them about the situation of this galaxy and nearby galaxies, and they answered. Through understanding, there used to be 6 players in this galaxy, and now there are 7 with Li Qing, and they can usually chat. Among them, the bases of Yang Yunbo, Sha Qi, Lu Yanqi, and Ning Shi are all on this asteroid. Both players' bases are elsewhere in the asteroid belt. It just so happens that the 2 of them have something to do in the deep asteroid belt today, so they won't be able to come for a while. You have to say it earlier, and the 2 of them will come over. Yang Yunbo coated a palm-sized piece of roasted meat with sauce, rolled it up, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed and ate it, took another sip of his drink, and said to him. You are right to come to us. It is too difficult for a person outside to get along. I came here first, alone, and I was dying of loneliness. Every time I collected enough ore and refined it and shipped it out, I was afraid of returning to the base. Gone. Haha, I have the same worry. But don't worry now, if you want to go out and tell us at that time, I will send 2 boats to your base to help you take a look. Li Qing hurriedly thanked. That's too much trouble. Yang Yunbo waved his hands and said, "No trouble, let's help each other." Li Qing nodded. "It is true that we must help each other, otherwise it will be difficult to mix. By the way, how often do you go back to Ginman? Maybe we can go together." "Ginman, we rarely go back, maybe only once every 3 or 4 years." Li Qingqi said. "Does your mind take so long to sell once?" Sha Qi, who has been eating, looked up and said, "You may have misunderstood. Our mines are not sold after being transported back to Ginman." "Where is that?" "From here to the north, there is a large team called Burning Ghost in the JMN 381 galaxy. In the 30 to 40 galaxies, the ores of all the individual players and small teams around are basically sold to the Burning Ghosts." That. He just spoke when Ning Shi just finished eating a piece of barbecue and raised her head and said to him, "You have to pay attention. Although we sold all the mines to Burning Spectre, but the reputation of this team is not very good in the vicinity. Tell me, the Burning Ghost team moved here more than 30 years ago and started to build a base. I heard that they started their business by plundering. Later, after establishing a formal team, they were cleaned up, but some things have been soaked in their bones. They are stingy and hold grudges. Greedy, because he is the only team nearby that buys various ores on a large scale. He keeps the price extremely low, and can only buy at 90% of the market price. It is 20% more expensive than Ginman. But there is no way. It's too far away from Ginman. It takes 4 or 5 months for the fleet to go back, and 4 or 5 months to come back. It takes nearly 10 months to go back and forth. It's too time consuming. On balance, I can only earn this 10% less and save 10 months of time. In addition, the people of Burning Ghost are stingy and hold grudges, but most of the time they stay in the team's sphere of influence and rarely go out. I will send you a complete star map later. Take a look. Don't run to them if you have nothing to do to dig mines in the territory, so as not to mess with them." Li Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm on a boat now, and the local mines can't be exhausted. It's impossible to go to other places to dig." After some chatting, he found that although they had different personalities, they were all easy to get along with. Most of them are very standard individual pioneers. They don't seem to have any ambitions. If they are ambitious, they are limited to their ability and have no achievements. They just want to dig some mines while they are young, make some money, and sell all the ship mines when they earn almost. Go back to the United Empire of Humanity and find a stable colonial star to settle down and become a financially free tycoon. There is no idea of traversing the sea of stars at all. The most active ones are Shachi and another player. They will occasionally go out for adventures after mining, but they will not run far. Li Qing likes to be neighbors with such a person, so he can save his worry and peace of mind. But I don't know if it's an illusion. He happened to scan the eye contact between Shachi's girlfriend and Yang Yunbo, which seemed a little strange. He didn't dare to think too much, he just thought it was a mistake. Dining and drinking together, everyone became familiar with each other, chatting and farting. Li Qing took the opportunity to ask more about the nearby situation, and got a more detailed star map. The farthest place has been explored to the JMN 544 galaxy. After returning from Yang Yunbo's base, Li Qing was in a good mood. This trip was full of rewards. I met a few friends and learned about the surrounding situation. Unlike before, my eyes were completely smeared. However, they don't have any extra ore crushing and refining equipment, which needs to be bought from the Burning Ghost team. But in another month, Shachi and the others will mine almost the same ore, and they are going to sell it. They agreed to go there and have a look at it. By the way, the newcomers who are not brought along will definitely be lowered in price. Returned to the base, only rested for 1 day, and went out to mine the next day. Although the base ore is piled up like a mountain, it is far from being digested. Anyway, the space in the palm of your hand is almost infinite, so it doesn't matter if you hold it. Returning to the asteroid belt, the mining ship is still mining. Checking the previous records, there is no abnormality. Although there are very few people here, and the wild monsters spawned from time to time slowly accumulate, but compared to the distance of the starry sky, it is nothing, and there may not be a single living thing within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Next came another boring day of mining. The only thing better than before was the communication channel opened by Yang Yunbo and several other players, where they could chat. This communication channel is similar to a regional channel. It is established by the player's radar as the fulcrum. You must have a radar to join, and you must be allowed by others to join. You must be in the current galaxy. If you leave this galaxy, you cannot communicate. Although the radars they use are not advanced, They cannot communicate in real time, and there is a delay of about a minute, but it is much better than not being able to communicate before. The frigate advances along the edge of the asteroid belt, and as long as it encounters a meteorite containing ore, it will be collected into the universe in the palm, no matter how much ore it contains. Others also need to consider transportation costs and refining costs. He doesn't need anything. Time passed day by day, and half a month passed without knowing it. This day he was digging mines routinely. He opened the universe in his palm and collected a floating meteorite into the huge black hole. After losing this meteorite barrier with a diameter of several kilometers, there was a large empty void behind him, and a huge artificial creation at the end looming. Several armed mining ships are circling the huge artifact. Here it is again. Li Qing glanced at the ore piled up next to the huge meteorite embedded in the huge artificial creation, and couldn't help swallowing. The ore were collected because there was no place to put them, so they combined them into a huge mine ball in a special way. Many mining players will do the same, and then use tractor beams to bind the ball around the base, swim around the base, and wait for after accumulating enough ore, it was transported away in one go. Obviously, this wild monster mining base already collects a lot of ore, which is too much for the base to hold. If there are no accidents, after a period of time to accumulate more ores, the base will convert these ores into resources, and then refresh more mining ships or fleets. At this stage, players can these ores, and they will be the raw ores directly, which can be sold directly for money. But, Li Qing glanced at the patrolling fleet not far from the base, and the leader was a destroyer. With my current strength, I definitely can't do it. But, he left a message to everyone else in the communication channel. Brothers, I found an anomaly here. There is a mining base, the ore is piled up into balls, there is a destroyer and more than 20 frigates. Are you interested in making a wave? After almost 2 minutes, Ning Shi replied. Can't do it. At this time, another player named Zhang Weiqi who hadn't come last time said. This is meaningless. The most indispensable thing in the asteroid belt is this kind of wild mining base. We have found no less than 10 here, and we are not interested in dealing with it. What? Li Qing asked in surprise. Can't the 6 of you handle it together? After almost 2 minutes, Zhang Yunbo responded. Small-scale ones can be done, of course, but there will inevitably be losses. There are more than 20 frigates plus a destroyer, and the firepower is quite fierce. A frigate will be blown up if it can't carry it a few times. If you lose one, even if you take one, going down to the base is also a loss. This kind of mining base will drop some wreckage at most, as well as ores in the base. There is a very small probability that data chips or blueprints will be dropped, but the drop rate is extremely low, and the ore asteroid belt is the most abundant. It just takes some time to mine. It is not wise to take risks with such a small probability. You only have one ship now, and your strength is too weak. Don't think about other things in the early stage. First make money to buy more mining ships to build a fleet to make money. Only after earning more money in the future will you consider deploying more warships. Oh, Li Qing stopped talking. They've been around longer than him, so if it's not worth it, it's definitely not worth it. Put away his thoughts, the frigate turned and left. But just halfway through, the frigate stopped again and returned. Li Qing stood in front of the glass of the bridge and looked at the picture in the distant void, holding his chin with his hand, and had a bold idea in his mind. It is definitely impossible to fight. There is no doubt about this, but it doesn't mean that you can't get some benefits. This wild monster has limited AI, and now he is observing the base from a distance, but the base and the surrounding fleet have not found him, which means that the base radar is no match for his third-generation radar, and the coquettish idea in his mind has an operable room. It's very simple. Open the palm universe outside the detection range of the mining base radar, and steal the mineral piled up around the wild monster mining base. The base cannot be moved, and it is still no problem to steal a mine. Anyway, the maximum distance of the universe opening in the palm is determined by the line of sight, that is, it can be opened within the maximum detection range of the radar. His radar detection range is farther than that of wild monsters, stealing ore from a long distance, they don't know where the enemy is at all. The opening space of the universe in the palm is not invincible, but it is definitely not something that can be shaken by the attacks of ordinary wild monsters. As soon as he thought of it, Li Qing first walked around the vicinity and found a huge meteorite hidden behind him. Then he looked at the picture of the wild monster mining base from the subspace radar sensor in front of him. With a thought, the light curtain displayed the mining base surrounded by a mine ball with a diameter of 4 to 5 kilometers. A huge gap in the black hole quietly opened in front of it, and the mine ball moved inertially and quietly drilled into the black hole. Then, Li Qing felt a ball made of pure ore with a diameter of nearly 5 kilometers appeared in the universe in his palm. Yes, he swung his fist vigorously, closing the universe exit in his palm. Looking at the radar screen again, several frigates are constantly flying back and forth where the mine disappeared, like a card bug. Normally, how could the little AI of wild monsters understand what's going on? It's probably never encountered before, so that there is no way to deal with this aspect in the AI logic, which leads to logic conflicts, resulting in similar card bugs. This weird change. The attempt was successful, and Li Qing was very excited. Just the one ore ball just now, even if it was all iron ore, the total value would definitely be tens of millions. There are 6 ore like this in the mining base, and if all of them are taken away, the total income may exceed 50 million. It's a pity that it is raw ore. If it is refined ore, the total value may exceed 500 million. But no matter what, it's all for nothing. After waiting for a while, Li Qing repeated the old trick and used the same method to steal the other mine one by one. The fleet guarding around the mining base saw the emerging black hole attack, but no attack could destroy the black hole. After stealing all the mines, the frigate quickly retreated, and Li Qing consciously returned to the universe in his palm, full of excitement. It's not just these 6 mineral worth more than 50 million star dollars, but through the behavior just now, he seemed to have opened up a new world, and countless more outrageous operations came to mind. Chapter 11 Mining. Almost didn't stop. He recalled the mining base he saw when he first came to the asteroid belt, and this is not a mining base, maybe he can try it. Flying out of the asteroid belt, turned around in the direction of memory, and quickly found the mining base. Still in the same way, they started outside the detection range of the opponent's radar and stole the 3 mine that were circulating around the mining base. This mining base is even bigger than the previous one. There are nearly 30 frigates in the team, but unfortunately, only 3 mine are placed around the base. But this is not a problem. What requirements does Bailai Mine Energy have? Next, I continued to change places and walked around the asteroid belt. After the 4th hour, I discovered the 3rd mining base, and found that there were 8 huge mineral around the mining base. But, this mining base is larger than the previous 2, and the most important thing is that his radar is even stronger than his own. He was discovered as soon as he got close to the maximum detection range of the radar, and then a destroyer and a dozen frigates rushed over. There is no way, this can only run, slow down and be overtaken by destroyers may not be able to run. The basic speed of the frigate is only 130,000 kilometers per hour, and the basic speed of the destroyer is 140,000 kilometers per hour. According to the radar configured in this mining base, there is a high probability that the 3rd-level weapons and accessories have been deployed on a large scale, and the speed of the 3rd-generation propeller is already comparable to on him. As long as there are other acceleration accessories or skill bonuses, the speed may be a little faster than him. Given that destroyers are much more powerful than frigates, once caught, he might not even be able to run away. But although this mining base can't be done, the base can't run here. Li Qing plans to go around this galaxy first, and then go to the outer asteroid belt after the inner asteroid belt is completed. When chatting with Yang Yunbo and others before, I heard them say that there are more than a dozen mining bases on the asteroids in the outer ring, and they all ran to harvest a wave. Then they can go home and sell the mines. It is not a problem to sell hundreds of millions. When the time comes, this frigate can be strengthened. For the next whole week, he wandered around in this asteroid belt, looking for possible mining bases. It really made him find 2 mining bases, and he couldn't be found in either. But the problem is that one of the mining bases is estimated to have just expanded around, and the ore is used up, and only 1 ore ball has been accumulated, and the other has accumulated 4, which adds up to 5. After that, no other mining bases were found, but many pirate raiders and gunboats wandering in the asteroid belt. When they saw the single ones, they went up. Lin Lin always killed 7 pirate gunboats, lost more than 200 electromagnetic gunmetal shells and thousands of machine gun shells, and received dozens of pieces of wreckage, worth thousands of stars. This left him speechless on the spot. Go back to the base for simple repairs, gain some maintenance experience, set off again, and fly to the outer ring of the galaxy. Too difficult. On the way, Li Qing calculated the income and expenditure of these days. In the past few months, he had paid tens of millions in wages alone, and he still had no income. If you exclude the ore that were stolen by cheating this month, the income from mining by a single mining ship seems to be about 20 to 30 million. After deducting the time cost, there is no profit at all. People like Yang Yunbo have been here for so long, each of them has a mining fleet, and the one with the largest number is Yang Yunbo, who has been here for the longest time. There is 1 large, 4 medium, and 38 small mining ships under his command. In the fleet, there are 1 large, 3 medium and 3 small transport ships. In addition, he also established planetary material collection mines on several barren planets in the galaxy. With the support of these incomes, he can afford 1 cruiser, 1 destroyer and 5 frigates. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yang Yunbo can only afford so much. With so much income from mining ships, he can afford to raise another one and so many, but he didn't raise them. He is just an individual player who only wants to make money. His greatest wish is to make a lot of money and become a local tyrant in a small place. He has no interest in such things as conquering the stars and the sea. Being able to keep a cruiser is mainly used to deal with the wild monsters that occasionally spawn near the base and mines. The ship is too small and some wild monsters can't handle it. The other players have the same idea as Yang Yunbo. They are all individual players who only focus on making money. 6 people raised a total of 3 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and more than 40 frigates, and a total of hundreds of large, medium and small mining ships were needed. Li Qing calculated carefully. Not counting weapons and ammunition, the crew salaries and basic maintenance costs alone cost tens of millions per month. Outrageous. Those military masters have a division-level fleet, how much should they spend every month? Li Qing himself was born in the military master family, so of course he knows the size and composition of the fleet. A division-level fleet has at least 5 Titan super flagships, and between 20 to 30 flagships, including dreadnoughts and Dahang. About 2,500 battleships, usually the elite template Crusader class, and occasionally the excellent template Lord class heavy battleship. About 7,500 cruisers, most of them are elite template Patroller class and excellent template Night Watchman class mixed, and occasionally there will be Night Demon class battle cruisers whose combat effectiveness is not inferior to standard battleships. There are about 25,000 or so destroyers. Elite template Hurricane level, excellent template Storm level. There are about 100,000 frigates, the elite template Raptor class, and the excellent template Black Hawk class. It is worth mentioning that the division-level fleet specification is only a standard module, and different military masters will adjust it according to the situation. Some may use more large and medium-sized ships such as cruisers and destroyers, and some may be the main force. Develop battleships. With so many warships, the frigate alone theoretically requires 100 billion stars in salary and maintenance fees per month, plus other warship expenses. The monthly salary alone is probably more than 400 billion. However, compared to the income of the powerful and warlord, it is nothing. After all, with a population of tens of billions and billions of players, there is no way to know how much to collect every month just for tax collection. Adding other industries, it is still more than enough to raise a division-level fleet. There is a long way to go. Li Qing clicked his tongue, lamenting how difficult it would be to raise a huge fleet by himself. There must be a huge power support, just like a team and a legion. This is to gather the strength of everyone to stand up to those military masters. Although the overall combat power varies greatly, any legion is already qualified to threaten the military master. After all, there are tens of thousands of warships in total. Although they are just mobs in the eyes of the military masters, if a battle is fought, even if they win, they will lose a lot, or even direct shares. Like the Qinghe Li family, in addition to the fleet within the family, each house has its own support army, which can be pulled out and put into the battlefield at critical times. This is their potential strength. Li Qing sent a message in the communication channel, to the effect that he wanted to go around the outer asteroid belt. Some of the more than a dozen wild monster mining bases in this asteroid belt are not far from their mining area, and they may be discovered by them, so let me tell you in advance to avoid misunderstanding. This time he didn't run around blindly, because he had coordinates. Yang Yunbo and others saw them by chance before, and recorded them casually. They passed them along when they gave him the coordinates of the nearby star map. He didn't have to run around, and went straight to the coordinate destination. 2 hours later, the frigate appeared in a mixed group of asteroid belts. The fast-moving meteorite gave him the best cover, and he continued to steal the ore ball from a long distance like a trick. 1, 2, 4, until the 5th day, he stole all from the 11 wild monster mining bases on the coordinates in one go. Not surprisingly, most of the radar sensors in these wild monster mining bases are inferior to him, only 2 are similar to him, and they were detected early by the shipboard radars of the 2 destroyers, but he took advantage of the opportunity of the enemy destroyers patrolling to the other side, steal quickly, turn around and run when the destroyer reacts. Wait to get rid of the pursuers, and then return to continue. It took more than a dozen times to steal it. Among the 11 wild monster mining bases, the least 2 accumulated mineral are the most, and the most are 8. There are a total of 42 in total, plus the 14 accumulated before, a total of 56 balls. The price of a single piece is not clear. After all, in addition to iron ore, there are also a lot of gray spar, silver spar and limestone, and there are also a small amount of copper-like ore, gneiss, crystalline quartz-like crystals and the like. The most valuable of which is that one of the ore is full of silver-like ore, which looks like a huge gray silver ductile iron from a distance. The raw ore price of quasi-silver ore is 78 star yuan per side, and that of quasi-iron ore is 15 star yuan per side, a full 5 times the price, which means that one mine ball can be compared to 5 ordinary mine balls. Back to the base, it was only a few days before Shachi agreed to go to the burning Phantom Galaxy to sell mines, but there was a problem that stumped Li Qing. There are 56 mineral with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. How should they be transported there? It is a good idea to use the way of towing to transport it. Industrial ships also have this equipment to tow, but small industrial ships do not have that capacity, and they cannot be pulled at all. This is at least the capacity of large industrial ships. Although there is no resistance in the starry sky, even a large planet can pull it theoretically. But the theory is just a theory. In fact, even if the big planet can be forced out of orbit, within the range of the star's gravitational well, under the constraints of the strong star's gravitational force, it cannot be pulled at all. It is not realistic to ask Shachi and the others to borrow them. The transport ships they have are all bought according to their own ability. It may be no problem to borrow such a small transport ship, but the 56 mineral he has on hand are not enough for a few small transport ships. Have to go. Crushing and refining is a good idea, but I only have one set of refining equipment, the output is too small, and there is no time. What a headache. Li Qing didn't expect that he would be troubled by this. When he came out of the Ginman galaxy, he never thought that he would encounter such a problem. The original idea was that even if there is a large amount of mines, they can be put into the Palm universe first, and then they will be reloaded in an unmanned galaxy near the Ginman galaxy, and they will be sold back and forth again and again, which will only take a little more time. But there is no way to do this here. There are only so many individual players in this star field, which can be said to be one of the few. He keeps selling back and forth, and it is easy to be noticed. Having been troubled by this problem for 2 whole days, Li Qing finally. It's not a flash of inspiration, but after considering countless possibilities, I naturally came up with a cover-up method. As we all know, there is a treasure called relic in the Sea of Stars. This kind of thing is also called ancient relic. The conditions for its formation are extremely harsh, and it is very precious. Because the conditions for the formation of ancient relics are extremely complex and elusive, the types of relics are also unpredictable. As long as conditions permit, anything can form relics and thus have magical effects. Then here comes the important point. Li Qing is thinking carefully, considering that this thing will always be exposed in the future. Instead of covering it up and letting others guess, it is better to show it yourself. It is better to control the displayed functions and effects by yourself than others to guess. At least others know that this is just a relic with a huge space. There may be greedy people, but they will definitely not be big people. Big people maintain their identities and cherish their reputations. At least it is impossible for them to rob things before the benefits are not enough to make them give up the reputation they have maintained for a long time. It is worth mentioning that some treasures such as relics cannot be snatched, and some can be snatched, but the conditions are very strict. Among them, the inalienable belongs to no matter what you do, you can't get it even if you kill the master of the relic. What can be robbed is also extremely harsh. First, a very powerful psychic must be found to suppress the treasure, and then find a treasure called a psychic crystal, which is left behind by the powerful psychic after death psionic energy and soul crystallization. It is necessary to melt this psionic energy and crystallize it into a psionic liquid to wrap the relic, cut off the connection between the relic and its owner, and then kill the owner of the relic. This kill means to kill completely. It is well known that players can be resurrected after death, but they will lose a certain amount of life depending on the cause of death in battle. Only when all life is exhausted can they be considered completely dead. 3 elements of deprivation of heritage. Very powerful psyker. The soul crystallization of a powerful psyker. Completely kill the Lord of Relics. The combination of the 3 can forcibly seize a relic. Of course, this refers to the relics that have already recognized their owners. If they are unrecognized relics, the difficulty of capturing them will be greatly reduced. If you kill the owner of the relics within a period of time, they will drop directly. In addition, some special relics themselves do not have the function of identifying their owners. Anyone who owns them can use them and trade them. The deprivation conditions are as simple as this. Most low-level relics do not have the function of identifying the owner, and only a few special relics and high-level relics have the function of identifying the owner. Li Qing publicized that this relic has recognized its owner, and that it has a single function, only a huge independent space, and has no combat function, so as to minimize the number of covetors. So, Chapter 12 Anomalies of Gas Giant Planets, for further reading. P.S. Brothers, the new book PK is read on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday these 3 days. Let's take a closer look these days. A week later, Shachi saw Li Qing approaching with a single frigate, and asked strangely, "You just go there. Don't you need to sell something?" In the channel, Zhang Yunbo said with a smile. He has only been here for a long time, and there is only one mining ship. He must not have many mines. This time, I will go to the road with you this time to get acquainted with each other. Otherwise, the price will definitely be lowered when I go alone in the future. That's fine, just follow me. Shachi didn't think too much, and began to direct the transport ships to form a fleet. Li Qing rubbed his head in the channel and said, "Well, I brought a lot of mines here." Zhang Yuanbo looked at the radar scan subconsciously, and found no additional ships nearby, and asked, "You brought a lot. Where? Why didn't I see it?" Here, a circle of black holes quickly spread to a diameter of 10 kilometers, and a huge mineral ball slowly floated out of it, just like that appearing around the asteroid out of thin air. There was silence in the channel. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at the huge tunnel and the huge mine balls, and Ning Zai's shocked voice sounded after a while. "Fuck, are you a treasure? Spatial relics. How big is the space? What other functions?" Several people stared wide-eyed and asked in shock. Li Qingzhao answered with a draft. "This is a relic that accompanied me. My mother prepared it for me when I was born. It is a space relic. It has a huge space inside that can accommodate a planet, but the maximum opening is no more than 10 kilometers. It can only accommodate things that do not exceed this diameter." After a pause, he added, "This is a pure space-type relic, it has no other functions, and I have already been recognized as the master. My God, how many mines can be loaded in such a large space at one time?" As expected of a perennial mining guy, his first reaction was just as he guessed, how much ore it could hold. Several people discussed enthusiastically, and they were all very envious. Just envy, and no other ideas. Having recognized the master can dispel any thoughts of most players. What's more, they are just ordinary individual players, and they don't have such dangerous thoughts at all. It was delayed for 2 hours here, mainly because they were curious and asked him to control the Palm universe and load Shachi's transport fleet into it. In Shachi's words, there are 40 or 50 galaxies along the way, and it is not safe along the way. In addition to wild monsters on the road, you may occasionally encounter robbers and players who rob. If you put the transport fleet into the universe in your palm, even if you run into robbery players who are robbing, you are not afraid. But when they officially hit the road, Ningxi and Zhang Weiqi were added to the team. The two of them are not ready to sell their mines yet, but this time they don't need to bring a transport fleet at all, so they don't need to be burdensome, so they decided to go on the road together and stop by to buy something. A total of 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers and 6 frigates formed a small fleet to leave the JMN 348 galaxy. Passing through the wormhole, the spacecraft radar quickly turns red, indicating that there are enemies within the radar detection range. Taking a closer look, there are 6 light spots in the void more than 1,000 kilometers away from the wormhole. Li Qing immediately checked the data fed back from the scan, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's 6 pirate gunboats. The 6 pirate gunboats also spotted them and chased them over. Li Qing asked Shachi who led the team. "Shoot or shake off," Shachi said. "Kill it, or it will easily interfere with the hyperspace engine." Row. The fleet quickly formed a triangle, with the cruiser at the head, 2 destroyers on the left and right, and the frigates behind. Li Qing's only frigate was placed at the back. As soon as the 2 sides approached, The muzzles of the crossing cruiser and 2 destroyers lit up at the same time. 10 large electromagnetic guns spit out flames, 10 thick tracks pierced the air, and more than 8 missiles and more than 20 smaller medium electromagnetic guns. The guns fired at the same time, and they were divided into 2 groups of pirate gunboats, one on the left and the other on the right. 2 huge flames erupted in the icy starry sky beyond the transparent landing glass of the bridge, and the 2 pirate gunboats were blown up on the spot, turning into 2 huge flames that slowly broke into 2 pieces. The remaining 4 pirate gunboats passed through the explosion flames, turned a corner halfway and ran away. Pirates also have a simple AI, and found that they have fierce firepower, so they ran away on the spot. It's a pity that the AI is limited, so I didn't run away immediately, but used my face to receive a wave of attacks and exploded 2 ships before I knew how to run away. Li Qing watched the whole show, and at the same time gained a new understanding of the power of large warships. Cruisers are already considered large warships. Standard Ranger-class cruisers have 8 slots for large L weapons, 6 slots for G missiles, and 16 slots for medium M weapons. The firepower is enough to instantly kill frigates with poor configuration. In the Star Sea, battleships belong to high-level battleships. Even if they are placed among the military masters, they are still the main battleships. This thing is huge in size and extremely fierce in firepower. The main gun is a super-large weapon in slot X, and its lethality is enough to easily kill destroyers with general configuration in seconds. No matter what configuration is in the frigate, it can be shot with 1 shot, and it will never be spared. The construction of this kind of main battleship is extremely difficult, and the demand for shipyards and naval architects is also high. General shipyards cannot build it at all, and only those shipyards of great powers can build it. But this kind of main battleship is in short supply no matter where it is, and the big forces themselves can't have enough, so it is impossible to sell it. So outside, many forces without channels use cruisers as their main battleships, and battleships as their killers. The dock array in the high-dimensional fortress in the universe in the hands of Li Qing is not only qualified to build battleships, but also qualified to build Titan super flagships, but there are no blueprints, capital, and the most critical batch of Titan super flagships, shipbuilding engineer. Ordinary shipbuilders are easy to handle. This is not uncommon, and they can be hired directly by colleges or trade unions. But the most critical senior engineers are not easy to handle, especially senior naval architects who are qualified to build major battleships above battleships. They are treasures no matter where they go, and high wages are not a problem. The main reason is that such senior engineers cannot be found. This is also a headache for Li Qing. If he can find a senior shipbuilder, then what else is there to dig for? Just build a ship and sell it, which is much faster than mining. It's a pity that the current strength is not enough to cooperate with others, and the strength is not enough to cooperate with others. A super dock array that can build a Titan super flagship. You must know that many warlords are not qualified to build a Titan super flagship. There is a cruiser sitting in command, and generally less than 10 pirate gunboats don't need to hide, just sweep and pile up. Most of the wandering galaxies in the wild are pirate gunboats. Most of the powerful pirate cruisers roam in the form of large fleets. The speed is not fast, and they can usually escape if they are detected early. Shachi and others have traveled this road many times, and they are very familiar with it. In less than a week, they traveled to more than a dozen galaxies, and stopped at a galaxy outside the sphere of influence claimed by the Burning Spectre team. Zhang Weiki said in the channel said, "I got a data chip before, and I extracted it with a decoder and found that it is a signal coordinate. It's not very far from here. Do you want to dig it by the way?" Team Temporary Captain Shachi thought about it and asked, "What level of signal chip?" "Secondary." "Well, let's go and have a look." The signal chip is also called grave digging. Use a decoder to extract the data in the signal chip, and you will get a coordinate, which is similar to a treasure map. Go to the coordinate location to dig out the treasure, because in many cases the coordinates are treasures left by ancient predecessors, so it is jokingly called grave digging by players. The graves are divided into 5 regular levels. The lowest level, basically there will be no good things, and the total value is less than 1 million. Level 5 is the highest, where battleship construction blueprints can appear, and some rare graves have a chance to dig out ancient finished battleships. In addition to this, there are super tombs beyond the conventional tombs besides the 5th level tombs, which are rare items that have a chance of obtaining flagship level 1 goodies. The value of the 2nd level tomb will not be too high. The best possibility is to dig up a sunken ship, or some blueprints of warships, or some valuables with a total value of no more than 50 million. A group of 4 traveled through 2 galaxies according to the coordinates, and entered a dim galaxy after passing through the wormhole. Li Qing could see at a glance that the main sequence star in the center of the galaxy had collapsed from a red star into a red dwarf star, with extremely low luminosity, except that there was some light near the main sequence star, and the place a little further away was pitch black. Guided by Zhang Weiqi's coordinates, the fleet flew towards the edge of the gravitational well on the other side of the galaxy, avoided several powerful monster fleets along the way, and stopped near a gaseous planet. Why is there someone? Shaqi's cruiser has the longest radar detection range, and soon sent a radar detection map to everyone, and Li Qing also received a copy. The picture shows that there is a large fleet parked above the orbit of this gas giant planet. Judging from the specifications and sizes, there are a total of 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, 22 frigates, and 3 industrial ships, stronger than them. At the same time, Li Qing found a strange place. The satellites in the orbit of the gas giant planet were all broken, as if they had been bombed by a huge powerful weapon, a small part. The fleet is currently anchored above the orbit of a supermassive vortex on the gas giant planet, and a thick beam of light is ejected from the center of the vortex, reaching thousands of kilometers into the space. At this time, Shachi sent them a bad news. It's the guy who burns the ghost team. At the same time they found the burning ghost, the enemy also had 2 cruisers, and they also found them, and inspired Sha to send a communication, which he sent directly to the channel. The mission of the burning ghost team: please leave this galaxy if you have nothing to do with it. Are you so arrogant? Li Qing scratched his hair and looked at Shachi. He laughed and said, you will see more arrogant pictures in the future. Then what do we do now? Let's negotiate first. Shachi connected the other side and sent a message. After a while, a young man in a leather jacket appeared on the channel. He glanced at the 4 with a blank expression, and said, either next time, or until we finish the task. Shachi hurriedly replied, you guys are busy first, we can wait for a while. Don't get close to the gas giant planet, just wait where you are. The communication was immediately shut down, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Sha Qiningxi and the others probably had seen it before, but they just spread their hands. Li Qing rubbed his forehead, smiled, and did not speak. This is the first time the burning ghost team met, and the style of behavior can be seen. Above the orbit of the gas giant planet, the 2 cruisers were separated from the left and right, the 5 destroyers and the 22 frigates were divided into 3 teams and scattered to patrol the left and right, and the 3 industrial ships were lined up side by side, each emitting a thick beam of light from the bow injected into the violent atmospheric vortex of the gas giant. This thing looks like a tractor beam from a distance, as if it is pulling something out from the bottom of the gas giant planet. Time passed by minute, and I don't know how long it took. The 3 tractor beams suddenly shook violently. Li Yuan, the squadron leader of the 7th Independent Squadron of the Burning Spectre, who was sitting on one of the cruisers, saw a huge light hanging in front of him. A ball of light suddenly lit up, suddenly shocked, and shouted in the channel. Everyone cheer up, that guy is coming out. Om. Li Qing felt his mind flicker slightly, and was in a trance for a while. Spirit shock, Shachi shouted in the channel. Be careful, the effect of this thing will overlap, and if it shakes again later, the power will be even greater. Before the words fell, he was in a trance again. Li woke up, the channel was very quiet, Shachi continued after a while. They don't know what they are doing, it's a bit dangerous, let's step back first, so as not to. Li Qing could see substantial fluctuations sweeping across the space in front of his eyes, and lost consciousness instantly. After recovering again, the deputy captain and staff adjutant all fell on their seats and lost consciousness. Nima. He quickly switched the battleship to automatic mode, ready to turn around. At this moment, the central beam of light in the violent atmospheric vortex of the gas giant planet in the distance suddenly lit up abruptly, and a group of chaotic light flew out of it, and 3 tractor beams were restraining the chaotic light ball and shaking violently. Wake up. Li Yuan took out a finger-sized capsule-like crystal, put it in his nasal cavity and inhaled fiercely. The crystal turned into a clear mist and inhaled into the nasal cavity. His eyes immediately shone brightly, and his whole spirit was lifted. He calmly issued an order in the channel. The power of the tractor beams of the 3 industrial ships is maximized. The number 1 cruiser turns on the interception force field, the number 2 cruiser turns on the interference force field, and the No. 1 destroyer prepares to wind the stagnation beam. The diameter of the chaotic light ball is only 10 seconds, and the chaotic light blooming on the surface shakes violently, and from time to time there are hideous faces biting each other, as if there are countless evil spirits killing each other inside. With the guidance of the 3 tractor beams, the chaotic light sphere quickly escaped from the violent atmosphere of the gas giant planet and entered the orbit of the planet. The encirclement of the burning ghost fleet is also gradually shrinking. A layer of clear light explodes from one of the cruisers. A second later, the second clear light explodes again. A thicker beam of light hits the chaotic light ball, turning into a ball formed by countless rays of light. The optical network wraps it in it. Chapter 13 Subspace Creatures. Damn, it's hard, I couldn't sleep last night. Li Qing's frigate was immediately affected by the interception force field and the interference force field, but it did not affect his retreat. The function of the shaking interception force is to intercept the target and cannot use the hyperspace engine to jump away, and the function of the interference force field is to set up a force field to prevent other people from jumping into this area. Neither of them has the function of slowing down. Only the entanglement stagnation beam has the deceleration function, but it didn't use it on him. At this time, Shachi and the others also came to their senses, and turned around and retreated as quickly as he did. The leader of Burning Ghost Squadron in the distance, Li Yuan, just sneered at this, ignored it, and directed his men to capture the chaotic light ball with all his concentration. Under the control of the 3 tractor beams, the chaotic ball of light was firmly fixed in the void and vibrated violently, as if feeling threatened. The ferocious ghosts inside were biting more intensely, and the naked eyes could see that each ferocious ghost was torn apart and devoured. The number of evil spirits decreased rapidly, but those who survived were getting stronger and stronger. Even if he was prepared, Li Yuan could still feel the stronger and stronger mental impact. But instead of worrying, he looked at the ball of light that gradually changed from chaos to clarity with a look of fanaticism, and muttered to himself. Let's tear it up. Devour it. Hundreds of thousands of souls affected by the subspace will merge into one, and a psionic life form will surely be born. Ohm. Another strong psychic energy blast exploded, and all the warships were shocked and stopped just like that. Li Yuan's face changed slightly. At this moment, a robot suspended in midair behind him flashed red eyes, and a mechanical voice sounded. Warning, it is detected that the battleship is affected by spiritual impact, and the electronic transmission of the stern part of the ship is faulty. Please ask the logistics supervisor to prepare for maintenance. Warning, it is detected that the strength of the 4th psychic impact has reached the critical point of the psychic storm, and it is expected that the next impact will increase to the intensity of the quasi-psychic storm. Commanders, please avoid it. Warning, it is predicted that the intensity of the 5th psychic impact will reach the quasi-spiritual storm level. At that time, all automatic facilities of the fleet will be temporarily interrupted. The expected duration is 60 seconds. Commanders, please avoid it. 3 warnings in a row caused Li Yuan's face to change slightly, his eyes flickered, his thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly made a decision. I order that all warships switch to manual combat systems and activate the overload mode before the next round of psionic storms. Your Excellency Commander, the overload mode can only last for 1 round at most. According to the calculation of the impact strength of the spiritual energy, the impact intensity of the spiritual energy will officially enter the level of the spiritual storm in the 6th round. Enough is enough. Do as I command. Obey, Commander. The red light of the robot's electronic eyes flashes. Li Yuan clenched his fists with both hands. On the surface, he looked expressionless and unconcerned, but in fact he was a little nervous. Ohm. The 5th round of psychic impact swept across. The huge battleship shook violently, the surface shield rippled like water waves, and a real spatial fluctuation swept under his nose. Countless lights inside the battleship turned red, each there are a lot of warning sounds. But after activating the overload mode, the impact resistance of most of the battleship's equipment has been greatly enhanced, and it forcibly took the blow. At this time, the captain robot of the cruiser came over again to warn. He reached out and stopped. His eyes were fixed on the ball of light that had already decided the winner, and a smile appeared on his face. It's over, there won't be a 6th round of psionic storms. The ball of light has changed from the previous chaos to the current clear and transparent. It can be clearly seen that the countless hideous faces mixed inside have disappeared, and there is only one soul hanging in the clear light ball as if in a deep sleep. Psychic life forms, after fusion, can forcibly awaken psionic energy and become a psionic person. Li Yuan recalled that in order to do this, he deliberately built a large base, spent tens of billions to move hundreds of thousands of people, and then attracted the evil of the subspace to descend, and quickly closed the cracks in the subspace after a trace of the evil's power descended. Hundreds of thousands of human souls are polluted and alienated by the power of evil things, killing each other and devouring each other. In the end, the strongest soul swallows all souls, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes into spiritual life forms. To build a base capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, and to move hundreds of thousands of people, it took more than 40 billion star dollars, and almost all of the net worth was invested in it. Finally close to success, Li Yuan was very excited, and quickly ordered the tractor beam to pull the ball of light. He could hardly wait. The 3 industrial ships worked together, and the ball of light quickly approached the cruiser. The cruiser opened a hole, and the ball of light was thrown into it. Li Yuan, who had been waiting in front of the deck early, took out a prismatic crystal the size of an egg. The crystal immediately emitted a powerful force when it touched the ball of light. Attraction, like a dragon absorbing water, swallows up Qingguang. The human-shaped soul body in the light sphere also quickly twisted and deformed and threw it towards the prismatic crystal, which was about to be swallowed. At this moment, the soul body suddenly opened its eyes, and the blood flames in the pupils spurted out and roared. Don't even think about it. The soul exploded with a bang, and a violent psionic energy rushed towards Li Yuan, but was blocked by a layer of light armor emerging from his body, and he said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. I knew you would not be reconciled, I was already prepared. Another prismatic crystal appeared in the right hand at some point, crushed it, and suddenly a naked man who couldn't see his face appeared, stretched out his hand to grab it, and the collapsed spiritual energy was firmly restrained by a powerful force. You can't run away, just do it obediently. The face of the reunited soul body was no longer what it was just now, but another face full of evil feelings and a strange smile on it. Li Yuan suddenly felt bad, and subconsciously wanted to do something. At this moment, he couldn't feel his own existence, and at the same time, the evil face said, I have seen countless butchers, but there are very few who can kill hundreds of thousands of the same kind without changing their faces. This seed admires you very much, come with me. Then, Li Yuan could feel his own existence again, and the first reaction was to communicate with the robot captain under him. However, this evil face seemed to be aware of his thoughts, shook his head and said, You can't do this, since you are not interested, I never force people. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction, the corner of his mouth curled up. Well, let me see, there are 2 more interesting like you. Li Yuan seemed to have noticed something. With a trace of fear in his eyes, he shouted. I agree, I agree. Late. The next second the body armor collapsed, and countless red and black streamers penetrated into his body. The light in Li Yuan's eyes quickly dimmed and turned gray, and soon his whole body turned into ashes and collapsed. A stream of red and black streamers emerged from the collapsed dust. It rises and disappears in a flash. Your soul was devoured by an unknown evil in the subspace. It takes 50 years of life to recast the body and soul, and the remaining life is 6 years. As soon as Li Yuan died, the unknown subspace evil disappeared, and Li Qing immediately felt the chaos on the side of the burning ghost fleet. At this time, Shaqi's voice also came from the channel. There seems to be some confusion on their side, The conversation stopped suddenly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they all sent messages to Shaqi, except Li Qing. Because, originally he was going to send a communication to inquire, but before he took any action, he saw countless black and red lights gathering in front of the bridge, condensing into an invisible human figure, staring at him with interest, saying a sentence shocked both him and Shaqi. Human, I can feel the huge spiritual potential in you. Now I only need a little power to successfully awaken the spiritual power, but there is a saying in your human civilization that there is no free lunch in the world. You only need to pay now. For a negligible price, one can become a powerful psyker. Shachi didn't speak, but looked vigilantly at this unknown life form that somehow appeared in his battleship. And this unknown life form seemed to guess what he was thinking, and said in a voice full of temptation. Maybe I should introduce myself first. I come from the void realm. In the words of you humans, it is the spiritual world. Maybe we are evil in the eyes of humans, but we don't think it ourselves. What we like most is trading. Needed, not taken by force. If you know us, you should know that we have never forced you, and it is the same now. If you don't want to, I can leave now. But before I leave, I have a small suggestion. You may not know it yourself. You have a psionic talent, and you are only one step away from awakening psionic abilities. Under normal circumstances, it may take you decades to awaken, or maybe your entire life. It cannot be awakened, but as long as you make a small deal with me and pay a negligible price that will never threaten your life, you can immediately awaken your psionic energy and become a powerful psionic user. He looked not in a hurry, raised his left wrist as if looking at the time, raised his right hand and stretched out his orchid fingers and said, "You have 15 seconds to think about it. If you haven't made a decision after 15 seconds, I will acquiesce that you have given up this opportunity to change your destiny." 15. 14. Compared to Shaqi's frowning and hesitation, Li Qing's expression is much more normal than Shaqi's frowning and hesitation. He even looked curiously at this unknown life form that claimed to be from the psychic world. He knows about the psychic realm. It is simply famous. It is a powerful foreign world located in the subspace opposite to the main material universe, and it is also the place that all psychic users most desire to enter. There are countless powerful psychic creatures living there, the most famous of which are the four evil gods of chaos, also known as the four peddlers, which are whispers of the void, the evil spirit of the world, a device of longing, the thread of life. But this is just what they used to be called. They have different names in different eras and different civilizations. God of courage and strength. God of knowledge and wisdom. God of life and prosperity. God of art and beauty. Of course, this unknown life form is definitely not any of the four super powerful chaos gods, because those four existences never conceal their existence, and other existences in the spiritual energy world dare not pretend to be them, so it must not be. But no matter who it is, as long as it comes from the spirit world, it must be a very powerful existence, and what he said is extremely feasible. If you say it can help you activate your spiritual power, then it will definitely help you activate your spiritual power. But how to open it and what price to pay is hard to say. To be honest, Li Qing is not interested. It's not that he is not interested in psionic power, on the contrary, he is very interested in awakening psionic power. The three common ascensions in Xinghai are psionic ascension, genetic ascension, and mechanical ascension. The strongest of them is psionic ascension, which is a level stronger than genetic ascension and mechanical ascension. But the corresponding psionic ascension is also more difficult. It is difficult for most people to awaken psionics by themselves. Once the psychic energy can be successfully awakened, one can obtain the power of psychic energy that interferes with matter, as well as a powerful skill that only psychics can obtain. The reason why he is not interested in such a big benefit is mainly because he is afraid that he will not be able to pay the price. The favorite thing of lifeforms in the psionic world is the soul. The most common price is to take away your soul after you die. If you are greedy, you will provide more souls. To put it bluntly, it is to let you go around to make troubles. Just imagine, as long as you sign the contract, you will be required to kill a group of people every once in a while, and each time you need to kill more people than the last time, even if you only kill one at the beginning, gradually accumulate to a certain point, and you need to kill more people. There will be more and more souls provided, until you are overwhelmed and cannot afford them, and then you will need your own souls to fill them. Elite education from military lords, the teacher reminded them more than once before, not to have any transactions with any existence in the subspace. It is impossible for ordinary players to play against them. They are all monsters that have lived for tens of thousands of years, and they are absolutely impossible to be their opponents. But Li Qing was very interested. Of course it's not looking for death, but, from the faint induction from the universe in the palm, the awakening of psionic energy is very important for repairing the universe in the palm. So although he knew that it was very dangerous to do business with creatures in the subspace, but considering that this was a subtle induction from the universe in his palm, he decided to take a risk. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Can you tell me first, what price do I need to pay?" Can clearly feel the joy of this subspace creature, he said. It's very simple. Within 1 year after I awaken the psychic power for you, provide me with 100 intelligent souls. There is no need for clones and biochemical humans. Humans and other intelligent races are fine. That's it. That's it. The subspace creature clasped its hands together and looked confidently at the boy in front of him. After a little silence, the hesitation on Shaqi's face finally ended. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to sign a contract with you." Very well, you will soon know that this is a very wise decision, which will allow you to quickly surpass your peers and become the best in the group. So, how to awaken? Accept my power. Two identical subspace creatures stretched out their fingers at the same time, and tapped between Li Qing and Shaqi's foreheads. Suddenly, the light burst into flames. The subspace creatures exploded and turned into a wave of psionic energy, submerging them, and quickly turned into a ball like a tide. The ball of light kept surging, and the stream of spiritual energy turned into countless tiny filaments of light and penetrated into their bodies. Chapter 14 Psionic Awakening. Li Qing and Sha Qi snorted at the same time, and the subspace creature laughed like a conspiracy and a trick in their minds. Sha Qi felt a little bad in his heart, but Li Qing's face covered by spiritual energy showed a smile. The light thread that was trying to drill into his body did not know when it stopped, but drilled out again, and the spiritual energy glowed. The ball separated from him, and recondensed into a figure formed by black and red light. It looked up and looked around, with a hint of doubt on its face. Where is this? I don't know when. The scenery outside the glass of the frigate's bridge has changed. It used to be facing a frigate and a destroyer of Ningxi, but they have disappeared at this time, replaced by a strange starry sky. The unknown subspace creature suddenly soared into the sky, and the hard alloy on the top of the battleship bridge could not stop him at all. Leaving the frigate, the unknown subspace creature appeared in the void of the universe in the palm of the hand. Looking at the huge and incomparably high-dimensional fortress of the witness of the stars in the center of the universe, the black and red light shook violently. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the frigate, turned around and re-drilled into it to the bridge, but was stunned for a moment. Li Qing, who was sitting in the command room just a few seconds ago, had disappeared at this time. He raised his head suddenly, with an angry expression on his face, and his spiritual energy exploded violently. In the void, the frigate suddenly shook violently, and exploded in the next second. The silver psionic storm tore the frigate to pieces, turning into silver tides and rushing in all directions. Papa Papa. Starlight gathered in the void to form Li Qing's figure. He patted his palm and sighed. It's such a powerful spiritual energy storm. Just a trace of will has such powerful spiritual energy. I don't know how powerful your body is. The silver aura gathered in the center of the psychic storm, recondensing a huge head. He stared at Li Qing, lowered his high head a little, and said in a deep tone. Successor of a transcendent civilization, please forgive my rudeness just now, please allow me to introduce myself again. He paused for a while, and said in an aria-like voice. Duboilas Breg, or you can call me, Nu, or you can call me Soul Devourer. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. I'm not interested in your name. The Soul Devourer called. Nu, changed his face slightly, and said again. Perhaps we can talk again. I remember that there is a rule in the human world. Noble people can use enough wealth to buy their own lives. I am willing to give out wealth that suits my status. I beg you to let me go. Li Qing looked at him with a smile, and kept looking at his huge face and the slowly shrinking psionic storm, which quickly condensed his body and turned into a huge silver light man hanging in the void. Soul Devourer. Exen suppressed the anger in his heart, and set out his own conditions. According to my understanding of the human race, I can provide the following conditions to purchase the departure of my will. I can activate psionic power for you, guarantee you psionic ascension, and provide 3 ways to open the second stage of psionic ascension. I can provide you with a lost high relic, and I also know the whereabouts of a lost ancient titan. If you are not in a hurry, I can still provide you with the coordinates of a psychic saint who is lost in the psychic world. After saying this, Exen looked at Li Qing expectantly, but seeing that he was still looking at him with the smile just now, he said with a little dissatisfaction. According to the peer-to-peer trading rules, this is enough to buy my life. This is just my will. Hey hey, Li Qing laughed out loud for the first time. He felt great, it was the first time he caught such a big fish with the universe in his palm. This guy was also too careless. He didn't pay attention to an ordinary human at all, so that he directly opened the universe channel in his palm and swallowed the frigate. He clearly noticed the abnormality, but he didn't escape immediately. It was too late to react. My game, my turf, my rules. On the outside, he is just an ant in the eyes of subspace life forms, but in the palm universe, he is a god. The new proposals are indeed tempting, but Li Qing is not tempted at all. Not only are most of those proposals fancy but not useful. Give me the Titan, can I drive it? Can I afford it? Would it be useful to give me the coordinates of the psychic saint? Do I dare to enter the spiritual world now? These are all traps and pits. It seems beautiful, but it is not practical. It would be better to give me $1 trillion directly. Don't say that a Titan super flagship is more than 1 trillion. The point is, can he get it? The fall has not been discovered until now, and the position he is in must be a Jedi. With his current ability, how can he get it out? How do you get out? I have to say that these things in the subspace have been playing tricks all their lives, and they subconsciously want to keep a hand in everything. Fortunately, Li Qingyan never thought of making this deal, otherwise he might be tempted. Compared to these seemingly useless transactions, it is better to refine them directly. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows. Exon immediately sensed his murderous aura, and said quickly, "As the witness of the four gods of the void realm, as long as you let me go, I will deliver everything I promised to you within 1 year." As soon as the voice fell, the huge silver light man suddenly stopped, and then burned with flames all over his body, and his huge body quickly disintegrated and became smaller. The silver light man roared in pain. The powerful psychic energy condensed into the body swelled violently, and heart-pounding fluctuations gushed out, but they were all suppressed by an invisible force, and life and death fell apart and collapsed into a large psychic energy storm and tidal pavement again. In the void, it looks like a huge silver cloud with a diameter of several kilometers from a distance. Transparent flames emerged out of thin air, and the silver clouds quickly evaporated and shrunk. A huge transparent light and shadow struggled hard, but was firmly bound by the invisible force in this silver cloud, watching the silver clouds quickly evaporate and shrink, getting smaller and smaller. I don't know how long it took, but the silver clouds that stretched thousands of meters in length and width have shrunk to only a dozen meters in size, and the color has gradually changed from silvering to transparent and clear. Li Qing looked at an equally transparent phantom in the transparent stream of light expressionlessly, and with a wave of his hand, this group of transparent phantoms turned into a stream of light and flew towards the super-dimensional fortress of the Star's Witness, directly in. In the core space of the fortress, Li Qing and the group of clear light appeared at the same time. Immediately, more than a dozen chains of starlight condensed fell into the clear light, locking the group of clear light and the transparent figure inside the clear light respectively, and then a circle of invisible ripples swayed by, and the transparent figure suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared silently. Li Qing instantly felt the power of the universe in his palm cross the material universe along a silk thread invisible to the naked eye, and appeared in a constantly twisting and changing chaos. The perception in the dark, that thread is connected to the transparent light and shadow sealed in the universe in the palm of the hand, and the other end is in the depths of the chaos that is constantly twisting and changing. A steady stream of chaotic power drilled into the transparent silk thread, turning into strands of aura and rushing towards the source of the thread. Almost instantly, Li Qing felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. His eyes lit up, and he vaguely felt that a valve in his body that could not be observed with the naked eye was slowly loosening. He has a clear understanding in his heart, and it won't be long before he draws enough power from the spiritual energy world. Not only will the universe in his palm continue to grow stronger, but he will also be able to awaken his spiritual energy on his own. Yes, what he is doing now is to find the coordinates of the spiritual energy world through the connection between the incarnation and the real body, using the will incarnation of a powerful existence in this unknown spiritual energy world as a guide, and then use the power of the universe in his palm to connect coordinate forcibly extracts the power of the spiritual energy world to strengthen the universe in the palm and himself. This is the main reason why he is not moved at all. No matter how good the condition of new is, how can it be so good? Continuously extracting the energy of the virtual world, not only can slowly repair the damaged origin of the universe in the palm, but also strengthen his spiritual energy. With this, he will be like the legendary dragon. In the future, even if he eats and sleeps every day, his spiritual power will continue to grow stronger. Li Qingmo estimated that within a month, the steady stream of purified psionic energy could forcibly break through the boundary and forcibly awaken the psionic energy. Once the psionic power is awakened, let's put it this way, not only the Li family of Qinghe, but also any military leader in the United Empire of Mankind regard awakened psychic powers as second only to geniuses with the innate talent of Purple Epic, and they will definitely be willing to invest certain resources in their cultivation. Once he awakens his psychic powers, Li Qing's attention in the Qinghe Li family will definitely increase significantly. As long as he goes back to report, he will immediately receive the support of the standard training fund set up by the family. Including the time when the previous identity and status were not enough, the blank period from birth to going out to open up will be reissued according to the existing standards. There is no need to doubt whether it is true. Any rich and noble family will not be stingy in cultivating real elite descendants. However, Li Qing has not considered whether to go back and report to the family for the time being. After reporting, he will indeed get strong support from the family, but any time the gain and obligation are equal. The family has invested so much resources, it is impossible to support you for nothing, etc. When you grow up in the future, you must fulfill your obligations. Li Qing also agrees with this point, but holding a universe in the palm of his hand, he will definitely be able to rise to the top of the star sea in the future. He has no interest in returning to the family, even if he has a high probability of defeating other competitors in the future to become the patriarch of the Li family of Qinghe, and control the Qinghe province for nearly 100 billion yuan. With a population of several billion players, and a division-level fleet. In the United Empire of Mankind, the goal of any aspiring super elite has never been to go home and inherit the family business, but to open up and establish his own territory by himself. The ultimate goal is to establish a new province by himself and become a new empire, to prove himself. Only when you fail to open up territories outside, will you fall back and return to the family to inherit the family business. No matter in which era, those who have the ability to redevelop and become a new military leader are the sons of the era at that time, and they are also the most likely to challenge the Star Sea Lord and become the true ruler of the United Empire of Mankind. Holding a universe in the palm of your hand, you ask me what my goal is. Of course it will not be to go home and inherit the family business. So, how do I go back now? Another question posed in front of Li Qing. Before, the Soul Devourer exploded with psychic energy, blowing up the frigate and destroying all the crew members inside. Now it's okay to be in the universe in the palm of your hand. What should I do when I go out later? Not to mention that he hasn't awakened his psionic power yet. Even if he did, the newly awakened psionic power wouldn't be enough for him to survive in a vacuum. And the ship exploded, and all the crew members died, and they had to prepare a large pension when they returned to Ginman province. Skull hurts. The joy of being about to awaken psionic power was cut in half. Result is dead. There is no other way, and there is no way to communicate with the outside world in the palm of the universe. When I was sitting on a frigate, I was only a few kilometers away from Shachi and others' fleet. For a warship, it is only a few body distances, but for a small individual in terms of distance, a few kilometers is already very far. In space, the sound cannot be transmitted, and no one else can hear you if you shout loudly. When he came out of the universe in the palm, there was a bang, and he died suddenly on the spot. Etc. have been resurrected and are already in bases separated by dozens of galaxies. The resurrection point defaults to its own territory or personal base if it is not set. If there is no own base nearby, the second default is the nearby space outpost or star castle star city. If the distance is too far, they will be resurrected randomly at the nearest location, not limited to abandoned space stations or other warships. Anyway, it is a place that can accommodate the existence of the physical body, and will not be resurrected in space. Every death and resurrection, a certain amount of lifespan will be lost, generally at least 5 years, and at most there is no upper limit. Death in icy space like him is the same as death in normal combat, only losing a minimum of 5 years of life. But if he died at the hands of those evil subspace beings, it would be hard to say. At least a few decades, as many as hundreds or even hundreds of years, if you are lucky enough to die in the hands of the 4 gods of the Void Realm, there is a high probability that you will directly GG. The base is as usual, and there is a frigate from Yongbyon parked outside the orbit of the satellite. He really sent one to help look at the base, which moved Li Qing quite a bit. Reopened the communication through the base's radar and sent a message to everyone. After a minute, Yongbyon replied. Brother Li Qing, you came back so early, could something have happened? Li Qing smiled bitterly and said. Indeed, something happened halfway, and my ship exploded. That's a pity. What about them? Not sure, maybe still fighting, or escaped. Then you are going to do it now. Do you want to buy another boat? Or I will sell you one. Li Qing thought for a while, nodded and said. Then trouble brother Yang. You're welcome. By the way, most of the warships here are 2nd and 3rd tier configurations. If you want 2 types, I will sell them to you at the market price. Level 3. Although he prefers the 5th level configuration, Yongbyon probably only has a few days on hand. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Thank you brother Yang. By the way, I don't have that much cash now, can I use or to pay for it? Well, yes, a total of 33 million. Okay, close the communication. Li Qing rubbed his chin, and decided to return to Ginman after Yongbyo's boat came. Chapter 15 Configuring Warships Part 1. Coming out of Ginman, although he didn't experience many battles, Li Qing understood that the combat effectiveness of high configuration warships is indeed much stronger than that of low configuration warships. This time, he must deploy 2 5th level frigates. In fact, he wants to configure a destroyer. Not only is the ship larger, but it also has stronger combat power and faster speed. However, a full stacked destroyer needs at least 600 million or 700 million, and the sum of all the mineral in the universe in the palm of his hand may not be enough. But it's uncertain now. On the way back, he plans to walk around the galaxy passing by, to see if there is such a mining base, and if he can steal some mines along the way. If you can collect a few 100 million more mines along the way, you can go directly to a fully equipped destroyer when you return to Ginman. Destroyers are not only faster than frigates, but also have a wider radar range, making it easier to steal mines. The next day Yang Yunbo brought 3 frigates and a medium-sized transport ship over. Li Qing gave him the 3 ore and some refined ore that he had prepared long ago, and got a new frigate. After chatting for a while, Yang Yunbo bid farewell and left. He collected all the refined ore accumulated during this period into the universe in his palm, sent Yang Yunbo a message and set off. The frigate quickly left the galaxy, entered the next galaxy, and then directly activated the hyperspace engine to enter the sublight speed state. He has a star map of nearby galaxies. There is no asteroid belt in this galaxy, and there is a high probability that there will be no wild monster mining bases. Enter the next galaxy 3 days later, still start the hyperspace engine, but the direction is inside the galaxy. It didn't take long to come near an asteroid belt inside the galaxy. The battleship slowed down and moved along the asteroid belt, looking for possible mining bases. It took almost a month to stop and go, and found 6 mining bases in total, and successfully stole 22 mine balls. There must be more than such a few mining bases in an asteroid belt, but the asteroid belt is too big, he can't really go around by ordinary flight, that is a distance that can't be completed in a year, and he can only stop and go stop doing whatever you want. Set the frigate to cruise at a constant speed, while Li Qing left the frigate and entered the palm universe. As soon as he entered the universe in his palm, his pupils exploded, as if a flame was ignited in his mind, surging spiritual energy could no longer be suppressed and erupted from his eyes, like 2 transparent flames. After a month and more than a few days of accumulation, psionic energy finally crossed that boundary and successfully awakened psionic energy. The so-called psionic energy is the mixture of soul power and mind power, and then sublimated. Only those with innate soul power or psychic power, inspired by some strong emotions or guided by external forces, use the power of the soul to ignite the power of the soul and awaken psionic energy. Psychic energy is a special kind of energy, because it is the sublimation of the power of the mind and the power of the soul. The power of the mind can also be called the power of the spirit. Can mentally interfere with reality. You can refer to the legendary magic or Taoism, and psionic energy can realize the legendary magic effect. For example, Li Qing stretched out his palm, and the invisible and transparent power in his palm turned into a flame form. With his thoughts, the transparent psionic power quickly turned red and burned, exuding fiery heat. As he moved his mind again, the temperature of the burning flame dropped rapidly, and soon fell below 0, exuding a fierce cold air. Interfering with reality with spirit, psychic energy can achieve the impossible. Now his spiritual strength is not enough, just 10 units of spiritual power when he just awakened, at most he can raise a ball of fire or freeze an ice cream, no more. But as the psionic energy becomes stronger, its power will also continue to grow. When it reaches a certain level, the power of psionic energy can form a powerful psionic storm, and even a battleship can be easily smashed. After trying a little bit, Li Qing squeezed out the ice flame with his palms together. With a thought, the light curtain popped up in front of him, and several prompts appeared in front of him. You have awakened psionic ability to become a psionic user, all innate attributes plus 2 points, lifespan plus 200 years. Regardless of the strength of the psionic ability, once the psionic ability is awakened, the lifespan will be greatly increased. And the lifespan increased by psionic energy will not affect the advanced gene modulation. You can also go through 5 gene modulations to improve your lifespan and your own physical fitness. It is worth mentioning that the innate attribute of spiritual awakening is much higher than that of genetic adjustment. Genetic adjustment will only increase a little innate attribute each time, but spiritual awakening will not increase brain slots. It is also worth mentioning that spiritual awakening and genetic adjustment are 2 different things from spiritual ascension and genetic ascension. Now this is not spiritual ascension and genetic ascension. Whether it is spiritual awakening, genetic adjustment, or prosthetic body transformation, these are all prerequisites for the 3 major ascensions. The strength of psychic energy awakening must reach more than 1,000 units. After 5 times of gene adjustment and 5 times of prosthetic body transformation, the 3 major paths of ascension will be opened. Award. Withdrawing his thoughts, Li Qing's eyes fell on the second prompt. You have awakened psionic ability to become a psionic user. Please choose the direction of psionic ability. Psyker Administrative. This is a powerful psychic, whose powerful psychic power endows him with extremely high administrative efficiency. Attributes. Function efficiency plus 20%. Industrial production capacity plus 20%. Psyker Research. This is a powerful psyker, whose powerful psychic power endows him with extremely high scientific research efficiency. Attribute. Scientific research efficiency plus 20%. There is a very small chance of a flash of inspiration during research. Psyker Navy Commander. This is a powerful psyker, whose powerful psychic power gives great bonuses to the fleet. Attributes. Fleet speed plus 20%. Fleet range plus 20%. Hit plus 10. Psyker Army General. This is a powerful psyker, whose powerful psychic power gives great bonuses to ground troops. Attributes. Ground troops range plus 20%. Hit plus 20. Well. Li Qing hesitated for a moment. There is no difference between psychic power itself, it is just pure psychic power, but the digitalization of the new universe rules has the exclusive skill of psychers. This is also the main reason why psychers are called innate talents second only to purple epics. They not only have power, but also have a powerful buff, and this skill will also increase with the level of psychers, which is very powerful. Theoretically, the skill of psychers is stronger than most epic level innate talents, but it is difficult for psychers to improve, and it becomes more difficult to improve as they go to the back. And there is no such thing as a bottleneck for innate talents. In terms of level cap, psychers are no match, so they are ranked below. But no matter what, the skill of psycher is an extra skill other than innate talent, and it is so powerful. In fact, the choice does not need to be too entangled. The administrative branch must be excluded first, and the scientific research branch. Li Qing hesitated, but ruled it out. This branch is actually very fierce, and the scientific research efficiency plus 20% is nothing more than that. The occasional flash of inspiration is actually very powerful. Many scientific research results are the occasional flash of inspiration of scientists. With this, one can become an excellent scientist, is no problem. But the problem is that he never thought of going the scientist route. Pass 2. The Army does not need to consider, only the Navy Command's skill route is left. After making a choice, Li Qing immediately and obviously felt that the speed of the frigate had increased a lot. As for psychic power, this thing is in the mind. The strength of the newly awakened psychic power is only 10 units. A normal psychic person needs to find the secret method of psychic power and continue to exercise to improve slowly. And he doesn't have to do anything. He eats and sleeps every day. Eating will continue to improve. At this stage, about 1 unit of psychic energy is increased every day. When the universe in the palm is repaired to a certain extent in the future, the extracted virtual energy will increase, and the psychic energy feedback he will receive will also increase. That is to say, at this stage, there is no need to expect to use the big move of psionic storm, which can only be used by those who have at least 1000 units and are called storm-level psychers, and the power is not as good as before. The incarnation of the will of the psionic devourer. Although he is just an incarnation of will, he possesses more than 1000 units of psionic power. There is a long way to go. Li Qing smacked his lips, quite expecting that he would be like this in the future, or even stronger. It is worth mentioning that although the later psychers are very powerful, and some legendary level super psychers can even cover a planet with their psychic power, the mainstream in the Star Sea is still fleet combat. Psychic power is only explosive, but not long-lasting. At most, you can have a few waves of psionic storms to instantly kill a small fleet. When the psionic power is exhausted, you will be slaughtered. For powerful psychers, they would never count on psychic powers to fight against the fleet. For them, the biggest benefit of psychers is the powerful skill effect of psychers. Imagine a fleet commanded by a powerful super psycher with plus 100% speed, plus 100% range, plus 100% attack power, guaranteed to hit. How powerful would it be to command a fleet with such a strong buff? Although the bonus at this time is not that great, Li Qing can clearly feel the difference. In an instant, the speed increased a lot, allowing him to easily get rid of ordinary pirate gunboats, even destroyers, and his safety was greatly improved. In the next few months, Li Qing walked slowly along the road back to Ginman. Every time he came to a galaxy with an asteroid belt, he would go around and look for mining bases. If you encounter a personal player base, you will spend some money to find them to buy the star map of the galaxy, which can save a lot of time. Before he knew it, 5 months later, he finally returned to the Ginman galaxy, and at this time he had accumulated more than 100 mineral balls, a total of 114. Back to Ginman, he didn't do anything. He first rented a hotel in the scenic Ginman number 2 tourist star, and spent half a month to relax. Then I went to the galaxy next door to Ginman, found a chamber of commerce, rented a large industrial ship, and drove the industrial ship to the uninhabited part of the galaxy. He just needs to find a place where there is no one to open the exit of the Palm universe, drag the mineral inside with the tractor beam of the industrial ship, and directly drag the mineral out like a train. Randomly found a mining company called D, and sold all the 114 mineral with a diameter of about 5 kilometers at the market price. It took almost a week to smash the one by one, count the raw ores in the balls, count the number of different ores, and calculate the total price. In the final comprehensive statistics, 114 ore plus the ore he had accumulated before were finally sold for 1.24 billion star dollars, a little higher than he expected. Building a small fleet with a net worth of 1 billion is not enough, but this is a good start. It is completely possible to deploy a fully equipped destroyer and 2 fully equipped frigates. It will be more convenient and efficient to steal ore regardless of actual combat effectiveness. To configure the battleship, I am looking for a shipyard belonging to the U family, and the highest order is for cruisers. It's not that he won't be able to build battleships, but that orders for battleships are in short supply. After 10 years, he won't be able to get his turn. In the reception room, while drinking tea, Li Qing looked at the different configurations of destroyers displayed on the light curtain in front of him. A beautiful girl in a short skirt and uniform showing a well-rectified figure was introducing him enthusiastically. Sir, our Yushi shipyard has been passed down for more than 400 years, and we can accept orders for the highest battleships. The destroyer you ordered now only needs to queue up 58 people, and it is expected to start construction in a month. Of course, if you are in a hurry and don't mind, you can buy a finished warship, but it needs to be refitted and strengthened. Li Qing didn't answer, but just checked the initial module configuration of different destroyers on the light curtain, as well as various modification plans. The configuration of weapons and general slots is not important. This new ship and old ship can be replaced at any time. Customization mainly depends on the module. Because the destroyer is divided into 2 sections, the bow and the stern, each has many kinds of modules. Ordering is to customize the assembly of different modules freely, not the default module. Among them, the bow of the ship is the bow of the gunboat, the bow of the sentry ship, the bow of the giant gunship, and the bow of the missile ship. There are rare hangar bow and hangar stern. In addition to these, custom warships can also be enhanced and modified when they are built, adding new weapon slots or general slots, and they are stronger than regular warships of the same tier as soon as they leave the factory. Of course, the price is also more expensive, often hundreds of millions of expenses. But in the early stage, when it is impossible to form a large-scale fleet, the strength of a single ship's combat power can directly affect the combat power, so in the early stage, battleship modification is very popular, like Shachi's cruiser, which has been modified, not only equipped with all 5 tiers, but also battleships it has been strengthened and many additional weapon slots have been added. Basically, it can fight 2 or 2 standard cruisers with 1 enemy. Li Qing thought about it carefully. He estimated that he would spend a long time running around looking for wild monster mining bases to steal mines. Speed must be very important, and his own combat power is also very important. All 5-star configurations and various enhancements must be fully equipped. The bow of the ship chooses the giant gun ship bow module, which has 2 L large weapon slots and 4 M medium weapon slots. The gunship stern module is selected for the stern, which has 8 slots for medium M weapons. There is no slot for S small arms, and no slot for P-type close and rapid-fire guns. It is difficult to make a threatening counterattack in the face of the enemy's face-to-face attack. But it's not a big problem, just hand over the close defense to 2 fully equipped frigates. The 3 battleships are also a small fleet. The main destroyer is responsible for frontal combat, and the frigate only needs to escort. Chapter 16 Configuring Warships Part 2. General slots have a total of 6 medium-sized slots for M, 8 small-sized slots for S, and 2 functional slots for a slot. It is worth mentioning that the destroyer he ordered is not a regular Tornado-class destroyer, but an elite Hurricane-class destroyer, which not only has higher basic attributes than the regular Tornado class, but also has more slots. Correspondingly, there are 150 million regular Tornado-class destroyers and 250 million elite Hurricane-class destroyers, which is an extra 100 million star dollars. Destroyer, Hurricane-class multifunctional ship, with assault, air defense, escort, patrol, security, reconnaissance and other functions. Attributes. Basic hull, 10,000. Basic armor, 10,000. Basic shield, 10,000. Base speed, 140,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, Sentinel tactic. Fleet slot size, 2. Advanced giant gunship bow module, advanced gunboat stern module. Components. Energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computers. Weapon slots. L4, M12. General slot. M7, S8, A2. In fact, he wants the excellent Black Hawk class destroyer more, but the shipyard does not have any blueprints for this. And this is just the beginning of spending money. Next, Li Qing deleted from the configuration list, and installed several slots for this destroyer. According to the modification limit of the Hurricane-class destroyer, a total of 15 points of modification value, 2 additional L-sized weapon slots each occupying 6 points of modification value were added. It took 50 million to equals 100 million star dollars to directly increase the attack power. The remaining 3 points of modification value added a medium-sized general-purpose slot that takes up 3 points of modification value, and it cost 10 million, which was just spent. Total cost. 250 million plus 100 million plus 10 million for the hull, a total of 360 million stars. After that, it is the second largest consumption item, the configuration of weapons and general slots. It is worth mentioning that his 4L large weapon slots are not equipped with conventional large weapons, but L-slot main gun weapons. In Shanghai, there are 4 types of weapons: M medium, S small, P slot point defense, and cannon. Each weapon slot is actually 2 guns, one on each side of the battleship. There is only one slot for the X super large slot, the G missile slot, and the T slot doomsday weapon. Among them, the large L slot is a bit special, because there are 2 templates for this large slot, one is a regular template, and one slot is divided into 2 shots. One is the main gun template, which has only 1 cannon per slot. The main gun equipped with the L large slot is more powerful than a single conventional large weapon, but the price is more expensive. The 4L large weapons are equipped with advanced kinetic energy railguns, which are more powerful than kinetic energy railguns. Each of them is 50 million, and the 4 weapons have a total of 200 million stars. Advanced kinetic energy railgun. A very advanced kinetic energy artillery that can fire powerful long-range kinetic energy shells. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 2800, 5000. Fire rate: 90 seconds, shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 1500 kilometers. Fix: plus 50% shield damage. Fix: minus 25% armor damage. Then the 12M medium weapon slots are also equipped with kinetic energy weapons, the 5th generation electromagnetic gun. 5th generation electromagnetic gun, medium, long-range antimatter artillery, which can fire powerful kinetic energy shells at extremely long distances. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 500 to 700. Fire rate: 25 seconds, shot. Hit: 75%. Range: 500 kilometers. Fix: plus 25% shield damage. Fix: minus 50% armor damage. The price of the 5th generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, is 10 million for a set of 2, and a total of 12 sets cost 120 million. After the weapon is configured, the next is the general slot, a total of 7M medium-sized general-purpose slots, 8S small general-purpose slots, and 2 A-type functional slots. Li Qing thought about it, and 2 of the 7M medium-sized general-purpose slots are equipped with 5th generation medium-sized energy shields, each of which increases the value of energy shield by 4000, and automatically regenerates energy by 2 points per second. The other 5 are equipped with 5th generation neutron armor, each adding 3000 points of armor, and 2 points of armor repair per second. The price of both the 5th generation medium-sized shield and the 5th generation medium-sized armor is 8.8 million each, and the total of 7 pieces adds up to 61.6 million stars. As for the 8S small universal slots, they are fully equipped with 5th generation small energy shields, each of which adds 2000 points of energy shield value, and automatically restores 1 point of energy per second. The price of the 5th generation small shield is 2.2 million yuan, and 8 pieces total 17.6 million stars. The configuration of the 2A-type function slots is the same. Both are advanced afterburners. The effect is plus 30% start speed, plus 30% turn rate, plus 20% normal flight speed, each price is 20 million, and 2 or 40 million. Directly increase the speed to full. Weapons and general slots add up, and it costs 200 million plus 120 million plus 61.6 million plus 17.6 million, a total of 399.2 million. In addition to the previous 250 million bare ships plus additional slots, the total is 360 million. Li Qing scratched his forehead and couldn't help but smack his lips. So expensive. The key point is that the configuration has not yet been completed, and 5 types of reactors, hyperspace engines, thrusters, sensors, and combat computers need to be purchased. The 5th generation zero-point reactor destroyer version, 12 million stars. The destroyer version of the 5th generation jump engine, the maximum jump range is 50 light years, and the price is 30 million star yuan. The 5th generation phase pulse thruster, speed plus 60%, start speed plus 25%, turn rate plus 25%, price 40 million stars. The 5th generation tachyon sensor destroyer version, the maximum detection range is 100,000 kilometers in diameter, and the price is 16 million. The advanced combat system of the destroyer version, hit plus 10, flight speed plus 10%, the price is 7.5 million. Comprehensively, the total is 105.5 million. Including the previous expenditures, a top-equipped destroyer was released, with a total cost of 844.7 million stars. Tisk tisk tisk. The 1.2 billion star dollars I just earned lost more than half of it all at once, which is outrageous. This expenditure directly made Li Qing cancel his previous idea of deploying 2 top-equipped frigates. At this stage, it is fine to equip 1 frigate, and he is afraid that he will not be able to afford 2 frigates. The allocation is barely affordable, and the frigate's expenditure is much less than that of the destroyer. The main reason is that there is not much money left after the allocation. He has to buy a lot of weapons and ammunition. The first batch of crew members, the original dead crew members, need to pay a high pension. Next, he will have to stay in Ginman for a while, and go to the engineering college to learn shipbuilding-related skills, which will cost money. There is no need to buy the frigate, just this one. You just need to modify it and add extra slots. The frigate has only 5 points of modification value, and there is nothing to consider. 4 are installed as S-small arms slots that only occupy a point of modification value, and 1 is added as P-slot point defense. There are 5 in total, 1 for 5 million, and a total of 2,510,000. Including the original slots, there are a total of 9 S slots for small arms, 2 P-type point defense slots, 5 S small general slots, and 1 A-type function slot. Weapons are all 5th generation Flame Storm machine guns, with a unit price of 2.5 million, and a total of 9 pieces of 22.5 million. 5th generation Flame Storm cannon, a large caliber ballistic weapon that can fire shells at super high speeds. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 50 to 60. Fire rate: 2 seconds shot. Hit: 50%. Range: 70 kilometers. Fix: plus 25% shield damage. Fix: minus 50% armor damage. Since it is a frigate, its main duty is to intercept the enemy attacking the destroyer in close quarters, so it is natural to use the fastest attacking cannon. Slot P is configured with a Guardian level close-in rapid-fire gun, and the unit price is also 2.5 million, 2 of which are 5 million. Guardian class close-in rapid-fire gun, the last line of defense of the battleship, dedicated to defending against missiles and space fighters. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 3 to 3. Fire rate: 12,000 rounds per second. Hit: 30%. Range: 18 kilometers. Fix: minus 75% armor damage. Fix: minus 50% hull damage. The universal slot has 3 shields and 2 armors, and the price is 2.2 million. 5 equals 11 million stars. Slot A is equipped with an advanced afterburner, and the unit price of the frigate version is 10 million stars. Then the energy core is the 5th generation zero-point reactor of the frigate version, and the price is 8 million star yuan. The frigate version of the 5th generation LEAP engine costs 15 million star dollars. The frigate version of the 5th generation phase pulse thruster costs 20 million star dollars. The tachyon sensor of the frigate version costs 8 million star yuan. The advanced combat system of the frigate version, hit plus 10, rate of fire plus 10%, 2.5 million stars. In summary, after deducting the price of the battleship, it cost a total of $25 million to refit plus $22.5 million for 9 fifth-generation flame storm cannons plus $5 million for 2 Guardian-class close-in defense guns plus $11 million for 5 small S-sized general slots plus $1,000 for advanced afterburners $10,000 plus 0-point reactor $8 million plus 5th-generation leap engine $15 million plus phase pulse thruster $20 million plus tachyon sensor $5 million plus advanced combat computer $2.5 million. A total of $135 million. If the bare boat is added to $20 million, a top-equipped Heian-class frigate will cost $155 million. $155 million plus $844.70, a total of $999.7 million, a total of 1.23 billion star assets, suddenly shrunk to 230.3 million stars. According to the price of a top-equipped frigate, if another one is equipped, the remaining 70 to 80 million may seem quite a lot, but it is actually not expensive. Spending money to play battleships is like flowing water. Many times, you don't even know where the money is spent. Next, Li Qing went to the crew union and handed over the compensation money of the dead crew members. Senior crew pensions are 2 million yuan, and frigate captains are 5 million yuan. A frigate had 3 senior crew members. Fortunately, there was no captain. In the end, he paid a full 6 million pension. Fortunately, the new ship has just been ordered, and the salary of the frigate is not too much, so it can still be carried. But when the destroyer is launched and the crew is in place, he will have to leave Ginman early to make money. Leaving Yu's shipyard, Li Qing first went to Ginman No. 3 Space Habitat Station to rent an apartment, and then he will stay in Ginman for at least half a year, without a place to live. Use a personal terminal to open the network of the School of Engineering, and sign up for a series of shipbuilding-related courses online, both online and offline, with a total of tens of millions of stars. After that, there are intense courses that are as tight as the college entrance examination. He has registered too much, including a series of courses related to shipbuilding. There are more than 30 courses in total, and there are 4 or 5 classes almost every day. Every day is not only a class, but also a class. He frantically absorbs the knowledge of various subjects, and 10 times the experience is strengthened. The large innate attribute bonus makes his one class equivalent to dozens of other people's classes, and the speed of skill improvement is very fast. Li Qing estimated that according to this improvement speed, after completing all the courses, he can try to build frigates by himself. At that time, recruit a group of shipbuilding engineers, with the assistance of a few senior engineers, and almost directly build frigates. Selling ships is more profitable than mining, and arms are huge profits at any time. A naked frigate costs 20 million, even if it only earns 10%, it can still earn 2 million, but in fact, how can it be possible to earn only 10%? By understanding, the price of a warship consists of 3 aspects. Drawings account for 10%, materials account for 50% to 60%, and if there is no stable material supply channel, it will account for 60%. If there is a stable material supply channel, if there is a relationship, you can get the material at a price lower than the market price. Then normally, the salary of the shipyard and the salary of the shipbuilding engineer add up to about 15% or so. Then there is the channel fee, which is hard to say. If the shipyard sells directly, naturally there is no channel fee, but some merchants cooperate with the shipyard, get the ship from the shipyard at a low price and resell it, and the middleman must earn some money. So, for the sale of ships built by normal shipyards, those with stable supply channels can make about 20% to 30% of the profit, and no more than 30% at most. This ratio is not large, but it is not as expensive as a boat. 30% of 20 million, that is 6 million. One frigate is 6 million, and 100 frigates are 600 million. The construction time of a frigate is 60 days. Generally, a large shipyard can build hundreds or even thousands of frigates in a batch. The income of 5 or 6 billion in 2 months is quite good. It is worth mentioning that the construction capacity of these large shipyards can range from hundreds to thousands, which is different from the shipyards in Li Qing's Galway fortress. The shipyard in the high-dimensional fortress in his hands is called the Superstructure Assembly Base to be precise. It is a whole shipyard, which can simultaneously build tens of thousands of frigates with a naval capacity of only 1 square, or build a naval capacity of more than 1,000 squares. Titan Super Flagship. The docks of ordinary large shipyards are just ordinary docks combined, which can build thousands of frigates and destroyers at the same time, but they cannot build flagships that occupy a large dock capacity. To put it bluntly, the 2,300 construction capacity of the superstructure assembly base in his hands as a whole. On the other hand, the thousands of construction capacities in ordinary shipyards are composed of countless construction capacities of only a dozen or dozens. That is to say, the maximum construction capacity of a single ship is only a dozen or so, and the maximum construction capacity of a naval ship is 20 battleships. It is impossible to build a flagship with a naval capacity of several hundred tiles. Moreover, Li Qing, the shipyard of the superstructure assembly base, has an attribute that increases the speed of shipbuilding by 100%. It means that the construction time of a normal frigate is 60 days, but this superstructure assembly base can be built in only 30 days, and the time has been reduced by half. And only need one chief engineer, 2 senior shipbuilding engineers and 30 general engineers to build. This superstructure assembly base now has a dock capacity of 2,300, and theoretically requires 2,300 senior naval architects and 69,000 ordinary engineers to fully operate. And this is just to build frigates. If destroyers, cruisers, and battleships are rebuilt, ordinary engineers can be used in common, but a large number of matching senior shipbuilders are still needed. The shipyard that is still intact is only a part of this superstructure assembly base. The total dock capacity in its intact state is over 100 million. In the peak state, up to 100 million frigates can be built every month. It is outrageous to think about it. But considering that the size of this thing needs to be measured in astronomical units, the power furnace is a galaxy like the Milky Way, so it is not outrageous to think about it. Chapter 17 Shocking News. Chief Shipbuilding Engineer Li Qing himself can work part-time, but now he needs 2 senior shipbuilding engineers and 30 ordinary shipbuilding engineers to assist him in building frigates. The salary of an ordinary shipbuilder is about 30,000 yuan, which is the minimum standard. If the job location is far away from Ginman, such as working in a shipyard with a team like Burning Ghost, an additional subsidy is required, which is about 35,000 to 40,000 yuan. If there are still some harsh conditions, such as being farther away, or signing a long-term contract of more than 10 or 20 years to stay in a certain place for more than 10 years and rarely coming back, the salary will be even higher. Filling all the docks requires nearly 100,000 naval architects, and the monthly salary alone is billions. The salary of ordinary naval architects is much higher than that of ordinary crew members of warships. Such a large amount of expenditure is definitely not something that Li Qing can bear now. Even if he has money in the future, it will be an extremely high expenditure. Preparing for a rainy day, Li Qing felt that he should think about ways to save money early on, such as how, section, province, ship, factory, person, labor, development, support. Fill in this query on the search engine, and soon a series of answers appear on the light curtain. Glanced carefully, most of the answers were meaningless. However, on a forum that gathers a large number of battleship modification enthusiasts, I found an interesting suggestion. There is a trade union. It is impossible to pay less wages or withhold wages, but it can start from the source, directly subsidize some low-level civilians to enter professional engineering and shipbuilding colleges, and sign a contract in advance, agreeing that one party will subsidize their studies, and the other party must be lower than the normal level after completing their studies. How many years the salary serves the funder. However, this method can only be signed for about 10 years at most, and then the salary will be gradually increased until it is equal to the normal salary. That is to say, you may be able to earn some cheap money in this way, but the earning is limited and not lasting. In addition to this, there is another suggestion that seems useless. That is to establish a development base. When the base reaches a certain size, you can apply for development immigration. There are 2 methods of immigration at this time. One is to accept immigration applications directly from within the United Empire of Mankind, and the other is to use genetic technology and fertilized eggs to cultivate new natural persons, and then set new laws to open up territories. At this time, you can the wages and length of service of natural persons who are freely drawn up and trained. You have to be cruel. You don't have to pay a penny of salary. But the reason why this suggestion is called useless is that it costs too much to establish a development base, and it can meet the conditions for development and immigration. This is not just a random base. Not to mention the living planet, at least one must build a space habitat that can accommodate millions of people, and achieve self-sufficiency in living materials so that they can apply for pioneering immigration. Building a self-sufficient standard space habitat that can accommodate tens of millions of people is not even $1 trillion. With this money, you can pay nearly 30 years' salary and build a D base. However, after reading this suggestion, Li Qing became interested. It's really tasteless to others, but to him. Now the dock has a capacity of only 2,300 square meters, but the Palm universe is already beginning to be repaired. It will not take many years for the interior of the Palm universe to undergo huge changes. By that time, if the high-dimensional fortress of the Witness of the Stars can repair part of it, how can it be? Can't you immigrate? It is important to know that this Star Witness is not only a high-dimensional fortress, but also can be used as a super-large colonial planet. It can be understood as something like a battle star, which can be developed as a super war fortress or a colony star. Wait for the repair of a part of the high-dimensional fortress, and then it is completely possible to establish a colony in the repaired position above. Based on the size of this high-dimensional fortress measured in astronomical units, a small area of space repaired at will is larger than a planet. However, due to the particularity of the Palm universe, it is not suitable for pioneering and immigrating. The best way is to use genetic technology to cultivate new natural people. Living in the Palm universe since childhood, they will not yearn for the outside world. It is worth mentioning that the reason why human cloning and biochemical humans are not used is because these two types of genes are incomplete and are not suitable for high IQ technical occupations such as shipbuilding engineers, and natural persons are required. Li Qing weighed the two methods, and felt that the second method was better, as it could solve all problems at once. But the Palm universe has not been repaired yet, and it cannot be implemented for the time being. We can only remember it first and talk about it later. 1.5 months later, Yu's shipyard sent him a message that the destroyer he ordered had been lined up and construction had begun. And his studies in the School of Engineering have also entered the state. Every day, he either attends lectures online, or goes to the school to attend lectures in person offline. When he has free time, he spends time searching for information online. Under his hard study and dozens of times of experience bonus, the experience of various subjects increased rapidly, and soon reached LV3 or LV4, and some were not far from LV5. Normally, when these skills reach LV5, one can try shipbuilding, so after learning, Li Qing now has to prepare blueprints, materials, and recruit a group of ordinary shipbuilding engineers to prepare for the upcoming shipbuilding himself. But just as he was about to go shopping in the trading market in his spare time, suddenly a top message appeared in the elite channel that had not been opened for a long time, and he only glanced at it and attracted all his attention. Exact news: the pioneering team discovered alien civilizations and living planets in the Zutar star field. He immediately clicked into it and carefully checked the detailed information in the post. After reading it carefully, Li Qing's eyes became more and more surprised, and he muttered to himself, "There are so many. My plan. The post is from the Yu family. Similar to official news, there is no falsehood." According to the news, a pioneer with special innate talent entered the depths of the nebula in the Zutar star field, and discovered an alien civilization in the depths of the Dust Nebula more than 2,000 light-years away from Ginman province. At first, I only found some remote mining stations, then continued to explore, found more outposts, and patrol fleets, and finally discovered an alien civilization hidden deep in the Dust Nebula. Centered on this alien civilization to enter a deeper level of exploration, the original intention was to explore the scope of its civilization, but at the junction of this civilization, two other civilizations with similar differences were discovered. That is to say, 3 alien civilizations with a technological level between the 3rd and 4th generations have been discovered, and a total of 8 living planets in the 3 civilizations have been preliminarily confirmed. At this time, the elite channel is already boiling, and all the pioneers are very excited. What is the concept of 8 living planets? The entire province of Ginman Province, including the 2 natural planets in the capital Ginman Galaxy, has a total of 5 living planets. The United Empire of Mankind is overthrown, and some remote provinces may only have 2 or 3 living planets. The entire United Human Empire has not discovered a new planet of life for at least 50 years. This means that these 8 living planets can establish at least 2 provinces, and it is possible to give birth to 1 or 2 or even more military masters. This also means that there are 8 living planets for the pioneers to snatch, and make a fortune based on this. This directly shocked Li Qing for a while, and then, a little moved. Before, the idea was not to get involved with Zutar, but now that there are 8 living planets there for them to fight for, he is a little ready to move. As long as one is captured, whether it is for self-development or for sale, it will be a huge sum of money beyond his imagination. Or take 10,000 steps back and say that you are not strong enough to grab it, then you can also cooperate with others to grab it, and then get a part of the equity according to your contribution. In the future, if the captured planet is developed, you can continue to collect money lying down, or directly sell your own shares, which is also a huge sum of tens of trillions. It can be said that even if the ownership of 1% of a living planet is owned, that is a trillion start. This still refers to the original undeveloped life planet, whether it is a second type or a slightly worse third type life planet. If the planet has been developed, transformed to be suitable for human habitation, and can already be immigrated, the price will rise several times in an instant. For example, 1% of the ownership of Ginman number 1 colonial star can now be sold for 20 trillion yuan. However, there is still a price but no market, and it is impossible to buy it. The post was full of excitement. I don't know how many children from the major families in the United Empire couldn't help but come up and comment on the post. It's only been more than 10 minutes now, and there are already hundreds of thousands of messages. And this news became more and more lively as more and more people saw it, and it even spread out in the circle quickly, letting people outside the elite channel know. Soon, Li Qing saw the same news on the regional channel. In less than a day, this matter became the most talked about news in Ginman province, and almost everyone was talking about it. This is obviously not a good thing. 8 living planets, what a tempting thing this is. Li Qing can be sure that many forces that receive the news at this time have probably summoned high-level development and decided to enter the Zutar star field. For ordinary people, this is just a big news, but for those teams with certain strength, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gathering the strength of the team, once a living planet can be successfully taken down, it will fly directly, and everyone in the top team can earn a wave of death, and maybe even directly change the fate. All family members staying in Ginman, please return to the family office immediately. He responded casually to the group message from his second uncle Li Lun. Obviously, second uncle summoned all members of the Qinghe Li family staying in Ginman, most likely because of that news. Li Qing didn't ask for leave immediately, but listened carefully to this class before asking for leave for later classes, and then took the aircraft back to the family office in the 5th district of planet Jinmen-1. A 6-story building covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The aircraft was parked on the roof. When I opened the hatch, I saw many aircraft parked on the roof. 4 young people he did not know were chatting at the central staircase. He also just nodded. Go down to the 2nd floor, walk out from the hanging ladder, and see more than 200 figures standing in 2s and 3s in the hall. Most of them don't recognize them, only a few have a little impression, including Li Lai, who also came back. He was quite surprised that there were so many people. At this time, Li Lai happened to see him, and walked over to the 2 people who were chatting. Go to the side to chat. Li Qing nodded, and pointed to one of the many small rooms on the side of the hall with his chin. Number 32. Walk. By the way, why are there so many people this time? Are we all back this year? Li Lai shook his head and said, of course not, this is not just one session, but part of the last 3 sessions of the family in Ginman province. There is still a large part of them who have not received any news. They will come back one after another in a few months. It is estimated that people will be there by then. There are several thousand. So much. Of course, our Li family in Qinghe has a great business and many branches. The age difference between the 3 rounds of pioneers is more than 10 years old. It is not a problem to gather tens of thousands of people. Li Qing. ... Entering the small room, Li Lai closed the door, pointed to the coffee table in the center of the room and said, let's talk. There was a tea set on the coffee table, and there was no distinction between the 2 of them. He boiled water, and Li Lai sat down and said, you know the news on the top of the elite channel. The head of the family office in Ginman is my father. I know some inside information. This time the family summoned us to let us unite to fight for a planet. Li Qing did not speak, and waited for Li Lai to continue. Of course, this is not news. Anyone can guess it. The point is that my father told me that they knew about it as early as a week ago. Now this news has already spread to the United Empire of Mankind, and the patriarch has summoned the family. The high-level leaders of each branch met and made a decision to set up a development fund with a total of 50 trillion star dollars to support family pioneers in capturing a living planet. Tisk. 50 trillion. Even Li Qing couldn't help but smacked his lips and said, this 50 trillion, is it not easy to take? Of course it's not easy to get. The patriarch stipulates that any family pioneer can apply for the development fund, but the prerequisite is to demonstrate your ability or strength or potential. You can apply for any of the criteria. The specific application amount depends on your ability, strength and potential. Depends on the assessment. In addition, the patriarch encouraged us to form a team and apply for the development fund in the form of a team. This method is easier to apply for than individuals. Li Qing suddenly understood, and asked, "Do you want to form a team with me to apply?" "That's right, I'm going to gather you and a few others I know to form a team and apply for the development fund in the form of a team. When the application for the pioneering fund is approved, it will be decided whether to continue to form a team to go to the Zutar starfield, or to part ways." Well, Li Qing squeezed his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "If the team applies, can individuals still apply?" "Of course, the two are not in conflict. By the way, if you apply for the development fund, you must go to the Zutar starfield, which is a prerequisite." Can I go later? It can be delayed, but not too late, a year at most." "Well, let me think about it." Then the two chatted for a while, and he asked about the situation of the other people, and some interesting things that happened between the two of them during this period, and an hour passed without knowing it, until he heard someone knocking on the door and saying that everyone was ready, let them out. Chapter 18 Initial Shipbuilding. In just a short while, 400 to 500 people have gathered in the hall, twice as many as before. This is still the news that it has just come out. Many people have not returned from abroad. It is estimated that there are 2,000 to 3,000 people waiting for them. The two principals of the family stationed in Ginman have arrived at this time. Li Lai's father Li Lun is still wearing the Chinese tunic suit, with a gorgeous gold silk wooden stick in his hand, and said in a deep voice under the gaze of everyone, "Everyone should already know the reason for convening everyone this time. I won't talk nonsense. The patriarch has established a development fund of 5 trillion stars to support your development. Anyone who meets the conditions can apply for the development fund. Specifically, application details will be sent to you later. I don't need to waste my time explaining. Everyone knows what 8 life planets mean. The Empire has not discovered a new life planet for 50 years. Now the entire Empire's eyes are on here. The competition pressure is very high, but once a living planet can be successfully taken down, the foundation for establishing a new military master will be established." Speaking of this, Li Lun also showed a hint of envy on his face. He said with a wry smile, "If the Senate of the Nobles hadn't passed a resolution not to allow the children of military masters who have pioneered for more than 10 years to enter, you would have no chance at all." Li Lun left without speaking for a long time, but the crowd did not disperse, and there was no noise. Everyone quietly checked the more detailed information Li Lun sent to everyone about the news, as well as the application conditions for the pioneering fund. It's the same as what Li Lai said: skip it after reading it once, and focus on more detailed information. According to the data, the names of the 3 civilizations are not yet known. They are called A, B, and C respectively. 7 of the 8 living planets belong to these 3 alien civilizations. A owns 3, and B owns them. 2, C also owns 2, and 1 is located at the junction of the 3 civilizations, which is currently being contested by 3 alien civilizations. According to the data, the technological level of the 3 civilizations is not much different. Between the 3rd and 4th generations, flagship-level super battleships have appeared, and no Titan super flag has been seen yet. The level of technology is not as good as that of humans, but the weapons they use are up to 5 generations old, which is the upper limit of conventional weapons. The 5 dynasties are indeed much stronger than the 4th dynasties, but there has been no qualitative change, and the territory of any of the 3 civilizations is several times larger than that of the Ginman province, and the comprehensive strength of any civilization exceeds that of the Ginman province. It is not easy for these groups of pioneers to conquer these 3 civilizations. But nothing in the world is easy. It is normal for the 8 living planets to be difficult to conquer. And they are much happier than their predecessors. There are 8 living planets for them to grab. Think about the creators of other military masters and clans in the past. Countless players compete for a living planet, and the competition is fierce. That's why Li Lun sighed and told them that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As everyone read the information one after another, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, their eyes flickering. Li Qing also received the news from Li Lai and came to room 32 just now. This time he entered and found that besides Li Lai, there were 7 other people in the room, and there were 2 delicate-looking women. Only one of them was familiar. I've seen it, but don't know the name. He used to be too low-key. Repeating the old saying just now, Li Lai looked at everyone and said, "Now everyone decides whether to form this team." Everyone looked at each other, and after a few bowed their heads and whispered to each other. A handsome man with instant noodles stood up and said, We have no objection to forming a team, but not everyone can join. I am familiar with most of the people present, and I have a good idea of their strength, but this brother Li Qing, as far as I know, he is not just an ordinary innate talent, average academic performance in the past, and no matriarchal support. I have doubts about his strength. Of course, I'm not just targeting you. It's just that since you're forming a team, you have to have the same strength. If you can show your strength to prove yourself, I have nothing to say. All eyes were on Li Qing. He looked up without changing his face, and said, "What kind of strength do you think I need to prove myself?" Li Qing felt a little upset, but he knew it was human nature, and a normal person would not like someone in his team who was slowing down. After all, this is not just a show. The loss of any frigate is tens of millions. If it is a high-end destroyer, it will be at least 500 or 600 million, and the cruiser will be even more. Even if it is replaced by him, he will have this idea. The instant noodle man said immediately. Not to mention whether there will be support in the future, but now, you need at least 2 cruisers, more than 3 destroyers, and more than 20 frigates. Li Lai frowned slightly, and was about to speak, when the voice of Li Qi, a man with instant noodles, came from his ear. I know that this requirement is a bit harsh, but he is a whiteboard innate talent, without the support of his mother, and has almost no potential. If he wants to join our team, he must have stronger strength. Li Lai replied immediately. You all know that he is a whiteboard innate talent, and without the support of his mother, how could he build a fleet of this size in less than 2 years? Luck. Li Qi replied. If you have nothing, you can only rely on luck. If you have enough luck, you can offset most of the shortcomings. If you lack luck when you have nothing, it is really useless. Li Lai said nothing, although he was very optimistic about Li Qing, and thought that his mentality was not bad, and he might be able to succeed, but what Li Qi said was true, he couldn't refute it. Everyone looked at Li Qing. He shook his head directly and said, I don't have so many ships. Now I have a top-equipped Hurricane-class destroyer and a top-equipped Petrel-class frigate. That's a pity. Li Qi shook his head and said, in your situation, it's pretty good to earn a top-equipped Hurricane-class destroyer in just 2 years. I don't deny this, but I admire you, but this team formation is extremely important. We only need strong teammates. I'm sorry. Quote. Li Qing smiled. It doesn't matter, I would do the same thing instead. That's it, you guys talk, I'll go out first. Waved his hand, opened the door and left. Going out, I heard Li Lai's voice. Sorry, there are too many people in the team. I'm not the captain yet, so I can't help. Li Qing replied. It's okay, I'm really not angry, what he said is the truth. This is true, what he said was not wrong, and it is also well-founded, not looking down on himself for no reason. But having said that, this is still a good thing for Li Qing. He himself had no interest in this team formation, and finally chose to hang on. He was hesitating how to reject Li Lai before, but now it is just right, and the reasons are ready-made. It's not that he rejects forming a team. The main reason is that if he applies for a team fund, he will have to go to Zutane within a year. He hasn't decided to go there right now. Although the 8 living planets are very attractive, the planets are still in the hands of 3 alien civilizations, and they still need to grab them. The Ginman province, which is the closest to it, will definitely lead a fleet to it, and join forces with the players to defeat the 3 major alien civilizations. This can be predicted to be a protracted war, which may last for more than 10 or 20 years. In the early stage, it was basically reconnaissance and war, and it was too early to compete for the 8 living planets. He is useless in the past now, and he is also dangerous. It is better to hang around in Tianjin Starfield for a few more years and earn some money to upgrade. Go after the strength. This is basically the most important event recently. The entire Ginman galaxy is boiling, and countless players are vying to discuss it first. Even Li Qing's students and teachers discuss this most every day in class. After that family meeting, he resumed his original rhythm, either going to class or going to the library every day, and then checking the construction progress of the destroyer at night. As time went by, more and more pioneers from different families rushed back, and teams of different sizes were formed one by one. But Li Qing was still busy studying alone. In addition, the personal development fund he applied for a long time ago was approved, but it was only 100 million. Li Qing wanted to laugh a little, but considering that he was so low-key and didn't even mention his awakened psychic power, 100 million is not bad. He didn't collect the 100 million yuan, and directly transferred it to the second uncle to pay back the debt. Days passed day by day, and 2 months later, Li Qing's many skills finally rose to LV5, and he was able to build warships. He immediately ordered 5 drawings of the Heian frigate on the trading bank, one for 2 million, a total of 10 million. With his current shipbuilding skill level, he can only build standard Heian-class frigates, and the elite Raptor-class frigates cannot be built yet. Then ordered a large number of construction materials, with a total value of about 60 million. Then, 2 senior shipbuilders and 30 ordinary shipbuilders were hired. Because they signed a 10-year long-term contract and a non-disclosure agreement, and they had to stay in the universe in the palm of their hands and could not leave. The normal monthly salary of a senior shipbuilder is 200,000. With a high allocation of 300,000, the monthly salary of an ordinary shipbuilder is as high as 50,000 stars, and a monthly salary of 600,000 plus 1.5 million stars is required. He directly opened the opening of the Palm universe in the dock, and the engineers and materials directly entered the dock warehouse, and the shipbuilding engineers did not know where they were. The shipyard of the high-dimensional fortress is very advanced, and its structure can be freely combined. That is, it can be divided into more than 2,000 workshops that can accommodate a frigate, or can be combined into a Titan super flagship that can accommodate a length of more than 20 kilometers. Build the array. Building a warship is quite complicated in the eyes of outsiders, but it is not as difficult as imagined in the eyes of engineers with construction capabilities. First of all, he, the chief shipbuilding engineer in charge of shipbuilding, extracted the blueprint of the frigate to be built from the chip, and then classified the drawings of different modules and accessories into categories. It is worth mentioning that the blueprint of a battleship refers to a whole, but it is actually composed of countless accessories and module blueprints. The number of blueprints for a frigate is only a few hundred, which is not too complicated. For example, there are thousands of blueprints for a battleship. All of these require the chief engineer to extract them from the blueprint chip, and then arrange for his shipbuilders to build them. A lot of professional knowledge. It is difficult to understand, but easy to understand. A total of 225 blueprints were handed over to the subordinates, and the huge shipyard was started, and a steady stream of materials were put into it, processed into various accessories and modules, and then transported to the dock. The ultra-high-level docks and workshops of the high-dimensional fortress not only greatly increase the production speed of various accessories and modules, but also greatly improve the accuracy of accessories and modules, which can greatly increase the success rate of warship construction. And all other accessories and modules were manufactured, and then Li Qing, the chief engineer, commanded the equipment and mechanical cranes in the dock, and assembled all the battleship accessories and modules according to the blueprint of the frigate. It seems very simple. It's easy to see at first glance, but it's useless once you make it. Without professional knowledge and skills, you can't do it well according to the picture. When all the accessories are combined, a standard Heian-class frigate is presented in front of everyone. There is no difficulty, it is done in one go, and it is as silky as a girl's hip and back curve. One success gave Li Qing great confidence, and then he just took a short rest, and then hired 8 senior shipbuilding engineers and 120 ordinary shipbuilding engineers again in one breath, and started the construction of the 2nd and 5th frigates. The chief engineer does not need to be recruited additionally, and he can be busy with only 5 groups. Generally speaking, a chief engineer can take care of the construction of 10 frigates at the same time, or the construction of 5 destroyers, the construction of 2 cruisers, and the construction of 1 battleship. The construction time of a frigate is generally about 60 days, that is, 2 months, but the production workshop in the high-dimensional fortress dock is very fast. The strength of the dock components and equipment saves a lot of time, and only one a frigate can be manufactured in a month. It took only 2 months until Li Qing exhausted all the materials in one go to build 5 frigates. 5 frigates have been built, and all his shipbuilding skills have been upgraded by 1 level. He did not keep the 5 bare boats, but sold them all, one for 20 million, a total of 100 million. However, a total of 10 million drawings, a total of 60 million material costs, and a total of 10.5 million monthly salaries for 10 senior engineers and 150 ordinary engineers have to be excluded, and 19.5 million is left in the end. I earn nearly 20 million a month, which is pretty good. This is only 5 boats. If 10 boats, that is 40 million income. If the scale continues to expand to 100 ships, wouldn't it be 400 million a month? What if it is expanded 10 times? 4 billion. Li Qing suddenly became a little excited. However, after careful consideration after the excitement, I found that some problems still need to be solved. First of all, there is the cost issue. Whether it is hiring employees or purchasing shipbuilding materials, capital is required. Of course, this is not a big problem, just take your time. First, hire a group of employees and purchase a batch of materials according to your own financial ability, and then expand the scale of production after earning more money. Don't worry. In the final analysis, we still need to make a fortune first. It's a pity that there is no money for personal application. It is revealed that the awakened psychic power can apply for a lot of money, but there will be a bunch of messy things that disrupt his plan. The key point is to reveal that the money applied for by psionic energy cannot solve his problem at once. There are a lot of pioneering funds applied by individuals, and it is impossible to give you tens of billions in one go, at most several billions, and such a large sum. The funds are not like the 100 million funds that are distributed casually. This is conditional, and he needs to go to Zutar to go to the battlefield when he is ready. Only one destroyer, plus the fund can have at most one cruiser. This battlefield between civilizations in terms of strength is easy to die suddenly on the spot. Chapter 19 Ginman Battle Copy Part 1. One day 3 months later, Li Qing's third batch of 5 frigates was completed and launched into the sea at the dock of the Galway Fortress in the palm of the universe. There is no blind expansion. Although a chief engineer can preside over the construction of 10 frigates at most at the same time, Li Qing considers that he cannot stay in the dock to build ships like a professional shipbuilder. He must do other things in the middle and leave Ginman. If you go to other places, if you expand blindly, not many ships will be built, but the wages must be paid, which is not worthwhile. Of course, the main reason is that the capital is not enough. If there is enough capital to store materials for hundreds of thousands of frigates in the Palm Space Dock, then they can hang out for a few years at any time before returning to sell them in one go. Unfortunately not. A total of 15 frigates were built in 3 months. 5 frigates were built and sold every month, and materials were bought for construction and then sold. So far, they have earned a total of 58.5 million. Instead of continuing to build, he came to use shipyard. The Hurricane-class destroyer he ordered had already been built and left the factory. After quickly completing a series of receiving procedures, Li Qing saw the elite Hurricane-class destroyer parked in the dock, which was about 50 meters longer than the regular Tornado-class destroyer. Board the ship, enter your own information into the battleship combat system, and determine control. The length of the destroyer is more than twice that of the frigate, and the bridge area is larger than that of the frigate. The destroyer needs a total of 100 clone crew members, 5 senior crew members, and a captain. In addition to the buyout of 20 million clone crew members, the monthly salary is 500,000 plus 1.25 million, the basic maintenance fee is 500,000, and the total monthly expenditure is 2.25 million. Daily maintenance fee generally refers to the daily food, drink, and various basic needs of more than 100 crew members on the battleship. With the salary in place, more than 160 crew members plus another frigate will be in place soon. Captain, you are ready to go. Sitting on the main command chair, Li Qing waved his hand. The captain nodded, stretched out his hand to connect points on the light curtain in front of him, and issued a series of orders. The battleship trembled slightly, and the screen outside the glass of the large observation deck in front of the bridge began to move slowly. The huge dock base slowly disappeared from sight. From the outside, among the countless warships moored at the huge space station of Yu's shipyard, a warship slightly larger than an ordinary destroyer slowly left the space station and entered the starry sky. Waiting for the battleship to leave the shipyard space station for about 100 kilometers, the staff officer on the side reported to him. Your Excellency Commander, there is communication access. Li Qing stretched out his hand a little, and the light curtain in front of him popped open, and a bald man with his right eye transformed into a mechanical eye appeared in front of him, saluted him as a soldier, and said in a deep voice. The captain of the No. 1 frigate reported to the commander, requesting to join the team. Accept joining the team. This is another frigate. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a battleship that looked no different from a common frigate came over. After exchanging a series of signals, the frigate slowly drove to the edge of the destroyer to maintain the status. After carefully checking that the status of the 2 warships was normal, Li Qing ordered the fleet to start the hyperspace engine at the same time and sail to the north of the galaxy. 2 hours later, the battleship broke away from the sublight speed state and appeared near a gas giant planet. Through the front glass of the bridge, you can see a huge vortex in the void in front of you. A beam of light is ejected from the vortex, and there are densely packed warships moored around it. This vortex is the entrance of subspace fragments. In layman's terms, it is a copy entrance. The so-called copies are divided into 2 types. One refers to various subspace fragments, which are generally very dangerous. After the initial exploration, they will be transformed into re-entrant subspace fragments, commonly known as copies. The other is a copy formed by projecting some special events for some special reasons. Each player can enter unlimited dungeons per month, but each dungeon can only be entered once a month. That is to say, a single copy can only be entered once a month, but there is no limit to entering different copies. And once entering the dungeon, once the battle is damaged, just like the reality, the ship will be destroyed and people will die, and even if the wreckage cannot be salvaged to return part of the cost, the insurance company will not compensate for the loss. The only good thing is that no matter what method of death in the dungeon, it is only a normal method of death, and only 5 years of life will be lost. But even so, there are still many players who enter a copy every month. The reason for this is naturally the harvest in the copy. In any dungeon, as long as you complete a series of tasks, you will get points. As long as the points reach the minimum standard, you can choose to use these points to exchange for various blueprints to leave the dungeon safely. From the next generation of electromagnetic gun construction blueprints, up to the full set of battleship construction blueprints, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange them. It can be said that the copy is the place where most of the blueprints in the entire new universe are produced. Li Qing didn't come here to collect blueprints, but just to test the combat effectiveness of the two top-equipped warships. Apply to enter the dungeon first, and soon the light curtain pops up in front of you. It shows that you are ranked number 214. It seems that the queue is quite long, but in fact you don't have to wait long. While queuing up, he checked the information of this dungeon. This dungeon is called Battle of Ginman, and it is a typical dungeon formed by special event projection. The historical background comes from the last decisive battle where the Yu family defeated the main force of the local alien civilization hundreds of years ago. Entering the copy, you will come to the historical moment when the Yu clan expeditionary army defeated the alien civilization, captured the alien home planet, and opened up the Ginman province hundreds of years ago. Players will participate in this battle as a mercenary fleet, and your performance determines how many points you get. There are a total of 4 copies in Ginman, 3 copies are related to the Navy, and 1 copy is related to the Army. The Battle of Ginman is the largest copy and the one with the highest theoretical income, because the highest reward for this copy is a dreadnought flagship construction blueprints. The reason why it is called a theory is because Liao Wuji, who has been able to obtain the blueprint for the construction of the fearless flagship for hundreds of years, only 7 have a total of more than 100 points in the dungeon points ranking. The fearless flagship blueprint ranked first on the dungeon reward redemption list requires 100 points to redeem, which means that only 7 people can redeem it at most. The speed of the battleship entering the instance was very fast. The 2 battleships kept approaching the entrance of the instance, and it was his turn in less than half an hour. Following a powerful traction force, the 2 battleships plunged into the vortex, arousing a raging energy tide. This is a magnificent epic battle. Wealth and resources. Blood and smoke. To live and to die. The battle for the survival of the race between the expeditionary force from the United Empire of Mankind and the Bonnier Star Sea Empire is unfolding here. As a mercenary of the expeditionary force, what wonderful performance will you have in this magnificent epic battle? The distorted font on the smooth surface slowly slid down, the battleship swayed slowly, and huge explosions were heard from time to time, but there was a blur outside the glass of the bridge. Not long after, all the characters on the light curtain in front of him fell off, and the blur outside the glass of the bridge slowly became clear. With the slight shock of the battleship, Li Qing suddenly found that his 2 battleships appeared at the berth of a huge space station starport. The shipboard radar quickly scanned and quickly cleared the surroundings. The light curtain in front of him was lit up, and a huge fleet led by a super warship with a length of more than 10 kilometers was slowly leaving the port. Hiss. Titan Super Flag. The huge hull and the muzzle of the iconic doomsday weapon all made Li Qing's hair purple with envy. Dream. All naval commanders dream of having a Titan flagship, but only Liao can achieve this dream. What is the Titan Super Flagship? It is the most powerful warship in the Star Sea, not one of them. A hull of more than 10 kilometers or even longer, unimaginable armor and shields, a T-slot doomsday weapon that can directly blow up a planet as large as the Earth, and various powerful super flag force field auras, all kinds of factors are superimposed. A Titan super flag suddenly joins the battlefield, and can often turn the tide of the battle in an instant. Li Qing watched this huge fleet leave the base with a pious heart. A halo of force field covered the entire fleet. As the space was violently distorted, the huge fleet leapt away together under the halo of the Titan super flag. What is Titan Super Flagship? This is Titan Super Flagship. Super flagship level jump engines can penetrate most of the interception and interference force fields, and bring a fleet of tens of thousands of main battleships directly onto the battlefield, instantly reversing the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, he is not qualified to see the heroic appearance of this Titan Super Flag, and he has never seen it before. Regardless of Qinghai or Ginman, there has never been a big battle that can make the Titan Super Flagship dispatch. It wasn't until the fleet left for a long time and the space fluctuations caused by the tens of thousands of fleet transitions disappeared that Li Qing came back to his senses, calmed down, and checked the dungeon mission. The task of the dungeon is very simple. It is a battle, of course it is a war. There are no fancy tasks, there are only 3 battlefields, 1 big and 2 small. Players choose a battlefield to join, and then get points based on the number of enemies killed in the battlefield. According to his strength evaluation, every enemy frigate sunk is 0.1 points, a destroyer is 0.5 points, a cruiser is 2 points, a battleship is 20 points, and a flagship is 500 points. This point is obtained according to the strength of different players. Weak players get more points, and powerful players get less points for sinking warships. If Li Qing has a battleship, then sinking a frigate may cost 0.01 points, and sinking a battleship may cost 5 points. Li Qing didn't think about it, and directly chose the second battlefield among the 3 major battlefields, one of the 2 secondary battlefields. He checked the information when queuing up before, and the difficulty in this dungeon is dynamic, and the situation of the battlefield is different every time he enters, except for the main battlefield. The battle situation of the 2 small battlefields is changing every time. There is no such thing as which is a good situation to score points. Moreover, Li Qing didn't even think about earning points, let alone the blueprint of a dauntless flagship. He just came to test the power of the 2 ships. And when he enters the battlefield, he won't go in rashly. He just hangs around the edge of the battlefield. If the situation is not good, he will run away. After 24 hours, the dungeon will automatically end and send away. Are you kidding? He only has these 2 ships, a destroyer and a frigate. Why can he retreat after destroying so many enemy ships in a chaotic battlefield of tens of thousands? When the main guns of any battleship are locked, the fully equipped frigate will be killed immediately, and the fully equipped destroyer can carry 2 guns at most, so why fight? By Psyker. If he's a Storm-class Psyker, a wave of psionic storms might destroy a damaged battleship if he gets a chance, but he's not. Battlefield number 2 is not in this galaxy, but a galaxy within 6 hops north of Ginman. The alien civilization has a super large mineral planet here, so a star castle was built here and a fleet was stationed there. At this time, the battle had already begun. After Li Qing received the mission, the 2 warships left the base and flew towards the wormhole on the edge of the galaxy. The galaxy is full of warships of expeditionary forces and mercenaries. When they leave this galaxy, the next few galaxies are like this. Especially, as long as there are planets within the main channel, there are outposts, and interference and interception blockers are deployed to prevent the enemy from attacking. The ship directly passed the decapitated at sub-light speed. It is worth mentioning that this dungeon is projecting the Battle of Ginman, and the scope includes all galaxies within 100 light-year range centered on Ginman. Theoretically, it is possible to leave the 3 major battlefields and go to other places, but if doing so is equivalent to desertion, all the points accumulated before will be cleared. The advantage is that you can leave the copy alive. When approaching the galaxy next to the battlefield, Li Qing stood up and said to the senior crew behind him, "We are about to enter the battlefield, and please work together to fight against the powerful enemy. After the battle, each will be rewarded with an additional 1 month's salary allowance." The senior crew members and captains of several destroyers, as well as the frigate captains and senior crew members in the communication channel all nodded seriously, and the crew members in the channel also showed joy when they heard this. Li Qing nodded. Morale is available. Although both the crew and the captain are blank slates, it is still up to them to play later in the battle. It's not that he doesn't want to make a good captain, but that he can't find a captain with a talented crew. Although Ginman has a large-scale vocational college area, there are a large number of occupations available for recruitment every year. Among them, there are absolutely no green names or blue names. Occasionally, there will be crew members or captains with purple epic talents, but these excellent ones have not yet been recruited. He has been spotted by headhunters since he came out of the academy and signed a contract. If you want these excellent captains, not to mention the salary far exceeding that of ordinary captains, you must go through these headhunting companies and recruit them at an extra cost. The most important thing is that most of the time, they can't be recruited at all, not only because of the small number, but also because these talented captains don't like you. To put it bluntly, the low-end market recruits casually, as long as the salary is in place. But an excellent captain chooses the commander. This is a two-way choice. If the other party thinks that you have no future as a commander, they will ignore you. So after Li Qing understood the situation in this area, he didn't think about finding a good captain in the past. He just got a batch of whiteboard crew captains to make do with it. Anyway, most of the players are the same. Don't take advantage. An hour later, the two battleships plunged into the wormhole. Chapter 20 Ginman Battle Dungeon Part 2. Boom. Just after passing through the wormhole, two destroyers with strange shapes rushed towards them, and there were 7 frigates of the same style behind them. A total of 8 medium-sized electromagnetic guns fired at the same time and bombarded Li Qing's ship that had just rushed out of the wormhole. Reminder: your ship is attacked by a third-generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, which will cause 300 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 375 kinetic energy impact damage to your battleship shield. Reminder: your ship is under attack from the third-generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, it's against you. There are a total of 8 such reminders. A wave of concentrated fire caused a full 3,000 points of kinetic energy impact damage. Fortunately, the destroyer has thick skin and thick flesh, and it can still withstand it. If it is replaced by a frigate, the wave of energy shields will probably be blown. Just jumped from the wormhole, it is impossible to dodge at all. Li Qing himself was a little caught off guard, so he could only immediately order the battleship to move away. However, without his order, the captain immediately ordered the battleship to tilt, and the 4L slot main guns and the 12M slot 5th generation electromagnetic guns all started. Recharge. Now that you have entered the enemy's range, you will naturally also enter your own range, and the skill of Psyker can increase the range by 20%, which is very powerful. Boom boom boom. As the muzzles of the destroyer's 4 main guns twisted and swung in a circle, dazzling flames spewed out, and the 4 advanced kinetic energy rail guns fired at the same time, accurately hitting the enemy destroyer marked number 1. The huge power tore through the energy shield of destroyer number 1 on the spot, and left 4 huge potholes on the armor. A large piece of alloy armor was torn apart by the huge kinetic energy impact. The battleship keeps retreating at a constant speed. The command came from the captain of the destroyer, and Li Qing was observing the battlefield situation in the nearby starry sky. As the commander, his task is to observe the overall situation and issue orders for the entire fleet. The actual combat depends on the captain. Before he was the captain of the frigate himself, he needed to command. Now that the captain has been hired, he certainly won't do it for him. Although he is just a blank captain, the most critical destroyer combat skill is only LV3, but he is also a professional, and he is definitely better than him in terms of command ability. Whiteboard only refers to weak skills and limited potential, but the basic professional skills are still passed. Relying on the 20% speed bonus and 20% range bonus of the psychic skills, the new captain uses the speed exceeding the enemy to open the distance and keep the distance within the attack range of all his guns, but he couldn't hit his own state. 5 minutes later, in the 4th round of joint attack, the number 1 enemy destroyer was sunk abruptly. I have to say that destroyers are much tougher than frigates. His 4L slot main guns and 12M slot electromagnetic guns have a total lethality of 25,000 plus in 1 round. A destroyer with a 3rd-tier configuration had to carry 4 rounds before it sank. This is the configuration advantage and skill advantage. Everyone is a destroyer, but you can't catch up with me, hit me, or run away. You can only be passively beaten. Sinking 1 destroyer frightened another destroyer away. Li Qing ordered to pursue, but 2 enemy frigates came up, one from the left and the other from the right, which only made Li Qing feel his courage is commendable. Then, there is no more. Sinking 1 frigate is 0.1 points, and 2 frigates are 0.2 points. 0.5 points for sinking a destroyer. It's still far from 100 points. Moreover, Li Qing found that these points are not easy to get. The enemies are not as stupid as the wild monsters they usually encounter. They can intercept and use simple tactics. He was no different from a normal commander. In terms of command ability, Li Qing didn't seem to be that strong. He has powerful skills, but his command ability is not outstanding. After defeating a small group of enemies, the warship stopped at the spot and checked itself. Li Qing checked the star map for a while, and ordered 2 warships, 1 large and 1 small, to sail in one direction. This galaxy is the battlefield. Except for the area where the main forces of the two sides are fighting, the other parts of the galaxy are full of fighting teams from both sides, which is very chaotic. He avoided the area where the main forces of the two sides were fighting, and patrolled the fringe area. He saw a large fleet avoiding it far away. With the speed of the top-equipped destroyer, no one could catch up with him. If you encounter a small fleet and measure the strength of the two sides, then rush to do it without hesitation. If you feel that the risk is too high, just let it go. If you feel that the risk is controllable, hunt down to the end. Unknowingly, he also slowly accumulated more than 2 points by destroying the frigate. In theory, he can slowly grind to 100 points. But it is actually unlikely, because he has already consumed several hours, and the total dungeon time is only 24 hours. It is impossible to slowly grind to 100 points in this way. Li Qing was not in a hurry either. The first time he entered the dungeon was mainly to test the ship. It is worth mentioning that destroying enemy ships will also drop some things, such as a small amount of wreckage. Although they are worthless, they are a blood loss compared to the consumption of weapons and ammunition. First of all, the shell of the advanced kinetic energy railgun of the L-slot main gun is 20,000 star yuan each, and the 5th generation electromagnetic shell of the M medium-sized slot is 3,000 star yuan each. Since entering the battlefield, the ammunition consumption alone has consumed 7 more than 100,000 star dollars. According to this consumption ratio, the consumption of ammunition alone is 2 to 3 million in a day. Boom. The battleship shook slightly. Li Qing sat in the command room and watched a transparent shield like a honeycomb appear in the void in front of the bridge, blocking a dazzling white light, and a circle of real ripples swayed along the transparent shield. It was another fierce battle, a team of 3 destroyers and 15 frigates, larger than the team he had encountered before, but he still didn't worry much. Instead he frowned and looked at the marked on the battle zone map in front of him. The chaotic red and green light spots fell into deep thought. Super high innate perception made him keenly aware of something wrong on this map. Should I not enter the secondary main battlefield? The main battlefields of both sides are not here, but there are several secondary battlefields that gather a large number of main battleships, which are also very dangerous. Although only 3 destroyers were encountered, several small fleets led by cruisers were found nearby. At this moment, the radar screen showed a small fleet marked with a red dot approaching him, and he ordered decisively. Prepare to retreat and approach 3 o'clock. There are only a few sporadic red and green light spots that are intertwined, indicating that there are warships fighting between us and the enemy, but the scale is not large. As soon as he retreated, the 3 destroyers immediately accelerated to catch up, but the speed difference between the two sides was too large, and the distance was quickly opened. Arriving at the target location, I saw a friendly cruiser being besieged by an enemy cruiser and 2 destroyers. There were a large number of warship wrecks floating in the void, most of which were frigates in terms of scale. Shows that the 2 small fleets met and had a fierce battle, and in the end the Imperial Expeditionary Force never fought. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he immediately received a communication, which opened to reveal a middle-aged officer wearing an Imperial uniform and carrying the rank of Major on his shoulders. He gave him a military salute and said to him happily, "Your Excellency Commander, thank you for your rescue." Li Qing returned a salute. "You are welcome, Major, I will take over the 2 destroyers." "Thank you very much." Closing off the communication, the destroyer quickly approached the battlefield, and the enemy immediately sent a destroyer to intercept it. Without his order, the battleship began to tilt, and the main gun muzzle twisted slightly to recharge. Boom. The conspicuous track traces penetrated the void, hitting the target warship hard, and the terrifying movement tore up a large piece of composite armor on the spot, exposing its alloy hull structure. The destroyer itself was already scarred, the energy shield had already been broken, and the surface armor was full of kinetic energy impact scars and melting holes from energy weapons. Its armor was torn on the spot under the bombardment of 4 L-slot main cannons. Restricted by the level of technology, this civilization whose technological level is between the 3rd and 4th generations, although its destroyer module also has a cannon module, a standard gunboat and an interception module, but its cannon module can only be equipped with L-slot large weapons and cannot be configured. The L-slot main gun weapon, so most of the destroyers he encountered use the M medium-sized slot, and very few L-slot weapons, and he had never encountered the L-slot main gun. Picking up heads is still very cool, and the enemy ship with a broken shield was sunk by him in just 2 rounds. Then he rushed up and faced the cruiser head-on. This cruiser is also heavily scarred, the shield has already been broken, and only the composite armor and hull are riddled with holes. Persimmon is of course a soft pick, and a cruiser has 2 points, and sinking 1 is equivalent to sinking 4 destroyers. Most of the L slots of this cruiser are equipped with main guns. The standard cruiser has up to 8 L slots and 6 G slot missiles, and the range of the missiles is higher than that of the L slot main gun. The main gun on the opposite side is not as far away as him, but the missile is within reach. As soon as his round of shelling ended, he saw 6 deep space fusion nuclear missiles rushing towards them with long flames. Frigate in place. The frigate, which has been missing all the time, came in handy at this time. It quickly flew to the front of the destroyer to strike horizontally. The 2 Guardian close-in defense systems fired at the same time. The ultra-fast rate of fire of 13,000 rounds per minute formed 2 beams of countless bullets. The barrage sweeps towards the incoming missiles. The 5th-generation Guardian close-in defense system intercepts the 3rd-generation deep space fusion nuclear missile, with the advantage of weapon generation difference, and the interception hit rate is very high. Countless barrages of fire swept across, and the incoming fusion nuclear missiles were hit and destroyed one after another. Huge flames exploded in the void near the battleship. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would not be able to beat him just now. It is true that the true combat effectiveness of cruisers is much stronger than that of destroyers. The base hull, armor, and shields of a standard Tornado-class destroyer are only 8,000, while the base hull, armor, and shields of a standard Ranger cruiser are as high as 60,000, not to mention that cruisers have more weapon slots and general slots than destroyers. It is much taller, and even the elite Hurricane-class destroyer is far from the opponent of the standard Ranger cruiser. He also considered that the Psyker skill can increase the range by 20%. Without this skill, even 2 destroyers with the same top configuration cannot beat a standard unmodified cruiser. This is a gap in hard power. The L-slot main gun continued to bombard, and the incoming missiles were intercepted one by one. The destroyer was faster than the cruiser, and soon entered the kite-flying state he was best at. The cruiser of the Imperial Navy on the other side does not need to face cruisers of the same rank. Even if it is disabled, it will have no difficulty in suppressing a 3rd-generation destroyer. 4 L-slot advanced kinetic energy railguns bombarded the cruiser for 11 consecutive rounds. The destroyer circled the cruiser at super-fast speed and bombarded it for more than half an hour before forcibly consuming the cruiser to death. This high-speed moving tactic can minimize the enemy's attack speed. After all, he is always moving, and the muzzle needs to keep adjusting the angle. Not only is it time-consuming, but the hit rate will also be greatly reduced. When the target was sunk and paralyzed in the starry sky, Li Qing let out a long breath, and had a new understanding of the cruiser's combat effectiveness. Too strong. I have to say that the battleship specifications are upgraded by 1 level, and the combat effectiveness is really many times stronger. This is a standard cruiser of only the 3rd generation. If it is a top-equipped 5th generation cruiser, he will definitely not be able to beat it. Not to mention battleships, the main guns in the X super large slot have a range of 5,000 plus, 3 times that of the L-slot main gun, and it is the fate of 2 cannons to kill them no matter how they slip. There are loot. There is a ball of light on the wreckage of the battleship. The frigate leaned over and salvaged it with a mechanical arm. It is a blueprint for a 3rd-generation laser cannon, medium-sized, and the market price is 500,000. The point is that this blueprint can be used 10 times, which is 5 times, million. Since entering the dungeon, all shell loss has been fully earned back. This is the case in the Star Sea. In most cases, the wild monsters will only explode some worthless wreckage, but once the things explode, most of them are quite valuable. The battle was over, and the cruiser belonging to the Imperial Expeditionary Force bid farewell to him and left, preparing to return to the rear for repairs. If you can pull down the relationship outside, but the relationship is useless in the instance, and any relationship that leaves the instance is useless, and you can't do anything in only 24 hours. But before leaving, the commander told him that an Imperial Wing-class fleet was fighting a large alien fleet not far away. If he wanted more military exploits, he could go there and try. Wing-level fleets belong to the lower level of brigade-level fleets, between large fleets. The fleet of the United Human Empire is organized from top to bottom: Legion-level fleet, Division-level fleet, Brigade-level fleet, large branch fleet, medium-sized branch fleet, and small branch-level fleet. Normally, there is no wing-level branch fleet. This is usually a temporary establishment of several large branch fleets when performing certain military missions, and will be disbanded after the war. This branch fleet has 120 battleships, more than 500 cruisers, more than 1,600 destroyers, and more than 6,000 frigates, consisting of 3 large branch fleets. Even if their opponents go through a long and fierce battle, there are still more than 170 battleships, more than 700 cruisers, more than 2,000 destroyers, and more than 5,000 frigates left at this time, which is larger than the Empire. However, their disadvantages in weapon configuration did not allow them to have a slight advantage even if they played 2 against 1 at the beginning, and until now, they have no 2-to-1 advantage. The winning side in the end must be the Empire side. Seeing this, Li Qingzhang decided to go over and take a look after thinking about it for a while. He was going to take advantage of the little time left to touch the fish to see if he could kill some destroyers or damaged cruisers, and try to get together within 24 hours. 20 or 30 points are exchanged for several frigate blueprints. 30 points are exchanged for several frigate blueprints. 30 points are exchanged for several frigate blueprints. 30 points are exchanged for